Okay, we need to make sure we have taken care of all of our last minute housekeeping on the indictment, the verdict forms, the charges. Ms. Percival shared an email yesterday evening that has what we think are the last things we need to take a look at. So if we want to just walk through those. This thing to look at first. And y'all just let me know if those look okay. Yes, final docs, charges, etc. from about 6 yesterday evening. And it attaches each verdict form, the redacted indictment, which we definitely need to still address some things on. And then the jury charges may change based on what we do with the indictment. So let's just look at the verdict forms first. And hopefully those are actually in final form.
This is minor, Your Honor, but do we need an entire page for the
Well,
overt acts, or is that just a
Here's
good way
the
to break
thing
it?
is I thought about doing some lines, but then I didn't want y'all saying, well, if you put 10 lines, that implies that they should find lots of acts. So I thought if we have a blank page, it is literally a blank slate and they can put nothing, 173, it'll be up to them. So that was my thinking.
Well, I certainly prefer that to the line. So,
Okay.
but it's
All
very
right.
difficult to please us.
All right, then.
Made it clear, you sort of made your mind up on this issue. I think that this is the most appropriate middle ground. The way it was before implied that there would be very few or any. And this is, as you said, it's a blank space.
Okay. All right. So any other items? All right.
And I don't know if it's the same thing Mr. Sharp stated up. On Mr. Stillwell's verdict form.
Yep.
For count 49 and count 52, just for consistency, I would put the not guilty first and then the guilty.
I agree. Don't know how that one happened. Ms. Percival, can you switch those around? Thank you for that catch.
Your Honor, I'm going to object count 2 and count 49.
Yes.
I don't think you should be putting the victims' names.
Why?
Well,
I mean, if you're going to object, you need to give me a reason.
because, I mean, I think it's clear what the 2 counts are. If we put a date on it, I wouldn't necessarily have a problem with it. I mean, I think it's clear that my client's charged 2 murders. I don't think it's necessary to put the victims' names next to each count.
All right. Well, I appreciate that objection. I overrule it. All right. Anything else on Mr. Stillwell's verdict form? All right. Hearing nothing so on that one, but if
No,
we do, we'll
it's
fix
correct on that one.
Okay.
Or consistent. Let's use that
consistent.
word,
Okay.
consistent, Your Honor.
All right. Anybody have any issues then on that verdict form? I guess maybe you could I don't know why it's not showing up on mine. I don't have lines under this blank day of blank, but it looks like you do on yours, Ms. Percival. So as long as they're there. Okay. All right. So looks like at least the verdict forms are in their final form. the redacted indictment. And as y'all can see, and from the email, I determined that Overt Act number 175 shouldn't be in there because it seems to not assert one of the necessary elements to have made that a crime.
Yes, Your Honor. I understand the thinking behind it, but I don't think that's consistent with Georgia law. I think we've already established, and the court has recognized, an overt act doesn't have to be a crime, and therefore we would.
I'm did commit the felony offense of whatever OCGA section whatever. So
That was the first part. Second.
okay,
Second part is this, under Georgia law, and federal law is consistent as well, the state does not have to allege all of the elements of an overt act that does happen to be a crime, because it is not separately charged. The pleading rules are not the same. You can't generally demur to an overt act. And so it's, while it might not be adequate as a freestanding charge, as an overt act telling the jury what we are saying was done, that would still be sufficient. They don't have to decide it's a crime. They just have to decide it's an act in furtherance of the conspiracy, because they're not separately convicted of this.
I don't agree. If you have law that is on point, show it to me. But if you are asserting he committed the felony offense of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm, and you cite 1611-133, one of the essential elements of that is that he's possessing it while he's committing a crime. And y'all don't assert that.
I understand, Your Honor. As far as it not meaning to be a crime, Yates versus United States, 354 U.S. 298.
That says if you assert it as a crime inside a statute, it still doesn't have to be a crime. I know an overt act doesn't have to be a crime. That if you assert he committed X crime, you don't have to actually be asserting a crime, even though you're saying pursuant to XYZ statute.
So I was citing Yates for the initial principle.
That I understand.
Okay. I'm not representing to the court that Yates says all of the additional things you said. I don't have a cite off the top of my head, so I'll simply have to represent this to the court. But I will tell you that it is well-established federal case law, for example, that if a defendant is charged, let's say count one is conspiracy, and there is an alleged overt act, that overt act is also alleged as count two, independently.
Right.
The defendant can be acquitted of count two because the jury finds an element of that separate charge was not found, but it still functions as an overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy, especially when, like the ones we're talking about here, there's more than one actor involved.
There's not here for 175. There's only Mr. Nichols.
Okay, all right. I still don't.
All right. Again, if you find some law that is on point, you let me know.
All right.
By that reasoning,
I'm, if you find some law, we'll deal with it further. Otherwise, let's move
I
on.
agree, I'm with the court,
Okay.
but I'm wondering if that should also not apply to 174, 189, and 190.
So on those, I would like to know, let's see. Good question. All right, 174 and which others?
189, I'm sorry, go ahead.
189 and 190.
those. Yeah, I think you're correct. So looking at, like, for instance, on Mr. Stillwell's March 17th, possession of a firearm allegation, it's also a substantive count, count 64, and it's saying that he did that on March 17th, and we know from the evidence that what everybody is talking about is the gun that was, I don't know if it was thrown out of the car, but the gun that was discarded during the chase. And, I mean, I think we were looking at sort of the somewhat odd language of 1611-133.
Right. And so I guess my stance, Your Honor, is that ultimately, when it comes down to it, the state did not indict this correctly, and the state did not put it in the over X correct. We moved for a directed verdict on the substantive charges, and Mr. Abate and the state provided case law that saved that and opened up the possibility that, but
Before.
Your Honor, may the state briefly address that issue?
Sure.
The state does believe that for the some of the reasons, for the reasons that Mr. Floyd was just as the core, as we have addressed, you can have the possession of firearm by convicted felon because it's a lesser included.
Mhm.
Legally speaking, the argument for, an overt act language, which does not have to have as much specificity as a count that the jury is deliberating on.
Mhm.
The first language in 190, for example, is possession of firearm by convicted felon. It obviously has the superfluous language because it's not completed of the underlying felony, but that same logic for a count, which has to be more
I understand they don't have to be crimes,
Yes,
but they've
Your
been alleged to be crimes with specific statute numbers. And yet y'all haven't included what would be essential to make them a crime. So are you arguing that the overt acts should be lesser included also, or what are you saying? What's your argument?
Your Honor, my argument is that if the jury is tasked to decide if on March 17, 2022, when Shannon Stillwell possessed the firearm by a convicted felon in furtherance,
Previously convicted of a felony involving use or possession of a firearm.
yes, Your Honor,
Mhm.
that in the state's mind, the lesser included argument on a substantive count is a harder standard to meet than an overt act. There's no such thing as like a directed verdict on an overt act as there is with substantive counts. And so the state believes that same legal principle of why a lesser included of possession of firearm by convicted felon can be included on a substantive count is even stronger on an overt act.
So are you, so I'm
Yes, Your
clear,
Honor.
are you asking that these be converted into just possession of a firearm by a convicted felon in the overt acts? As
Essentially,
kind of a lesser included crime?
yes, Your Honor. And if the state, or if you, like, for example, if the state, from my understanding, were just to, redact, or essentially, yes, Your Honor.
All right.
And I'll let Mr. Floyd.
I mean, I think that there is evidence presented for that. It's, and I hope y'all understand what my thinking is on because 133 requires that it be asserted that they did this while they were attempting or committing a series of crimes listed or types of crimes listed in the statute. And that is in nowhere listed in your overt act. That seems to be problematic. But simple, if you will, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, you don't have to be possessing it while committing a crime. You just have to be possessing it. And that has been asserted in each of these overt acts.
Well, and Your Honor, just to supplement what my colleague, Mr. Adkins, was saying, I'm holding this up because I've been informed they can't hear me behind otherwise. The point that this does different work as an overt act than it would as a separate substantive charge. Frankly, only just the fact that he had the gun during the course of the conspiracy is enough for it to be an overt act. It just, he is in possession of a weapon.
I know,
The
y'all
rest of the
didn't
details.
allege it that way.
Well, that may be so, but it still does the work under it. I mean, it wouldn't.
They cannot return. I find overt act 190. He committed this crime. When you have not asserted that every element of that crime, he can't possibly find that when it hasn't been correctly asserted. Y'all have left out an element. You've got case law, you're redacted, modified to essentially assert a section 131 crime of simple possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. And I think that has been sufficiently asserted in each of these overt acts.
Excuse me, and the state
Yes.
may be able to find a case, but I haven't, I mean, and you may be aware of a case, Your Honor. And in my limited time, I haven't found one, but I don't believe that there's a case that permits the court to go back.
I do
and
not have any
fix-
idea whether there is.
Yeah, I do not believe that you can go back now and fix the error that they have made or whatever, fix what they have done at this point in time by modifying the allegation
Yeah.
of this overt act. At this point, I just don't think you can do that. I think
I
the
don't know.
only option is to redact it, Your Honor.
So
Because that's what we have been,
I'm sure we'll have some time between now and when we actually send it out. Overt acts, one's absolutely not going to be included as a 133 offense. Y'all can let me know if there is case law out there that answers our question on the floor right now of whether they could be converted into a 131 offense, since it at least asserts that. But I don't know whether we can change it like that. So
Yeah.
we'll come back to that.
Just so it's clear, do you want specific law subject and apart from what was provided last week that would allow?
Yeah, because we need it specific to, can an overt act, in the midst of a trial after the evidence has been closed, be modified to assert what would be a lesser included crime that is fully alleged in that overt act. All right. So our next issue let me jot myself a note down. All right, the overt acts that include Mr. Kendrick and others that I granted a directed verdict as to Mr. Kendrick that basically with regard to possession of cocaine and possession of codeine. And that's easy enough to redact out of the substantive count of the indictment itself, although we need to actually look at, if y'all can open up the, what count is that, Ms. Persfield? Okay.
you mean
I'm
the-
sorry, the count. We'll do the substantive count first. I think it's highlighted. Okay. If y'all will look at count 57, the issue, I would just strike possession of codeine with intent to distribute and possession of cocaine out of the indictment. I know that it doesn't really matter with regard to Arnold and Williams. I mean, they're on this indictment, but they're not deliberating about them. So it really doesn't matter, I don't think, whether something that those people could be charged with is included or not, because all that the jury is deciding is Mr. Kendrick. So is everybody okay with us just redacting out possession of codeine with intent to distribute and possession of cocaine on the substantive count?
I'm okay with that, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Now, the somewhat more complicated issue is when we go back to the overt acts, because that same thing is essentially included as an overt act as well. And those start around overt act 183.
And on that, if I may just briefly speak to that, Your Honor. I mean, we have a similar situation, I guess, that we're fighting with those others, and that the question is, do you redact the entire count, right?
I think not, because with an overt act, it doesn't have to be that Mr. Kendrick was the one that the jury determines whether or not committed. The other people, they could
but
think,
here's-
well, Mr. Williams possessed that codeine, so.
But here's the problem with that. Let's say they come back in the jury verdict form and they list 183 as one of the overt acts that they find, right? We don't know if they found that
Right.
because they found that Mr. Kendrick.
Agreed. So
So
here's
what's
here's a possibility.
All right.
So I'm going to throw this out here and y'all can let me know what you think. If we have a 183 that alleges that the three people that are included, Arnold, Kendrick, and Williams, possessed marijuana with intent to distribute and a firearm during the commission of a felony, because those are still live with regard to Mr. Kendrick. And then maybe a 183A that says, you know, or posits that Arnold and Williams possessed the codeine and the cocaine. And then we know, okay, it's 183. They think they all, or somebody at least, possess those two things. Or we think maybe Mr. Williams or maybe Mr. Arnold possessed the codeine or the cocaine, but we know it can't have been Mr. Kendrick because I've
Was-
already determined that.
So is the, just want to make sure I understand the court's suggestion. There'd be essentially I'm going to do a slightly different numbering system. There'd be a 183A, which has all three individuals listed, but you would remove the codeine and the cocaine. And then there would be a 183B, which would just
Sure.
be Arnold and Williams with the.
Codeine and the cocaine. Yes, that's what I'm proposing.
My only question with that is, are we facing the same situation, or with a question of, can we then go and modify? I guess we can modify these overt acts. I don't know
mean,
if we
it
can
seems
modify.
like That's an easier question because it's based on me having directed a verdict.
I'm willing to go with your suggestion as long as it's not taken by the court or anyone else. That I'm conceding that the ability to modify this overt act for A and B.
Good, and if we find out that you in no way can modify, then I guess our solution would be to just strike those two things entirely, but I don't think that is actually fair to the state when it could be that, you know, they asserted that all three of them did that, and it could be that the jury thinks one of them did that.
Yeah, and I'm not, while I probably should, I'm not disagreeing with the court on what you're saying
Yeah.
with respect to that. The real key is going to be if we can find any law and what that law says.
Sure.
That'll be determinative
All right.
of some of
And
those issues.
you say I probably should, but you shouldn't if you, I mean,
Well, I mean,
I appreciate that you take your duty of candor seriously. I really do.
Thank
So
you.
thank you. Yes, sir.
Your Honor,
With regard to count or Act 183,
Yeah,
if the jury unanimously finds that this overt act was in furtherance of the conspiracy,
yeah,
I believe with the instructions the court will be giving, when you have multiple parties, you know, and could mean, you know, and can be or in pleadings. And so if the jury finds that this, which includes Mr. Arnold, Mr. Williams, and Mr. Kendrick, if they find it's an act in furtherance of the conspiracy, it, you know, it would be attributable against Kendrick and Stillwell. So I believe the state's current belief is that the way it is worded is safe with the instructions the court will be given about possession, constructive, actual, how you read and in indictments or pleadings, so that the jury, who's presumed to follow the court's instructions, will use those legal principles. And if they do find this overt act is in furtherance, it will be following that law.
here's the
Yes, Your Honor.
challenge with that, and just kind of let's assume that the only overt act the jury comes back with is 183. And all we know is they found 183. But let's just, how do we then, that they didn't say, you know what, I think Mr. Kendrick possessed codeine with intent to distribute. That is all I think, and that is why I'm finding this count. When I have already directed a verdict against the state and on the side of Mr. Kendrick with regard to that, that seems problematic. And then the whole case gets reversed, assuming that that's what happens.
Understood, Your
And
Honor.
I doubt if that's going to come to fruition, but legally speaking, that's my worry with leaving it the way it is.
Understood, Your Honor. I'm thinking through it with the court
Yeah.
right now.
Okay.
So if we could come back to this.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I guess what doesn't make sense is we didn't have to charge the separate offenses. We could have just put those offenses like we did in the overt act, and your directed verdict on those obviously would have had no
That's true.
count because there's no directed verdict.
That's true, but I'm worried about an inconsistent verdict, which is not allowed.
Well, inconsistent verdicts in Georgia are allowed. There is no, Georgia doesn't have inconsistent verdicts in what they don't go.
Well, what is it that we phrase it? It's not inconsistent. What is it called? Repugnant. And I don't know, this would qualify as that, but it's factually. I don't know the answer.
Your Honor,
I just know the question.
I think we'll have time to return to this.
Okay.
I'd like to bring you, I'd like you to bring you some authority. But
Okay.
I can tell you that my understanding under analogous federal law is that there is not such a thing as an inconsistent verdict as between a substantive count on a charge and that being an overt act. The jury could find it to be the overt act, even though the substantive count they rejected explicitly. That's
Okay,
not
but that's not them. All right. If you can, I think that would be an inconsistent verdict, which wouldn't be problematic. Our situation is not that. Let's assume that nobody else is charged, that it's just Mr. Kendrick who is alleged to have done overt act 183. And I have directed, and it's only, codeine. And I've directed a verdict on that count with regard to the substantive count. Could we then leave that overt act in? When I've said as a matter of law?
Actually, I believe the answer. Well,
So that's our question.
right, understood. It helps to frame the question.
Okay,
And we're gonna come back and talk about it, so I don't want to.
all right.
I'd like to be.
Think
better
it through
informed
before we
and
know what the case
make
law
more-
is.
make better use of our time.
Okay,
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, the next thing is on the overt acts that allege possession of a firearm by a convicted felon that aren't also substantive counts. We were adding definitions of like, if, I don't know, Mr. Arnold was alleged to have committed an overt act of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon while he was convicted of, I don't know, dealing in some kind of drugs. And we would need to have defined what is that underlying crime in our overt acts definitions. But that would only be true, I think, if we then had, well, let's not have it be Mr. Arnold. I'm talking about Mr. Kendrick and Mr. Stillwell. They've been alleged to have been convicted felons based on convictions for gang act and burglary with regard to Mr. Stillwell, shoplifting and possession of dangerous drugs out of Arizona, as to Mr. Kendrick. I just want to make sure that those convictions are in evidence. And that ought to be easy enough to check. And honestly, I think Ms. Hilton, you maybe even cited what the exhibit numbers were. I just want to make sure that is what those matched up to.
Yes, Your Honor.
So I think it was, what you said was 60G, 30Q, and 487 VV. So can we just pull those and, or if you've got it on this, you had it as a slide, actually. If you want to just pull that up too, and let's look.
And there are other convictions for Mr. Stillwell that were admitted as well.
Right, but I'm just, at this point, trying to figure out which crimes not otherwise defined do I need to define for purposes of overt acts? And we have not yet defined shoplifting, burglary, or whatever that Arizona dangerous drugs thing is, and I'm not even sure how to define that one, but looking at the indictment, plea, and sentence would help. And are we sure that was a felony shoplifting? Because shoplifting isn't always a felony. So can we just pull those convictions?
You want me to pull what I posted in the,
I mean, the actual
you want me to pull the
piece of
actual-
evidence would be probably the easiest. Thanks.
No, that's right. Make sure you get it back. I don't think I don't know how many didn't get it. I don't think there's anything too good.
I don't think it was, yeah, I don't think it was. So I need to see what.
I didn't think it was in there. I know you did full count. It's not in.
Yes, Sean. You were talking, that's why we sorry, I waited.
Yeah, I was dealing with other issues.
And Your Honor, unless I missed it, I don't believe the Arizona conviction came into evidence.
If 438 VV, now you had cited in your closing presentation 487 VV.
It was 438 BB, which is this
Okay,
for.
all right. So it doesn't look like the Arizona conviction came in, so. All right, so we're starting with overt act number 3. Y'all allege that Mr. Stillwell possessed marijuana with intent to distribute on 8/23/13. Is there a conviction for
Yeah.
that? In which one is that?
That is going to. Yes.
Hmm?
One moment.
It's neither of these.
I'm looking at the other one here.
Aren't there three for Mr. Stillwell?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you handed me two.
I handed you the two that we discussed.
Okay, can you hand me all of the convictions for each of them that are in evidence? I just assumed that you had cited all of them in your closing, but that's okay. It's probably this one. No, this is a 10 SC. It can't be that one. Can't be that one either. All right, well, I think it's still somewhere in one of those bins if it is in evidence.
Oh, it's right here. Oh, again. Sorry. Okay.
All right, Ms. Pressfield, the burglary one, there is a conviction for, so we do need to define burglary in our overt acts.
Your Honor, for the 2013 Act 3, we put up evidence of that. I'm trying to see
2013 Act.
Act 3.
Okay,
Sergeant E. testified.
okay, all right, as long as there's, okay, so there's some evidence, okay,
Yes, Your Honor.
all right. Just a second, sorry. All right, and we've already defined possession of marijuana and to distribute anyway. Yes,
I don't think it's necessary to define the, I guess, the burglary for the example that you just referenced as it relates to that conviction. They just need to determine that what the felony conviction and that they've been convicted of that felony. There's no added, I think we're just adding extra
Okay.
confusion to the jury to have.
I see what you, that's, if there's a conviction in there, then that's, they don't need to make a determination whether that occurred. It's proven by the conviction. All right, that's reasonable. All right, so then 55. So are there other overt acts that have been proven by somebody else's conviction being admitted? Such that we wouldn't have to define those either. Right, y'all, over at Act 58 alleges possession of a firearm by a convicted felon by Mr. Kendrick by possessing a firearm having been convicted of that Arizona felony. Is that conviction of possession of a firearm in evidence? Not the Arizona conviction, but I guess, I don't know if it's I assume Georgia conviction for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon?
That's the one that you have for 38B.
Okay.
That October 1st, the conviction for that October 1st crime is 438.
All right, I'm gonna give y'all back all of this evidence. You can put it back where it goes. And then have y'all come up with any other overt acts where we won't need to define a crime because it's established by some alleged co-conspirator's conviction that's in evidence?
Your Honor, we are looking. Your Honor, we're looking at that now, and I think the court just addressed this, but just with the Arizona conviction,
Yeah, we don't need that one. We just need that one's satisfied.
thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. $53. sorry, Overt Act 34 is Walter Murphy, possession of firearm. Do we have, is that established by a conviction? Or am I going to need to define robbery?
It's established by a conviction, so you wouldn't need to define robbery.
Okay, that may have been the only reason we were defining robbery. So we would not need to if there's a conviction in for him. So we can take that out of our jury charge. I'm glad you pointed that out, Mr. Abadi. That'll make it somewhat easier.
Mr. Sharp was instrumental.
Mhm. Oh. All right, I'll have to look in a second. Okay, it doesn't look like there are any other overt acts because I just did a global search in the indictment for the term convicted felon, and that looks like those were all of them that didn't otherwise have some definition anyway.
something. Yes. Right, well, I have a problem with that. That's what I was, we did at some point, because it was, some other, like, drug
What's the name of the case you found this in? California. 132 to 132.
Wow, I forget one of them.
Martinez, do you remember the site for that?
I can get this.
Thank you.
All right, y'all continue to research. I need to go up to my chambers and see if some changes might be saved on my computer up there if it aren't saved in a document down here. All right. Yeah.
November and December I'm bond hearing. No, it's just every year, for 20 years. Judges have won it. Time of the year, so I'm bond hearing. Yeah.
Like what she do to me over here. That's where the shooters be. She barely eat. Y'all keep calling me. Not doing stuff. Using me. Telling me. Eight, eight, eight. I barely attest to the we can't even brag about these baggage. Made it right from Robbie, I come through fresh as a pimp. Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Hold on, shit.
Okay.
For sure, I gotta go get me some shit. Travel all around the globe, know what I want with no regrets. Niggas too good in there. I'm trying to talk about who got shot, we don't get into that. You leave it up in the streets. I ain't trying to go to jail. My name on your post. Ain't hard to tell.
Your Honor, we located some authority on main cases, United States versus Elliott 571, F second 880. Elliott dealt specifically with the question where the defendant argued that acquittal on a RICO substantive required acquittal on a RICO conspiracy. And the court said no, it did not.
Yeah, that's not.
It's an awful, it's just a distinction. But that being said, we are looking at the changes that have just forwarded to us,
Okay.
and think that there, for the vast majority of these, there may be a pretty simple, direct workaround that addresses the issues we can talk about.
Okay. Well, I'm not sure we need to decide it before the jury charges anyway, so. All right. Anything else then? Otherwise, I'm going to have the jury out and go ahead and charge them. All right, let's get the jury out. violation of the Georgia Controlled Substances Act, 61, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and 63, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. Mr. Stillwell has been indicted for counts 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Organizations Act. 2 and 49 are counts of murder. 50, participation in criminal street gang activity pursuant to subsection 1 of that statute. 51, participation in criminal street gang activity pursuant to subsection B of that statute. 2 counts of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm in counts. Those are counts 52 and 64. And then count 54, which is possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. You will have a copy of the indictment with the relevant charges with you during your deliberations. Each defendant has entered a plea of not guilty to this indictment. The indictment and the plea form the issue that you are to decide. Neither the indictment nor the plea of not guilty should be considered as evidence. The instructions that I give you will apply to each defendant individually. So when I say the defendant or a defendant, the instruction applies equally and separately to each defendant. Further, your determination of the issues set forth in the verdict forms must be made as to each count and as to each defendant individually. A defendant is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty. The defendant enters upon the trial of the case with a presumption of innocence in his favor. This presumption remains with the defendant until it is overcome by the state with evidence that is sufficient to convince you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the offense charged. No person shall be convicted of any crime unless and until each element of the crime is proven beyond a reasonable doubt. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove every material allegation of the indictment and every essential element of the crime charged beyond a reasonable doubt. Whatsoever, and the burden never. However, the state is not required to prove the guilt of the accused beyond all doubt or to a mathematical certainty. A reasonable doubt means just what it says. It's a reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded and impartial juror honestly seeking the truth. A reasonable doubt is a doubt based upon common sense and reason. It does not mean a vague or arbitrary doubt. It's a doubt for which a reason can be given, arising from a consideration of the evidence, a lack of evidence, or a conflict in the evidence. After giving consideration to all of the facts and circumstances of this case, if your minds are wavering, unsettled, or unsatisfied, then that is a doubt of the law and you must acquit the defendant. But if that doubt does not exist in your minds as to the guilt of the accused, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. If after considering the evidence, you believe beyond a reasonable doubt that a defendant is guilty of an offense alleged in the indictment, you would be authorized to convict the defendant of that offense. If the state fails to prove the defendant's guilt of an offense beyond a reasonable doubt, it would be your duty to acquit the defendant of that offense. Facts and circumstances that merely place upon the defendant a grave suspicion of the crime charged or that merely raise a speculation or conjecture of the defendant's guilt are not sufficient to authorize a conviction of the defendant. Your oath requires that you will decide this case based upon the evidence. Evidence is the means by which any fact that is put in issue is established or disproved. Evidence includes the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits admitted during the trial, and any stipulations of the attorneys, which are facts to which the attorneys have agreed. Evidence does not include the indictment, the plea of not guilty, opening or closing remarks of the attorneys, or questions asked by the attorneys. The parties have entered into stipulations about certain facts, and these 4 stipulations are marked as joint exhibits. Where parties stipulate facts that is in the nature of evidence, you must take that fact or those facts as a given without the necessity of any further proof. You make all decisions based on the evidence in this case. Evidence may be either direct or circumstantial or both. In considering the evidence, you may use reasoning and common sense to make deductions and to reach conclusions. You should not be concerned about whether the evidence is direct or circumstantial. There's a legal difference in the weight that you may give to either direct or circumstantial evidence. Direct evidence is is that which can be seen or heard or otherwise directly sensed. It may be brought into court in the form of exhibits or the testimony of a person who asserts that he or she has actual knowledge of a fact by personally observing or otherwise witnessing that fact. It is evidence that points immediately to the issue in question. When direct evidence points by inference to an obvious, likely, or reasonable conclusion, even though that conclusion is not directly observed or otherwise sensed, that's said to be circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence is the proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence from which you may infer other related or connected facts that are reasonable and justified in light of your experience. It is evidence that tends to prove or disprove another fact by inference, that is, with consistency with such a fact or elimination of other facts, or that only tends to establish a conclusion in question by its consistency with such conclusion or its elimination of other conclusions. Sometimes circumstantial evidence may point to more than one conclusion. To authorize a conviction on circumstantial evidence alone, the proved facts must not only be consistent with the theory of guilt, but also exclude every other reasonable theory other than the guilt of the accused. The law does not require a higher or a greater degree of certainty on the part of you, the jury, to return a verdict based on circumstantial evidence than upon direct evidence. There's no rule that either circumstantial or direct evidence is stronger than the other if conflicting. The comparative weight of circumstantial evidence and direct evidence on any given issue is a question of fact for you, the jury, to decide. And whether it's dependent upon direct or circumstantial evidence or both, the true test is whether there's sufficient evidence, whether the evidence is sufficiently convincing to satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt. If not, you must acquit. If so, you may convict. In credibility, you may consider all of the facts and the circumstances of the case, including the witness's manner of testifying, their means and opportunity of knowing the facts about which they testify, the nature of the facts about which they testify, the probability or improbability of their testimony, their interest or their lack of interest in the case and the outcome of the case, and their personal credibility as you observe it. Testimony has been given in this case by certain witnesses who are termed experts. Expert witnesses are witnesses who, because of their training and experience, possess knowledge in a particular field that is not common knowledge or known to the average citizen. The law permits expert witnesses to give their opinions based on that training and experience. You are not required to accept the testimony of any witnesses, expert or otherwise. Testimony of an expert, like that of all witnesses, is to be given only such weight and credit as you think it's properly entitled to receive. In determining the credibility of a witness, you may consider, where applicable, evidence offered to attack or challenge the witness's credibility, and this may include evidence of a character for untruthfulness, bias toward a party, or felony criminal convictions. In determining the credibility of any witness whose credibility has been attacked or challenged, as I've described above, and any testimony given by him or her in court, you may consider, where it's applicable, evidence offered to support the credibility or believability of such a witness. The credibility of a witness may also be attacked by disproving the facts to which the witness testified. Your assessment of a trial witness's credibility may be affected by comparing or contrasting that testimony to statements or testimony that the same witness gave before the trial started. It's for you to decide whether there's a reasonable explanation for any inconsistency in a witness's pretrial statements or testimony when compared to the same witness's trial testimony. As with all issues of witness credibility, you, the jury, must apply your common sense and reason to decide what testimony you believe or do not believe. In assessing the credibility of a witness, you may consider any possible motive in testifying if that is shown. In that regard, you are authorized to consider any possible pending prosecutions, negotiated pleas, grants of immunity or leniency, or similar matters. You alone shall decide the believability of all of the witnesses. The testimony of a single witness, if believed, is generally sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there is no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. An exception to this rule is made where the witness is an accomplice. The testimony of an accomplice on its own is not sufficient to warrant a conviction. An accomplice's testimony must be supported by other evidence of some type, and that evidence must be such as would lead to the inference of the guilt of the accused, independent of the testimony of the accomplice. It's not required that supporting evidence be sufficient to warrant a conviction, or that the testimony of the accomplice be supported in every material particular. The supporting evidence must be more than that a crime was actually committed by someone. It must be sufficient to connect the accused with the criminal act, and must be more than sufficient to merely cast upon the accused a grave suspicion of guilt. Slight evidence from another source that connects the accused with the commission of the alleged crime and tends to show participation in it may be sufficient supporting evidence of the testimony of an accomplice. In order to convict, that evidence, when considered with all of the other evidence in the case, must be sufficient to satisfy you beyond a reasonable doubt that the accused is guilty. The testimony of one accomplice may be supported by the testimony of another accomplice. Whether or not the testimony of one accomplice does in fact support the testimony of another accomplice is a matter for you to decide. The sufficiency of supporting evidence of an accomplice is a matter solely for you to determine. Whether or not any witness in this case was an accomplice is also a question for you to determine from the evidence in this case. Any out-of-court statements made by one of the defendants on trial in this case after the alleged criminal act has ended may be considered only against the person who made the statement, and only if you find such statement was freely and voluntarily made. If you find that an out-of-court statement was made to the police freely and voluntarily by a defendant on trial in this case, then you are to consider the statement only against the particular defendant who made it. A defendant in a criminal case may take the stand and testify and be examined and cross-examined as any other witness. However, a defendant does not have to present any evidence nor testify. If a defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. Sometimes evidence is admitted for a limited purpose or against some parties and not others, or for some counts and not others. I have previously instructed you as to how to consider particular evidence that was limited over the course of this trial. Such evidence may be considered by you only for the sole issue or purpose, or against only the party, or only for the counts for which that evidence was limited, and not for any other purpose or against any other defendant or for any other counts. You have received evidence of certain prior convictions of these defendants as well as certain other witnesses in this case. You may consider the conviction of Mr. Kendrick only against Mr. Kendrick and only as to count 1 and as to the required element of being a convicted felon in count 63. You may consider the convictions of Mr. Stillwell only against Mr. Stillwell and only as to count 1 and as to the required element of being a convicted felon in counts 52 and 64. You may consider the convictions of any witnesses only insofar as they may relate to attacking the credibility of that witness and not for any other purpose. Identity is a question of fact for you to determine. Your determination of identity is dependent upon the credibility of the witness or witnesses offered for this purpose. You should consider all of the factors previously charged to you regarding credibility of witnesses. In addition, some but not all of the factors you may consider in assessing the reliability of any identification are the opportunity of the witness to view the alleged perpetrator at the time of the alleged incident, the witness's degree of attention toward the alleged perpetrator at the time of the alleged incident, the possibility of mistaken identity, whether the witness's identification may have been influenced by factors other than the view that the witness claimed to have had, whether the witness on any prior occasion did not identify that person as the alleged perpetrator, and the length of time between the crime and the out-of-court or any out-of-court identification. It's for you to say whether under the evidence in this case, the testimony of the witnesses and the facts and circumstances of the case sufficiently identify someone beyond a reasonable doubt as the alleged perpetrator or a party to an act. It is not necessary that the defendant show that another person committed the alleged act. The burden of proof never shifts to the defense. Defendants are charged with crimes against the laws of this state. A crime occurs when a law is violated by a defendant's intentional action. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided that you, the jury, believe it existed from the facts proven before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may, in your discretion, be inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. Criminal intent does not mean an intention to violate the law or to violate a criminal statute, but it simply means the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute. A defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such an intention or the absence of it upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Every person is presumed to be of sound mind and discretion, but this presumption may be rebutted. Whether or not you make any inference or inferences such as that is a matter solely within your discretion as the jury. Every party to a crime may be charged with and convicted of commission of the crime. A person is a party to a crime only if that person directly commits the crime, intentionally helps in the commission of the crime, or intentionally advises, encourages, hires, counsels, or procures another to commit the crime. A party to a crime who did not directly commit the crime may be prosecuted for commission of the crime upon proof that the crime was committed and that the person was a party to it, even though the person alleged to have directly committed the crime has not been prosecuted or convicted, has been convicted of a different crime or degree of crime, is not amenable. Knowledge on the part of the defendant that the crime of murder, that's counts 2 and 49, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, count 58, or possession of a firearm, counts 52, 54, 61, 63, and 64. We participate in or helped in the commission of such crime must be proved beyond a reasonable doubt in order for you to convict on those counts. If you find from the evidence in this case that the defendant had no knowledge that the crime of murder, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, or possession of a firearm in the counts that I just referenced was being committed, or that the defendant did not knowingly and intentionally commit, participate in, or help in the commission of the alleged offense, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant of that count. On the other hand, should you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant had knowledge that the crime of murder, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, or possession of a firearm in the counts I just mentioned was being committed, and that the defendant knowingly and intentionally participated or helped in the commission of it, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant of that count. You are not authorized to find a person who is merely present at the scene of the commission of a crime at the time it was committed guilty of consent in and concurrence in the commission of the crime, unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person committed the alleged crime, helped in its actual perpetration of the crime, or participated in the criminal endeavor. You are not authorized to find a person who is merely associated with other persons involved in the commission of a crime guilty of consent in or concurrence in the commission of a crime, unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that the person helped in the actual perpetration of the crime or participated in the criminal endeavor. Next, I'm going to define for you the elements of the crimes that are alleged as counts against either defendant. Then I will define the meaning of any crimes that are alleged as an overt act, but that I have not yet defined. When a count of an indictment charges that a defendant committed a crime in more than one way, the state does not need to prove that the defendant committed the crime in every one of the ways alleged. The state may prove that the defendant committed the crime in any one of the ways charged. If the evidence shows that the crime was committed by the defendant in any one of the ways charged, you would be authorized to convict him of that count. And RICO is one of the counts that is charged as having been committed in more than one way. In order to convict, the state must prove that the crime was committed by the defendant in at least one of the ways charged. For conspiracy to violate subsection A of the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which I'm going to refer to from now on as the RICO Act, the state must prove that the defendant knowingly and willfully conspired with one or more others, co-conspirators, to acquire or keep money or other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity, and that any of the co-conspirators committed an overt act after May 10th of 2017 to further a criminal objective of the conspiracy. For a conspiracy to violate subsection B of the RICO Act, the state must prove that defendant, while associated with an enterprise, knowingly and willfully conspired with one or more others to participate in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, and that any of the conspirators committed an overt act after May 10th, 2017 to further a criminal objective of the conspiracy. Conspiracy means an agreement between at least two people to commit an unlawful act. The agreement may be express, that is, stated or written, or it may be tacit, that is, a mutual but unspoken understanding to accomplish or to pursue a common criminal objective. The existence of a conspiracy may be inferred from the nature of any acts done, the relationships, interests, or conduct of the alleged conspirators before and after any alleged offense, and other circumstances which may disclose a common criminal design. However, mere association with an enterprise is insufficient by itself to establish a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. The state does not need to prove that each conspirator agreed with every other conspirator, knew all of his fellow conspirators, was aware of all of the details of the conspiracy, or contemplated participating in the same interrelated crimes as every other conspirator. Whether a conspiracy existed is a matter for you to determine. Overt act means an outward act made in furtherance of a conspiracy. The overt act, some of the overt acts, which those are when you have the indictment back with you, because they will list a cite to a criminal code section. Later in these instructions, I will define for you any alleged crimes that are alleged in the overt acts that I have not already defined when I'm defining the substantive counts. Enterprise means a group of individuals who are associated in fact, whether or not all of the members know each other. To be an enterprise under the RICO Act, the group must have a common purpose and ongoing nature sufficient to pursue its purpose or purposes, and at least a loose or informal relationship amongst those involved. The group does not need any form or structure beyond what is necessary to conduct a pattern of racketeering activity. The group may be associated together for both legal and illegal purposes. In determining whether an enterprise existed, you may consider any evidence of a pattern of racketeering activity. When people conspire together in an unlawful enterprise, any act done by any of the conspirators to further the unlawful enterprise is considered to be an act of all of the conspirators. However, each conspirator is responsible for the acts of other conspirators only to the extent that those acts are naturally or necessarily done to further the unlawful enterprise. If you find that the defendant did not knowingly and willfully join a conspiracy as described above, then you cannot contribute the statements or acts of another person to the defendant. Racketeering activity means committing or attempting to commit any of these crimes: murder, attempted murder, aggravated assault, aggravated battery, theft by receiving stolen property, armed robbery, terroristic threats, use of an item with an altered identification mark, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, possession of a machine gun, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, possession of a firearm by a first offender probationer, possession of a weapon by an inmate, possession of a cell phone by an inmate, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, possession of hydrocodone with intent to distribute, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of MDMA with intent to distribute, possession of methamphetamine with intent to distribute, possession of cocaine, or possession of oxycodone. I will define these crimes for you shortly. Racketeering activity also means any act or threat that involves murder, robbery, theft by receiving stolen property, or dealing in narcotic or dangerous drugs. A pattern of racketeering activity means engaging in at least 2 acts of racketeering activity within 4 years of each other in furtherance of one or more interrelated incidents, schemes, or transactions. Interrelated here means acts that have the same or similar intents, results, accomplices, victims, or methods of commission, or that are otherwise interrelated by distinguishing characteristics and that are not isolated incidents. The criminal objectives of the conspiracy alleged here are preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise through acts of racketeering activity, including murder, assault, and threats of violence, obtaining money, weapons, or other property through acts of racketeering activity, including robbery, theft, and the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs, and obstructing law enforcement investigations and court proceedings through witness intimidation and attacks upon law enforcement officers. A person commits the offense of violation of the Georgia Street Gang Terrorism Prevention Act, which I'm going to refer to from now on as the Gang Act, when that person, while associated with a criminal street gang, commits a crime that constitutes criminal gang activity. To prove a violation of subsection A of the Gang Act, as alleged in counts 50 and 57, the state must show the existence of a criminal street gang, that the defendant is associated with that criminal street gang, that the defendant committed or participated in criminal gang activity, and a nexus, that is a connection between the crime committed and the gang, i.e. that the crime was committed to further the interests of the gang. To prove a violation of subsection B of the Gang Act, as alleged in count 51, the state must show the existence of a criminal street gang, that the defendant is associated with that criminal street gang, that the defendant committed or participated in criminal gang activity in order to maintain or increase his status or position in the gang, and again, a nexus or a connection between the crime charge and the gang. That is, that the crime was committed to further the interests of the gang. Criminal street gang means any group of 3 or more persons associated together which engages in criminal gang activity. The existence of criminal street gang may be established by evidence of a common name or common identifying signs, symbols, tattoos, graffiti, or attire, or other distinguishing characteristics, including but not limited to common activities, customs, or behaviors. Criminal gang activity means the commission, attempted commission, conspiracy to commit any criminal offense that involves violence, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of a weapon, or use of a weapon. For purposes of count 50, 51, and 57, which are the gang counts, murder, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony constitute criminal gang activity. For malice murder, the state must prove that a defendant caused the death of another person unlawfully and with malice. The killing must have been done with malice to be murder. Malice, as the term is used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it is the unlawful intent to kill. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with the deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice where there does not appear to be significant provocation, and all of the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to show premeditation to prove murder. If a killing is done with malice, it is murder, regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act or the killing and moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. Premeditation typically means a prior decision or plan to do something. Premeditation is not an element of murder and does not need to be proved by the state for you to find malice aforethought. However, in determining whether malice existed at the time of the killing, you may consider any evidence of premeditation or lack of it. The state may, but does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. For possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state must prove that a defendant had a firearm on his person or within arm's reach of his person while committing a felony, which is one of the following: a crime against or involving another person, or a crime involving possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. Murder and possession of marijuana with intent to distribute are felonies, and for purposes of this offense, a firearm includes any handgun. The indictment charges each defendant with possession of a firearm by a convicted felon previously convicted of a felony involving the use or possession of a firearm. I am not going to charge you on that crime because the state concedes that the description of the crime in the relevant counts of the indictment left out an element of either the defendant having previously been convicted of a felony, or of the defendant having previously been convicted of a felony involving the use or of possession of a firearm. That should be or. So you will be considering only the lesser included offense of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon when you get to those counts. And for possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, the state must prove that the defendant possessed a firearm after having been convicted of a felony. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony and possession of a firearm by a convicted felon are both felonies. And again, for purposes of this offense as well, a firearm includes any handgun. For possession with intent to distribute marijuana, the state must prove that the defendant possessed any amount of marijuana with intent to distribute. Intent to distribute means intent to unlawfully deliver or sell. Marijuana means all parts of the plant of the genus cannabis, whether growing or not, the seeds, the resin extracted from any part of the plant, and every compound, manufacture, salt, derivative, mixture, or preparation of such plant, its seeds, or its resin. Marijuana does not include the completely defoliated mature stalks of such plant, fiber produced from such stalks, oil or cake, or the completely sterilized samples of seeds of the plant which are incapable of germination. And it does not include hemp or hemp products, and it does not include samples of tetrahydrocannabinols or THC. The state must prove that the defendant possessed a firearm at issue in this case. Possession may be either actual or constructive. It also may be either sold direct physical control over the marijuana or over the firearm, depending upon which count you're considering. Construct did not have direct physical control over the firearm, but did knowingly have both the ability and the intention to exercise control over the marijuana or the firearm. Sole possession means that only the defendant had possession of the marijuana or the firearm. Joint possession means that the defendant shared possession of the marijuana or the firearm with at least one other person. If you find that someone other than the defendant had an equal opportunity to possess the marijuana or the firearm, you would be authorized to convict the defendant only if the state proves that the defendant knowingly possessed the marijuana or the firearm. And I'm now going to define for you any alleged crimes that are alleged in the overt acts that I have not already defined in the substantive counts. So the following definitions apply only to certain acts that are alleged in count 1 of the indictment as overt acts. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. For aggravated assault, the state must prove that the alleged perpetrator assaulted another person with a deadly weapon. Assault means to commit or to attempt to commit a violent injury on the person of another. And to prove assault, the state doesn't have to prove the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the alleged perpetrator attempted to cause a violent injury to the person. An offensive weapon is any object that is likely to cause or actually does cause death or serious bodily injury if used against someone. A firearm, when used in the way a firearm is ordinarily used, is a deadly weapon. Aggravated battery. For this crime, the state must prove that, for aggravated battery, the state must prove that the alleged perpetrator maliciously caused bodily harm to another person by seriously disfiguring a part of the body. In deciding whether or not an alleged perpetrator acted maliciously, understand that malice is not ill will or hatred. Malice in this context means an intent to cause the resulting bodily harm without justification or excuse. Malice also means doing an act while aware of a strong likelihood that the particular bodily harm may result. For armed robbery, the state must prove that the alleged perpetrator took another person's property from the immediate presence of the other person by using an offensive weapon and with the intent to commit theft. An offensive weapon is an object that's either likely to cause or actually does cause death or serious bodily injury if it's used against someone. Conspiracy to commit murder. A person commits conspiracy to commit murder when that person conspires with one or more others to commit the crime of murder. Murder has been previously defined. Criminal attempt. A person commits criminal attempt to commit a crime when, with the intent to commit that crime, the person performs any act that constitutes a substantial step towards the commission of the crime. Criminal gang activity has been previously defined. Criminal use, a person of an article with an altered identification mark. A person commits the offense of criminal use of an article with an altered identification mark when he possesses a firearm from which he knows that the manufacturer's serial number or any other distinguishing number or identification mark has been removed for the purpose of concealing or destroying the identity of that article. Possession of a firearm by a convicted felon has been previously defined, but in addition, with regard to that offense, possession of MDMA with intent to distribute, possession of cocaine, and robbery are felonies. Possession of a firearm by a first offender probationer. For possession of a firearm by a first offender probationer, the state must prove that the alleged perpetrator possessed a firearm while on probation for a felony as a first offender. Robbery and criminal damage to property are felonies. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony has been previously defined, but in addition, for these overt acts, possession of codeine with intent to distribute and possession of cocaine are felonies. Possession of a machine gun. The state must prove that the alleged perpetrator possessed a machine gun during the commission of any of the following offenses: participation in criminal street gang activity, possession of marijuana with intent to distribute, possession of codeine with intent to distribute, and possession of cocaine. A machine gun means any weapon which shoots or is designed to shoot automatically more than 6 shots without manual reloading by a single function of the trigger. Possession of controlled substances. For possession of cocaine or oxycodone, the state must prove that the alleged perpetrator possessed any amount of cocaine or oxycodone, both of which are controlled substances. Possession with intent to distribute. For possession with intent to distribute codeine, hydrocodone, marijuana, MDMA, or methamphetamine, the state must prove that the alleged perpetrator possessed any amount of marijuana or any amount of codeine, hydrocodone, MDMA, or methamphetamine, which are controlled substances, with intent to distribute. And intent to distribute means intent to unlawfully deliver or sell. Sale of marijuana. For sale of marijuana, the state must prove that the alleged perpetrator sold any amount of marijuana. And sell here means to transfer anything else of value. Possession of a weapon by an inmate. For possession of a weapon by an inmate, the state must prove that the alleged perpetrator, while an inmate, possessed an unauthorized weapon. For possession of a telecommunication device by an inmate, the state must prove that the alleged perpetrator, while an inmate, possessed an unauthorized cell phone. Conspiracy to possess a telecommunication device by an inmate. A person commits conspiracy to possess an unauthorized telecommunication device by an inmate when that person conspires with one or more others to commit the crime of possession of a telecommunication device by an inmate. For terroristic threats, the state must prove that the alleged perpetrator threatened to commit a crime of violence and that the threat was made. Theft by receiving stolen property. A person commits theft by receiving stolen property when that person receives or keeps stolen property and the person knows or should have known was stolen unless the property was kept or received with the intent to restore it to the owner. Knowledge on the part of the alleged perpetrator that the property was stolen or evidence sufficient to show beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged perpetrator had reason to know the property was stolen is an essential element of this offense. Knowledge that the property was stolen may be shown by circumstances that would excite suspicion in the mind of an ordinary person. The burden is on the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the alleged perpetrator had knowledge or under all the circumstances should have had knowledge that the property in question was stolen and was in the alleged perpetrator's possession. All right, that's it for the overt act crimes. All right, the law provides that criminal action shall be indicted and tried in the county in which the crime was committed. In a prosecution in any case in which it can't be determined that what county the crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proved in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt it might have been committed. We don't have that here, do we? So essentially just the state must prove that the criminal actions alleged as counts in this case, that they have to be tried and indicted and tried in the county in which the crime was committed. So venue, that is that the crime was committed in a particular county, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime charged in the indictment, just as any other element of defense. Venue may be proven by direct or circumstantial evidence or both. To prove venue for the RICO count, the crime is considered to have been committed in any county in which an incident of racketeering occurred or in which an interest or control of an enterprise or personal property was acquired or maintained. The defendants are each charged with certain offenses that are set forth in various counts of indictment. Each count is a separate and distinct offense, and you must independently evaluate the evidence against each defendant and as to each offense. The fact that you reach a conclusion with respect to one offense or with respect to one defendant does not necessarily mean that the same conclusion will apply to any other charged offense or to another defendant. Each count of the indictment before you is separate and distinct. You must evaluate evidence as to one count independently from evidence of each other count. You must evaluate the evidence as to each defendant independently, and you must render a verdict as to each count and as to each defendant individually. If, after considering the testimony and the evidence presented to you, together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant in Fulton County, Georgia, committed an offense as alleged in the indictment, you would be authorized to define the defendant guilty of that offense. In that event, the form of your verdict for that offense would be to find the defendant guilty. If you do not believe the defendant is guilty of an offense as alleged in the indictment, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt of that offense, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant of that offense. In that event, the form of your verdict for that offense would be to find the defendant not guilty. You are to make a separate determination of guilty or not guilty as to each offense and as to each defendant. Your verdict as to each count must be unanimous. That means that you must be unanimous in your determination that the state has proven every element of that count as defined and listed above beyond a reasonable doubt. And you'll have a copy of these instructions out with you so that you can see what each of the elements of each of the offenses is. Again, the elements are listed above where the crimes are defined, and you must be unanimous that each element has been proven. Let me explain what that means for a few of the elements for count one a bit more specifically. And that's the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. You must be unanimous as to the pattern of racketeering activity that the defendant agreed would be committed. But because count one is charged as a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act, it's not required that the state prove that any conspiracy actually committed an act of racketeering activity. And on the overt act element, you must be unanimous that a conspirator committed an overt act after May 10th, 2017 to further a criminal objective of the conspiracy. And you would note on your verdict form that and any of other overt act committed in furtherance of the criminal conspiracy to which all 12 of you unanimously agree. By no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of this trial has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of this case, upon the credibility of witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of either defendant. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively, without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual preference, local or remote residence, or economic status for or against any party. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to choose one of you to be the foreperson. The foreperson will manage your deliberations and will sign the verdict to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind. Talk with each other and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after discussing and considering the case with your fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced that it's wrong. However, you should never give up an honest opinion simply to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinion of other jurors. During your deliberations, you other than your fellow jurors about this case. You are not permitted to conduct any research about this case, including persons, places, or legal concepts mentioned during the trial. And these rules apply not only to in-person communication, but also to communication or research using cell phones, text messaging, websites, blogs, or social media of any kind. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous, that is, agreed to by all. The verdict must be in writing and signed by one of your members as the foreperson, dated and returned to be published in open court. During your deliberations, any communications from you to the court must be in writing, signed and dated by the foreperson, and given to a bailiff. And let me add that given that the evidence is closed, my ability to respond to questions may be limited. Evidence that was admitted by audio or video recording can only be played here in the courtroom. So any request to review or listen to that evidence again must be made in writing by you to the court, and then it'll be replayed in the courtroom. And that is the end of my instructions. I'm going to excuse you all to the jury room now to elect your foreperson. Don't begin deliberations until you have the indictment, the evidence, and the verdict forms and some copies of this charge out with you. And I'm going to ask jurors number 387, 409, 449, and 508 to hang back with me. And the rest of you can return to the jury room to elect your foreperson.
All rise for the jury.
All right, y'all are the alternates in the case. Considering the length of this trial, it was critical that we had alternate jurors in case we lost any jurors. And as I think y'all know, we in fact started with 2 more of you and lost 2 along the way. I don't know how long deliberations are going to take. And so it's possible that even now we may end up losing a juror or more. So y'all are still on jury duty. You're not going to be deliberating right now, but you continue to be under all of the instructions that have been applicable to you for the entirety of this trial. You cannot discuss this case with anyone. You cannot allow anybody to discuss the case with you. You cannot go now and look up any articles about this case or anybody involved in it. You can't look at any kind of social media or any other kind of accounts of this trial or anybody involved in the trial. Essentially, you're still on jury duty. I am going to, for the next hour or so, keep y'all around here. And Sergeant, maybe, I don't know, I'm sure there's probably another jury room that they can retire to. While y'all are on jury duty and the jury is deliberating, I want y'all to stay within an hour or so of this courthouse. If we're ever on a break, you know, we've got Thanksgiving break coming up. Obviously, y'all can go and do whatever your Thanksgiving break plans were because the jury's not going to be in session, court's not going to be in session, we're not going to be deliberating. But even when you're on those breaks and any others that might occur during the deliberation process, you still can't talk in any way about the case. So essentially you remain on the same instructions. Just when we're on break, you're on break too. When the jury is deliberating, I need y'all to be where, if we need you, we can get you within an hour, down here within an hour or so, okay? So for right now, y'all can go and grab your things. You can say goodbye, it's been great. I may see you again to your fellow jurors. And then we'll have you in one of the other jury rooms for a little while at least. And if I'm going to release y'all for the day, I'll let y'all know that. But again, just kind of stay within an hour or so of the courtroom. And just like you've sort of kept your cell phones in a way that we can communicate with you, continue to do that in case we need to. Thank you very much.
All rise for the jury.
Are there objections to the charge?
Just a few things that you mentioned, Your Honor.
Okay.
On
On page 2? Okay.
When reading, participation in criminal street gang activity for count 50, you said subsection 1 and not A. So I just wanted to make
Hang on
sure.
a second. Let me get there. Page. Where are you talking about?
So count 50, where it's participating in criminal street gang,
Yes.
you said section 1 and not A.
Okay. Do you want me to call them all back in and say I meant to say A, or they'll have copies of this out there and it'll be on the verdict form correctly?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
That's fine. I didn't know if I had something different than what you had, and so I wanted to make sure that what I have in front of me was correct.
Okay.
Only as to page number 9, when you, last paragraph, any out-of-court statement,
Hang on. Yes.
as we were reading it, the thought came that maybe we should add any out-of-court statement made to law enforcement, or made to the police, made by one of the defendants on trial in this case after the alleged criminal act.
We probably should have.
So just,
I gave y'all this, I don't know how many different times to look at and ask you. I don't know how many different times for any kind of comments or corrections. So what do you want me to do?
can we add it and then when you send it back?
Just, sure.
That's all, Your Honor. I'm just going back.
Made by one of the defendants, made to law enforcement by one of the defendants on trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we can do that.
And as of right now, those are the only ones that I see.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you. Anybody else?
I have no objections to your reading of the jury charges, Your Honor. I just need to renew my request and objection to exclusion of jury charge 3.01.10, which is the justification. As I requested justification for my client's possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, I requested that charge, so I'm just renewing my objection to the exclusion of that charge, as well as the separate and distinct charge that overt acts need to be proved. An overt honor stance that you reference the need for unanimity, being unanimous. I always
Mhm.
struggle with that word.
Okay,
Within the jury charges, and I understand that, but I'm just going to renew my objection.
okay.
Thank you.
All right. Then we will, y'all have agreed as to what evidence goes out?
Yes, Your Honor, there is we're including a flash drive with a list of the exhibits, the Stillwell exhibits.
Okay.
And I thought it would be appropriate, and if it's not appropriate, please object. It's just a list of the exhibit numbers, because the flash drive is little, so we can't list them all. So we're printing on a piece of paper,
Okay,
and we're just going to attach the flash drive to the piece of paper.
okay. And those don't go out. You're just saying you're listing them.
My understanding, well, they can't play them. My
Right.
understanding is that all the media was going to go in the back room. They can't play it, but then they could ask if they wanted us.
Just so they'll have a list of what it is?
I'm not even proposing a list of what it is, as in what each exhibit is, but just that these are the exhibits that are on this flash drive. I'm not suggesting,
We don't normally send the actual media out with them.
okay,
I mean, they
had
can,
this-
it's certainly in evidence and they certainly can consider it. They just would need to say, hey, I'd like to watch the FedEx tape again.
okay, my understanding, I had spoken to some members of the state about this. The understanding I had was that the media was going to go out, but of course they have no way to play it, but then they could request.
Okay, are they gonna even, if it all, for instance, goes out in a bin, are they gonna even know what it is? Like, are they all labeled? Yes? I mean, it's fine with me if that's the way y'all want to do it.
The only other thing we were going to ask to do, and I believe the defense counsel has an objection, we were going to send a legend out with the letters and what letter is associated with what act, so that they would know.
What
We
letters?
organized
I
them.
don't know what you mean by that.
So every act that we presented, so for example, VV was the Shamel Drinks homicide, so that they can know when they pick up a
Hmm,
letter, what that was in reference to.
hmm.
I'm gonna object to that, to the state's kind of direction of compartmentalizing the evidence, and quite honestly, some of the evidence that was admitted under certain letters applies to certain other cases. I mean, these aren't distinct. I know that they're charged as distinct over acts, but Walter Murphy testifies, for
Right.
instance, and he has things they admitted to Walter Murphy might have a WW, just for instance, but what he testified to involved different acts.
I mean, I think that as they were listening to the evidence, they could write down the number of the exhibit. So if they want to flip through their notes and say, you know what, I was really interested in 53 WW, then they can find that, or if it's media, they can ask to re-listen or replay it. I don't think that it's really appropriate to say, here's kind of the state schematic of the evidence. Okay. So have y'all otherwise agreed on what evidence goes out with them and what evidence doesn't?
So I've been presented some case law this morning, and we've discussed it. I don't have any problem with the GBI reports going back. I know that was one bone of contention. I
Mhm.
don't have any problem with the ME reports going back. We've been going back and forth about two issues: the CAD reports and the
Okay.
demonstratives. I'm objecting to both the CAD reports and the demonstratives going back.
Okay. You wanna,
I join in.
okay.
Mr. Sharp.
All right. Does the state feel that the CAD reports or the demonstratives should go out?
Yes, Your Honor, we have case law regarding demonstrative evidence
Okay.
that demonstrative evidence does go back to the jury, and it's not a violation of the continuing witness rule.
Would you like to share that with the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
The state will cite Ruffin v. State, which is 333 Georgia Appeal 793, which is a 2015 case.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then how about the CAD reports? Is the objection, what's the objection to the CAD reports?
Continue.
Okay. And does the state have a position on that?
Your Honor, the state does not believe that the CAD reports are a violation of the continuing witness rule, and we are looking, I thought we had the case on point, but we are looking for that case as well.
it stands for basically what the continuing witness rule applies to, and CAD report would not be something that is listed as something that wouldn't go back because it'd be a continuing witness, because it's an original evidentiary document, and it's non-testimonial in its nature.
Cover CAD reports at all, or is it just kind of, here's what continuing witness means?
It's just kind of just here's what continuing witness means. I couldn't find a case specific or on point as it relates just.
It's hard to believe, honestly. You know?
Which leads to the conclusion they go back.
Yeah. So does the defense have any case law on CAD reports? So I'm looking at a case, Muse, from the Supreme Court from last year, 316 Georgia 639, and it also doesn't cover CAD reports specifically, but it's talking about surveillance videos. And it says, here the surveillance videos were not the reduction to writing of an oral statement, nor a written statement provided in lieu of testimony. And a CAD report, I mean, it contains the reduction to writing of an oral statement, doesn't it? So it may be that it can go out redacted. What does CAD stand for? Computer aided. Mm-hmm.
I wanted to share this in case it helps. My thinking is with the arguments we've had on CAD reports and 911 calls,
Mm-hmm.
in our many days of going through upcoming exhibits, the court made determinations on testimonial versus non-testimonial with how we walk through and redact it. And so my understanding with the continuing witness rule is if a document is non-testimonial in nature, then it's not a reduction or substitute for the person's oral statement or testimony. In terms of that non-testimonial analysis is part of the genesis of the continuing witness rule. But, and that was why I wanted to share that. And this is coming from, I believe it's the same case that Mr. Abadi cited, the PATTA But that, I just wanted to share that because it just hit me that that pre-analysis, of course, with the CAD and 911 specifically, we have argued and the court has ruled on that part. That was all I wanted to share, Your Honor.
There's another case, it's pretty new, it's Davis v. State, which is 371, Georgia Appeals 469, it's a 2024 case.
I mean, in the Paterazzi or whatever it is case, the continuing witness rule is inapplicable where the documented issue is original documentary evidence or where it's non-testimonial because it's not a reduction of or substitute for oral statements or testimony. It's certainly not a substitute for oral statements or testimony. We already redacted out of every CAD report, at least.
It is, what Mr. Atkins said, to my recollection, is completely accurate, as we did have a series, when we went through these CAD reports, a series of hearsay objections and confrontation clause objections,
Right.
and some were redacted.
Yeah. All right, so then I think it would be my conclusion that it is all right for them to go out as long as they're all redacted to cover the evidentiary rulings that I made previously, or that the predecessor court made previously. All right, did y'all, I hadn't had a chance to look at the demonstrative law yet. Yes. right. My reading of reference is that demonstratives can go out with the jury. Y'all, if y'all got something contrary to that.
We just be clear what demonstratives we're talking about. 'cause
Uh-huh.
they all-
Mhm.
I believe there's some physical evidence that Ms. Weaver may have, in her,
She's got guns and drugs.
for the drugs.
Neither of those is going out to the jury.
Okay.
If you have pictures of them, those can go out. What do you suggest? Is there anything besides guns and drugs that she has?
That's what we're gonna look at the
Okay.
evidence list.
Y'all aren't suggesting that either of those go out with the jury, are you?
No, we're talking, we have the jewelry upstairs.
Okay.
I mean, some of that may or may not.
Not sure we want that to go out with the jury either, considering the allegations in this case by one of the attorneys. Unless we guard in there.
We're gonna go over the exhibit list, trying to see what else Ms. Weaver may have.
Y'all got pictures of the jewelry and pictures of the guns and the drugs, right?
Yes.
Okay. And those are those in evidence?
Some of the picture of the jewelry.
Okay.
Miles, I'm speaking down.
Mhm.
I have permission to just step out for a moment.
Sure, absolutely. Yep.
Thank you.
There seems to be pretty
Excuse me, Your Honor.
yes.
Regarding Ruffin v. State, having looked at the demonstratives the state plan would like to send back to the jury, these are demonstratives that were, if not all, at least for the most part, I think all, produced by the state for use with their witnesses. Whereas
Okay.
in Ruffin, that was an anatomical chart apparently used. Well, actually, I can't tell if that was, it looks like it was used by a medical examiner in the parenthetical.
So I'm looking at, it's a fairly old case from the late 90s, but it says items of demonstrative. Let me find that part.
Oh, Gabbard v. State, Your
Yeah.
Honor,
Mhm.
233 Georgia App 122.
Yes.
Let me pull that up.
These were also anatomical drawings to illustrate victims' testimony.
There's a more recent case, Moore v. State, Georgia Supreme Court case, 311 Georgia 506. It addresses demonstratives as well as cell phone presentation and things of that nature going back.
Sorry, was that Moore v. State?
Yes.
Thank you.
311 Georgia 506.
Thank you, Mr. Abate. This case, Your Honor,
Mhm.
it's, I think it seems to imply that the lead did not a demonstrative prepared by the state. Unless I'm reading it quickly, but it appears to be a
State 300 Georgia App 469. It says the continuing witness rule does not apply to demonstrative evidence designed to illustrate testimony given by witnesses. Here, the documents complained of were designed by an investigator of, there it was the DeKalb County DA's office, based on other admitted exhibits, including cell phone records, dates and times that checks were cashed. The documents were admitted at trial and served only to summarize the other admissible evidence. There was no violation of the continuing witness rule. I mean, that was more like a summary document, but I guess that was demonstrative and summary. And it was prepared not by the witness, but by one of the parties, and it was not subject continuing witness. Seems okay to me.
I'm going to have more of a challenge distinguishing that one, Your Honor.
All right.
Yeah, I don't know.
So I think unless y'all come up with something else, that I'm going to overrule the objection to both the CADA reports as described, redacted, and demonstratives going out. Other,
So there are some piece of physical evidence, Your Honor, hats,
okay,
other clothing items
yeah,
that we're having someone go to retrieve to bring them down.
okay,
And I think by the time we retrieve that, gather everything, we'll be ready to
all right.
collect everything and have it sent back.
One other matter, there are two demonstratives that were admitted by Mr. Steele.
Okay.
These were admitted at some point during the trial.
So I'm,
In January.
yeah,
I don't-
those are just below
Yeah.
the language of certain
Yes, Your Honor.
overt acts.
It was admitted when Trontavia Stevens was on stand. I don't particularly have a strong feeling one way or another about them going back. I'm not sure. it's
I'm
appropriate.
thinking those aren't needed because they're going to have the indictment itself out, and that's really just a magnification of certain of those items on the indictment. So we won't send those out. And if y'all want to look through whatever other demonstratives there are, it might be a good idea.
I think
5 weeks ago.
they just went through it. I
Hmm.
believe Mr. Anderson.
All right. Okay. Well, good. Thank you. I keep. Hmm? Can you do that? Yes. Hmm.
The state has used demonstratives which were the result of him writing during testimony.
Right.
I don't believe that those are covered under the case law that we're talking about. This is just literally writing in trial. I don't think that makes it a demonstrative. Essentially, they were writing to encourage the jurors to write, is kind of the way I saw it. Sending the message, write this down because it's important. But I don't believe it's appropriate for these to go back.
Thoughts? I mean, it didn't seem like that was being used to help the witness illustrate their testimony. It was more to help the jury kind of.
We agree.
Okay, so those will not go out.
So I'm gonna put these right here with the, not those.
Okay. All right, y'all can continue to do this. Let's take a quick recess though. And y'all do that during the recess, and then maybe we'll come back and once it's settled, okay?
Is there a ballpark for this reset? Okay.
Honestly, this could be our recess /lunch if you want it to be. So if you want to come back at 1:30.
starting right now. Shot clock. Shot clock. Shot clock. Shot clock.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. I missed it. I was cleaning up. So is the jury, have they been sent back to deliberate, or are they just back there chilling while they still figure this stuff out? Like, what is the jury doing right now? I missed that part.
Don't you know all of these niggas
Looking stupid waiting. So it's, yeah, I'm like, that's why I'm like, isn't this the exhibits that go back? Like, I just really feel like that's something that should have been decided the last few days when they haven't had a jury. Like, why wasn't all of this decided then? I'm just a little, I don't know. Seems a little weird. Not weird, just like disorganized. More the same shit, I guess.
You gon' miss your opportunity. L. Love. Add RS and that's surely what we are. Flip it round, add VE and let's see if this
Yeah. I was looking at Hilton and Love though. They don't like the fact that Shark is going through the exhibits because they trying to. It feels sneaky. Like, these are exhibits that y'all made, and y'all trying to get them back there to mislead the jury so they can go along with y'all theory. A theory is not evidence, and at this point, that's all that they have is a theory. And depending on what side you on, it might be a good theory, but it's a theory nonetheless. Come on, jam out with me. Hey. If you sitting still, you in the wrong room.
Like it's my last. Riding this so fast on my way to get a bag, or a bad bitch. Bitch, I'm mad, bitch. Yeah, I got mad sticks. Yeah, I was in the street before this rap shit. Yeah, all the industry rappers be on cap shit.
Hey. All right.
Big pipe, 4-5, your life is gone tonight. No life, stay fly, get high as a kiss eye. Roll dice, gamble with life, this life, every night. I'm a big boss, baby, in my jury game crazy. I've been bad against lately, it's attracting all the ladies. Damn, I got these niggas shady, but this shit do not face me. They can keep on hating, I'ma keep on paper chasing. You mad, too bad, you said I got big racks.
Hey.
Big racks, you said too bad, you mad. Hotel, blast, no cap, nigga. Know that I'm just saying.
Ho.
Oh, no, why these pussy niggas
Hey.
playing? I got bands, yo. Make me put them bands on your man. Riding this, I'm fast on my way to get a bag, yo, or a bad bitch. Bitch, I'm mad. Bitch, yeah, I got mad sticks. Yeah, I was in the street before this rap shit. Yeah. If it bleed, they don't bleed how I bleed. Yeah,
Hey.
ice up in my veins, diamonds all up on my sleeve. Yeah, against in my teeth, you ain't seen no shit like these. Yeah, you know how I do it, bitches only one of me. Keep going.
Hey. Appreciate that. For the gifts. Thank you so much. I'm doing good. How you doing?
The streets are so cold.
What you up to today?
Take a picture, strike a pose now. We get lit. Let the window roll down and all I see is sticks. My wrist on froze now and I iced out my bitch. Wanna ride my heart so cold now cause I've been through some shit. So now I'm freezing. Cause all these diamonds got me.
Texas, stand up, Texas.
They almost took my soul. Freezing. My chin no more. Freezing. I swear this world is so cold. Freezing, that nigga freezing. Pick my bed when I pocket they tweak. I told the chopper I'm feeling like copper up to the demon. Speaking and geeking, a rocket your picture walking.
Thank you so much for the likes and the gifts.
I won't let you kill my vibe. All the things I did, the way I live, I've been traumatized. I got so big that I can't leave my house and go out. And I finally realized it was all lies. Baby, don't you lie to me. You play. Take a picture, strike a pose now. We get lit. Let the window roll down and all I see is sticks. My wrist on froze now and I iced out my bitch.
Hey, Texas, stand up.
Now cause I've been through some shit. So now I'm freezing.
I miss Mo3.
The streets, they almost took my soul. Freezing. It ain't no love I chill no more. Freezing. I swear this world is so cold. I'm talking to Jackson. So I need a classic. Let's make it happen. In the trap with the packages. Wrap it in plastic. I'm about that action. Late night I was bagging it. Pack it and tag it. I'm on some savage shit. You silly rabbit. Don't catch me lacking. I keep that ratchet with me. I'm speeding. It's like my life been moving fast. I'm on the deep end. I'm on the grind to get that cash. No, I don't need them. Family depending on the key.
Hey, appreciate you. Thank you for liking the live. Thanks.
Leave me cold now. This don't make no sense. I know you know shit. My life a whole now. Why don't you take me serious? Roll down and I hit up my bitch. I take a picture, strike a pose now. We getting late, pose now, and I iced out my bitch. Wanna ride my heart so cold now, cause I've been through some shit so now. Freezing, all these diamonds got me cold.
What's going on? How you doing today, bro? Are you working? Oh shit, I gotta text you back, don't it? I saw it though. I saw it and I was like, oh, let me text her back. And then, I got sidetracked doing something else. But are you working today though? Oh, okay. Oh, so yeah, you about to go. Well, I'm free after I pick up, so I'm free like after 4, after I pick up the children. This don't concern you, little nigga. TikTok is trying to restrict my life, so I'm just not gonna press OK.
I can't stop at that red light, I keep going. I can't do that deal if it ain't more than 10. But invest me and I invest on my wrist. She do is run her mouth.
Well, we here get some drinks later. We can go to the Mex.
Do that make me a trick. House on the lake, but I don't even know how to fish. Damn.
Oh, wait, let's go somewhere. Where we can bring out laptops.
I've been drinking raw. Bought it by mistake. I just walked the blunt and spent the 40
by mistake. Hey,
if I take you up,
that's $1 million date.
I've been flexing too hard. I feel the hate. Bodybuilding. I came up pumping weight. They smile in your face, but really want your place. Ain't nobody straight. Just give me my cake. My little, she gun thick when she walk that thing shake.
Hey.
Mentality, I don't put in my name. Name one that ever gave me a dime, I give you $1 million. Name one that I can't and I give you $2 million. White girl with me, and she look just like
a Barbie doll.
White girl with me, I just found out she a star. I just wanna smash you one time, I don't want your heart. I just spent 100 and something thousand on the motherfucker law, the law, the law. Flying down every billion. In my race car.
Hey.
I've been drinking raw. White girl with me is just like a Barbie doll. Just walking parties.
The 40 by mistake. Hey.
I just walked in. Spit the 40
by mistake.
Yeah. All of these rocks HD, water, float like a butterfly like Ali. Whoa, yeah, sting his ass like a bee. Muhammad, trap nigga, role model Meech.
Hey.
I want it all, I play for keeps. Yeah, I got all this shit out the streets. Yeah, she suck that thing till it ski. Left cheek, right cheek, left cheek. I got 100 with me. That money ain't nothing to me. All this drip from Italy. Drop top on Miami Beach. Bad bitch, hair done, nails done. Yeah, rich nigga, good weed in my lung. Yeah, I DM'd her, that thing look good, I want some. Yeah, you got a trap where I'm from. No choice. Won't nobody give you a crumb. Hey, in it, minute, money, mo. Which one should I try? Nah, I don't wanna link up, nigga. I don't fuck with your kind. I just scratched off in the team. Got bitches like we
starts playing with me. Somebody go to my TikTok, see if it still say online. I'm scared to touch the hit okay button because it's trying. Hey. Hey.
I got all this shit out the streets. Yeah. She's up that thing till it's ski. Let's twerk. I got 100 with me. That money ain't nothing to me. All the drip from Italy. Drop top on Miami Beach. Big bag, big bag. Got a big bag. Hey, rich glass, whip fast, big racks. Hey, today I'm kicking Dior, swagging. In South Memphis, I'm Boston, Georgia. I hate pigs, I don't eat pork. Smoking cushion, Singapore. My favorite spot, the jewelry store. I had to go give me some more. Little nigga street to the core. Peas in that Honda Accord. Fucking her on the resort. Yeah. Who is that at the front door? Oh, they just dropped off some more. Straight out the jungle, the planet of the apes. Gotta watch out for the snakes. Million in cash can beat any case. Boy, don't get your ass erased. Rex in the wallet ain't shit in that safe. I gave $1 million to trade. 6-car garage and I ran out of space. Same nigga, more cake. Car smell just like weed. Strong. Bad bitch, ride with me. Baby look just like a tree. Snap. Coop 900 HP. Horses. All of these rocks. HD. Water. Float like a butterfly. Like Ali. Whoa. Yeah, stingers act like a bee. Muhammad. Trap nigga, roll my beach. I want it all, I play for keeps. Yeah, I got all this shit out the streets. Yeah, she suck that thing till it's ski. Left cheek, right cheek, left cheek. I got 100 with me. That money ain't nothing to me. All this drip from Italy. Drop top on Miami Beach. She like they said it is. I know it was just me and my brother at the stove. We was hitting good liquor on both for both. Hey, and if you ain't know, we was pushing that pink for show. That shit in my veins, I've been feeling like both my pockets get low, baby, come out for hoe. Hey, them fiends at the door. We was busting it down for the love. Come and shop at my spot if you trying to score. Yeah, hard out the back and the front for the nose. Hey, my block in control. You know I rip 6 double O. Nigga playing this bitch and I'm up in my post automatic. Whoever. Bitch, we up on the road. Stay with them sticks, we got straps on the road. He tell out, he gon' rock while I roll. These niggas pussy, but internet trolls. Niggas playing his breath, gotta go. Think that he's niggas, niggas playing in the hole. Nigga tripping, get putting a frame in this hole. He been putting my bitch, go right in this hole. If I hit it up night and I'm name in the hole, I'm a stepper, think I need a cane in this hole. If I put the hole, once they gon' take in the hole, you can step in this water, it's dangerous though. Nigga change up, they gon' change me up. Shit, I'm still the same nigga. Break up from you can pick any lane, either. Make that ass clap, make it snap, talk. To me now, make that ass snap. When I slap, talk to me now, make that ass clap, make it snap. Make that ass clap, make it snap. Talk to me now, make that ass clap, make it snap. Bitches louder, make that ass clap, make it snap. Ass at work, make that ass clap, make it snap. Shot a dick, say it. Shit, I might as well. It's all right. Nigga, it's all right. I just do it Ephazan in my double cup. I might double cup for my first time when bro pull up. I try to change it, baby. I'm a junkie, devil. Baby, I'm a junkie, devil. With me, treat me like a star. We really, I'm the same as you, bitch. I just hustle hard. They like how you pull up back to back and 5 different cars. Baby, I just relapsed. I just took a trip to Mars. It's election time and they just threw out Trump. Sometimes I sit and think to myself, is this what I want? I'm out there trying to be like what you tell me, can I trust? I'm fighting with my thoughts on I had knew that from the jump. My ex just told me day, don't you sleep on me, bitch, I'm up. Sometimes I feel like I just want my contract to be up. But not cause we ain't working, just cause sometimes you get told I feel like every time I feel it, my partner half a car. Got a trench coat hanging low with the big time. Got a seal, put his eyes out, cost 400. Don't interrupt, but I'm counting up my money. Don't lie to you, but I had to tell the truth. I'm just being honest. I just ran tattoos. I am my being. I just do half a cent in my door. My dog will come for my first time, bro, pull up. I try to change it, baby, I'm a junkie, baby. Baby, I'm a junkie, baby. With me, treat me like a star.
Never heard of Drake with a bang. Shawty said she ain't never seen a snake on a plane. I don't know why she asked me, but she late in the brain. Put her eye fucking in public, we can make on the train. We can lay up and feel like a rain will go on my chain. Let me tell me what am I gonna pay with.
This is what happened when I think about you. I get in my feelings, yeah. I start reminiscing, yeah. Next time around, fuck, I want it to be different, yeah. Waiting on a sign, guess it's time for a different prayer. Lord, please save her for me. I had to change my play. Your ways got way too complicated for me. I hope she's waiting for me. Everywhere she go, they playing my songs. That's why I say the things that I say that way. I know you can't ignore me. But so, yeah. So give me all of you in exchange for me. Just give me all of you in exchange for me. For me. Break it down. Yeah. Yes, sir. Check. We used to lay up and then stay up, had sex and then blow dang. I shouldn't play no games with you, just leveled up my brain. Last time I saw you, we ain't speak. That was strange. Guess there's nothing I could do. Man, it's true. Exes change. Yeah. Hey, guess you changed for the better. I know you know how to make me jealous. I was never loyal, let you tell it, yo, but I'm ready to fix it. If you ready, baby, sauce. Yeah. So give me all of you in exchange for me. Just give me all of you in exchange for me. For me. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Is you at 2 keys or 10 roof?
Turn me head start problems. Girl, I swear to God, them hoes can't never say they got him. No, I bet you wanna tell him, don't try him. I don't wanna tell him, let's surprise him. I don't wanna get into it, why you stressing him? I've been driving back and forth from Louisville to Lexington. Mileage on the whip, got your ass in my grip. College, make you wanna strip for them dollars. Nah, girl, I got a job for you. Swear to God, I could do a lot for you. Saw you strolling through the campus, I had to stop for you. I was scrolling through the gram, girl, I had to follow you. Say what's up with you. You got my soul. Fuck with that with this. I put all my trust inside these diamonds in my soul. I don't know where I was at, but I'd be lying if I told you. Keep that 5 on me in case I had to wipe a nigga nose. Once you get that money, you can't hide it. Don't expose you. I done saw my best partner. Let's turn the hoes over. Best partner, let's turn the hoes over. Paper. Never had a million years, but my biggest. I've been doing this shit for years. I'm a double digit. Damn, finally I done found a fucking one to rap like hustling. And I still ain't found that one that I can put my trust in. They don't gotta worry about me coming if they don't let LeBron in. And the only reason LeBron can't in cause he got it tucked in. How you heard me but come out your mouth and say you love me? You ain't nothing for 1,000, baby, and I mean nothing. Ain't nobody came to see you, Otis David Ruffin. And I know I fed you lies, girl, but I was less than. It'll never be the same, I look at you disgusted. So I'd rather trust myself because I know I love me. I put all my trust inside these diamonds in my soul. I don't know where I was at, but I'd be lying if I told you. Keep that 5 on me in case I had to wipe a nigga nose. Once you get that money, you can't hide, it's gonna expose you. I done saw my best partners turn the hoes over. Bitches. I done saw my best partners turn the hoes over. Paper. Never in a million years, but my biggest fear that my dog was gonna turn into a hater. I've been doing this shit for years. I'm a double digit DM. Finally, I done found a fucking way. Hey, 25 and I'm having my way. The same nigga in office state. No, I never say, but make a whole baby some paper. She come do whatever I say. 50K on my watch, 30K on my face, 60K on your head. If you play, then you late. Who you know up the score and put on first day? You can haters don't play with my folks. You pray. I really been gliding. No shit like a step, big step. But when I step up, shit been shake. Oh, you harder than me? I don't do the debates. I got cake. I can never get talked on my plate. Yeah, I got me some money, but not for it. Once I'm fucking, I'm done, your bitch, get out my face. Put the lock on my lawyer, bet I beat the case. If I can't come out here, say, get moved out of state. If I'm in the water, they lay down the law. I just took 50K to a vault. If my bitch wants some titties in in this ball. Just know that I step way more than I walk. If I run into trouble, I got my move out. What's the name? Got cases behind the move. 50K to a ball. If my bitch wants some titties and legs in this ball, just know that I step way more than I walk. If I run into trouble, I got my woo wop. What's the name? Got cases behind the woo wop. Nigga play on my name and I'm sending woo wop. If I put in that order, they lay down the law. Hey, first I fuck the fake for the real. If you telling you need to be killed, been a little minute since I touched the field. I'm the first niggas called to pick up to a drill. Ain't no cap going next. They gon' say he for real. Been outside while y'all boys had y'all toys in the crib. I done bought so much water. This shit starting to spill. I work smarter, not harder. That shit get you killed. First you cut the brush, gotta make sure it's still put you on in the head cause the lights in this spin. Wait like 30 seconds, then go spin again. If it's war, I just gave the instructions to win. No goons before words say the word they gon' bend, but just know if it's personal, I'm seeing the twin. We don't do controversy, bitch, get in that bin. If he clutching and fuck him, then all his friends. If I pay in the order, they lay down the law. I just took 50K to a ball. If my bitch wants some titties and that in this ball, just know that I step way more than I walk. If I run into trouble, I got my woo wop. What's the name? Got cases behind the woo wop. Nigga play on my name and I'm seeing the woo wop. If I put it in that order, they lay down the law. Hey. You poppin' your shit, nigga. Hey, yo, is that Mexican OT? I'm so cold. I can shoot a mosquito. Spoons through a little people. I'm feeling like a doggy. I stay one deep like I'm zero. My boots came straight from that Geo.
If y'all can't tell, I also think I'm from Houston a little bit. I think I'm from Texas, if you listen to my playlist.
Like a butterfly, sting like a bumblebee. Beat this bitch ass so got me seeing double me. Bitch, I'm a hybrid. There ain't no other me smelling like weed, but I'm looking like I'm on the shot. 10 bathrooms like a shit all day. Crib so big, playing ball in the hallway. They be telling me rain better go away. Cause they know that these diamonds ain't no play. Diamonds be looking like a raindrop. Hop a knock off his tank top. Give his ass a red page. I know the guns from China, it's singing K-pop. Texas is in good hands. I'm Lone Star, mate, pimpin'. If you feeling froggy, you could go ahead and leak. Cause I put this bitch out of them red pepper. All of the dudes say the dick out of the beats. My choppers are no good. That with the stinks. Running for the money. Got me feeling like I'm in it out deep, but I love you. I said I could dig it. I'm so cold, I can shoot a mosquito. Wings through a little people. I'm feeling like a hero. So many war wounds from the wars, they probably think that I'm Nemo. I stay one deep like I'm zero. My blood came straight from that. For selling money games, they put me in the dirt. No white boy shoot to put a nigga in the hearse. Let's implement little biscuits.
Y'all so crazy.
Fuck X buck shots like an Afro cheese. Stomach got a shit back like a laxative. Still crack to a cheesehead, green bay to a weed head. Drop house like a Packers fan. Come on. Racks in the K packs in, shoot a Glock, get an ox in the outside range. Smoking African, can't clutch out the Pakistan. My birthday, the ball down like that. Switch on the heater, I put a dick on my plate, my nigga. A trans man, this not the cat of a scat. Got a demon hawk track, I don't do no trans. I'ma do the whole dance with the middle. Dumb ass got crooked, man. I'm so cold, I can shoot a mosquito. Wings through a little people. I'm feeling like a hero. So many war wounds from the wars, they probably think that I'm emo. I stay one deep like I'm zero. My boots came straight from that Geo.
This 8th time, I'm straight now, cause I stayed down, no games. Ain't no cartoons, these war wounds, and I ain't never trusted no lane. My check throwed, my neck cold, cause I stay inside my bag. And my license plate say Texas, so I'm sliding by my slash. Might be one deep like I'm rope. Yes, it's screwed up, so it's slow. Only 2 cups in that 4, and that old school sit low. Yes, I'm out of time with OT. Bad bitches, we low key. I've been here, so they know me, and I'm everywhere, yo, OB. Tell them haters I'm back, and them war wounds, they fat. I got thick paint on that neck, man, it's big buzz in my sass. Done kid, I'm on track, man, I'm turning corners, I'm cold. With that bankroll, I'm swole, cause it's real G's don't fold. What?
I'm so cold, I can shoot a mosquito. Wings through a little people. I'm feeling like a hero. And they war wounds from the wars, they probably think that I'm emo. I stay one deep like I'm zero. My boots came straight from that Geo.
Hey. The Mexican OT, you missing out. If you're not up on Matt So Cream, You're missing out. Let me put you on.
DJ Yella B, so it's bang. I came from nothing, I had to go get it. I had to finesse up the gangway. I done did everything for the niggas that I love who stuck in the chain gang. She be so weird, I'm steady watching all the niggas who yelling out gang gang. She be so different, I'm watching the niggas who bitches be yelling out bang bang. Roll up a gun of that Pluto, used to be deep, now I'm riding around Uno. I know some niggas who hustle but quick, cause they was doing this shit for too long. I remember niggas feeling like brothers, but now this shit feel like a group home. And I had told them I love them so much, to me it felt like you can't do wrong. I was trapping on the side of my granny crib, I was serving with 2 phones. I remember telling Jules don't know what the paddock is, now it's 2 tone. Money make the world spin, the money make the girls grin. Been rapping since 2010, whoever thought I'd win. Actually, why they selling food stuff? I done grabbed a year or some cool shit. I'ma get it on my own. When I felt alone, I remember feeling useless. I remember serving to the cool kid, so he got a 30 like a pool stick. Why you think your murder's not the Northcliffe? When a nigga died, when they start me crying, they swear to God, they ain't do shit. I remember niggas being goofy, spending their last money on the Gucci. He just got fired just to get us some coochie. Went to jail, riding around with a goofy. I can actually say I'm feeling like money. I remember riding around with 100. And 12 women riding 100. She bagged up, spent the 100. Super motivated, come from a dungeon. Like, why you call a dungeon the trenches? It don't matter cause I'm bringing my niggas. Why you fall out with me just for attention? Niggas die when they pop up in my bitch. I don't get this nigga tell you a bitch. So, a perk and they got me up my feelings. The money make the world spin. The money make the girls grin. Been rapping since 2010. Whoever thought I'd win. The money make the world spin. The money make the girls grin. Been rapping since 2010. Whoever thought I'd win. Man, I've been trapping since 2007. My mama was struggling. I had to help from juvenile to penitentiary. I'm happy I can say I got it together. 53% of these niggas feminine. I am not a gangster. I am a gentleman. We the ones that handle murder like businessmen. Posting money on the ground. I invented that. I done came a long way from the rhythm, man. I got here for an hour in the color, and I done gave 1,000 bows to my brother. Them shit get serious when them bodies start coming up. I put a kid on the ears, it's bigger now. Told my baby mom we need a bigger house. I'm too real for this shit, I done figured out. Got one foot in the street, trying to pull it out. Keep it on key, she ain't running them out. She don't never want me to pull out. I been it up to a low from my house. I'm rocking clothes I can't even pronounce. But no, the pandemic, I love me a child. I made it up in this motherfucker, 300 shots. That's enough in this motherfucker. Only the family is us in this motherfucker. Gang shit. The money make the world spin. The money make the girls grin. Been rapping since 2010. Whoever thought I'd win. The money make the world spin. The money make the girls grin. Been rapping since 2010. Whoever thought I'd win.
Catch me in those sharp boots, I burnt them out. Bitch, you gotta wait till their birthday to go out.
Brokies.
Yeah, I got my twins, but you know what the fuck we doing. 20 black Suburbans, where the fuck we go, bitch? 2 lambs, 4 Billy trucks, and 20 Hellcats. Get on with a real nigga.
When a real one holds you down, babe, you supposed to drink. You ain't never fuck with no boss, bitch. I turned you out. You won't catch me in those sharp boots. I burnt them out.
Okay,
Mookie.
Mookie.
Gotta wait till their birthday to go out of town, Brokey.
That's fine, Mookie. I don't have nothing to talk about, so I'm just playing music. I don't really feel the need to go over more testimony and stuff. We did it already. So yeah, you can ring them over here, but we just vibing out. That's all. And good afternoon to you too, Mookie.
Might tell you once, won't tell you twice. Post it up, we be alright. See, I gon' tweet and I'm gon' fight. Facts. Yeah, these hoes sweet as apple pie. I ain't got no cards, I hope they right, but bro say I can't even do that. What? Why? How? When? Where? Just let me know how you wanna play it, bitch. You know I'm there. If it was smoke, then I would say it, bitch. I'm crystal clear. Left my pennies at his mansion like a souvenir. Yeah. When a real one holds you down, babe, you supposed to drink. You ain't no fun with no boss, bitch. I turned you out. You won't catch me in no shark boots. I burned them out. Bitch, you gotta wait till their birthday to go out of town. Broke it. Yeah, I talk a lot of shit. He like who you think you is. Nigga, not your bitch. Broke it. Nigga, not your hoe. Think he got one up on me. Her tiny shit like 3 and 0 twin. Missus can't be fucked with. Hoes ain't talking about nothing. Every time I look up, I'm the topic of discussion.
Nah, you good, you good.
You in a bad mood. Funky
You
bitch,
good.
you left your pussy in the bathroom. Ew. You gon' meet them halfway. I'm gon' meet them at the bank.
That's all right. I'm just glad to know you're among the living today.
You gon' let them plead his case. A bitch like me can't go for nothing. Huh? No, it's in my cup. When I leave the club, consider that nigga fuck. When you mention me, don't forget rich and fuck. Pussy squeaky clean, but I got junk up in the trunk. When a real one holds you down, babe, you supposed to drink. You ain't no fuck with no boss, bitch. I turned you out. You won't catch me in no shark boots. I burned them out. Bitch, you gotta wait till their birthday to go out of town. Broke it. Yeah. I talk a lot of shit.
I can't believe people was really offended by this song. Like, I can't believe the internet was really upset about this song. Let me tell you something. Once my check comes, I can't guarantee you I'm not gonna walk around calling a couple people broke either. Just because I can't. 1 or 2 times. It ain't to make nobody feel bad just because I used to couldn't do it before and now I can. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Usher Raymond. Yeah. Thugger, girl. Yeah. Go right around. Make you say, no limit. Got that masterpiece.
no limit, baby.
Give you that black car.
No limit.
Just know when you roll with a nigga like me,
There's no limit, baby.
make you say, no limit. I see murder that.
No limit, baby.
Give you that ghetto D, girl, no limit. Just know
When you roll with a nigga like me, there's no limit, baby.
You know you fine, baby, you know that you fine. I'm just trying to make you mine, trying to make you mine. Yeah, I'm trying to make you mine. Put a tingle in your spine. We got a vibe, we got a way. You should ride on that. Fight on the plate, since I can take you better limitless. So would you never been? Girl, I would just love to take you there. You don't have to worry about a thing. I gotta let me show you better than. Cause I'm in the know. Just let me hold you. You be my soldier. You from the north. Make you say,
No limit,
got that masterpiece.
no limit, baby.
You get that black car.
I don't really have no rules in my room. You just gotta vibe.
With a nigga like me, there's no limit, baby. Make you say,
No limit.
I see murder that. No limit, baby. You get that ghetto D, girl, no limit. Just know when you roll with a nigga like me, there's no limit, baby. Cost on decline, baby, the cost on decline. You roll with me, you be shine. Baby, we shine. Yeah. Mama, we shine. Pick a destination. Go ahead, show me you can get like everything. Show me like any car, any house. Baby, you can get like any ring, anything. Then I can knock it down. Through the night, through the day, yeah. I knock that pussy out. Baby, you call me Sugar Ray, yeah. Something I know. Just let me hold you. You be my soldier. Like you from the north. Make you say,
No limit,
got that masterpiece.
no limit, baby.
Give you that black car. No limit. Just know when you
Roll with a nigga like me, there's no limit, baby.
make you say, no limit. I see murder that. No limit, baby. Give you that ghetto D, girl. No limit. Just know when you roll with a nigga like me, there's no limit, baby. You found out in wine, baby girl. I ain't lying. Make my homie drop a dime. Commit a crime. Jumping down my life.
Wait, they cut the string?
Ain't no limit, baby. Do it like ain't no limit, baby. When you a starting. Martyr outsmart the private robbery. Feel the session with the
Cardi Barbers. Kerosene. Rubber spin one machine. Put you same way to bring. Never limit on
Hey. Why we let Thug get away with that? Let's run that back. Why we let him get away with this?
Just know when you roll with a nigga like me, there's no limit, baby. You find out that wine, baby girl, I ain't lying. Make my homie drop a dime, commit a crime, jumping down my lifeline, just to see your vital sign. Ain't no limit, baby, we do it like ain't no limit, baby, when you a starting. Marta outsmart the robber, build a session with Bacardi Barbers. Kerosene, drum spin one machine, same way to prima donna. Never limit, I'm a stunner. Till I don't know runners, fuck the boss, they all beginners. Bottles in a rain with them, I'ma spend my night with them. I can put carrots all over you. Never mind me on the private shit, man. I been getting high with these fools. And she said all her friends' face was so right. And she a real bad bitch. She ain't got a photo shopping.
Yeah, it was probably skipping when I was trying to figure out, because I looked like Lauren Crime ended their stream. So I was trying to figure out what was going on with that. But I was just saying, when Thug was like kerosene, something about the wash machine. What the fuck we live?
These platinum chains, she give it to a third nigga. That's my claim to fame. Chanel bodysuit when it rained down the Lord. So for them, this hard. You forget how you was living before. She keep it P what I play her, so she never at me. I'm getting my gun, I got my lawyer hoes can't attack me. But niggas bring you down with a gun like he gonna check me. Sent to a cleaner. That was us. Teflon, put up, not the nigga you can touch. Me and my brothers, we been freaks in rotation. Sometimes they move on, they still can't replace. I lose a stone to get replaced the same day. I'm trapping out my granny house, rapping on stage. I want it all, I know these streets gon' have to feed me. These hoes down, I'm letting them hit it off the whole key. Got rich and shit.
Trying to keep up with me, gonna be OP. Me and my brother, we been freaks in rotation. Sometimes they move on, they still can't replace it. I lose a star to get replaced the same day. I'm trapping at my granny house, rapping on stage. I want it all on the streets, gonna have to feed me. We hold, you know, I'm let them hit it up the whole key. Got rich in this shit, got our clip hold up. Trying to part with me, gonna be
That's just my opinion. I don't listen to that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people think that's hot. Some people actually think that shit.
So we'll recess for our delightful new court reporter to do that. Thank you, Ms. Taylor.
So basically, they just said they was about to recess so the court reporter can do something. Which we was already recessing.
Hot. Like, come on, who you gonna listen to? MOP, who the veterans, who the seasoned veterans at this shit that can tell you what's hot and what's not. You know what I'm saying? That's there you have it, son. Man, I ain't on no hater shit. I ain't a hater. Do your thing, nigga. You know what I'm saying? But personally, this shit is not popping, son.
Rick! Rick! Hey, Rick, you okay?
Jay and Twan, the neighborhood crooks on that. No land niggas down, running from the hood. All Twan gotta do is point. They gon' leave a nigga empty stomach. For a clip, they trying to eat a nigga. Lil Twan like the leader, JTTG. When it's time to put that work in, when he hit targets, ain't no need to bring a nurse in. It's broad day, now they mob in the block. 30 clip, but it's 25 in the Glock. They sit up in the hood, they done robbed every spot for six quarters. They ain't running to no blocks. And I peep, a Bentley truck turned down they street. If he pull up to their corner store, them boys about to eat. He pull up, hammer poking out. You can see the heat, but they still want this shit. Even them Gucci's on his feet. Lil J say it's time to go. Let's make it happen. Click, click. If dog move, I'ma get the clip. And he come out, they run up like, yeah, nigga was breaking. Gun pointed in his face. The old nigga start laughing like, this what y'all want? Y'all fucking with the greatest. Twine like we need it all. Ain't no talking, nigga save it. The old nigga stopped smiling, reached for his mag. Lil J put the whole 25 in his hand. They running through his pockets. Took the nigga bus, took his rollie off, grabbed keys, jumped in his truck. They would've got them Gucci's, but them bitches all bloody. Ain't no cameras on that stove. Them little niggas got lucky. They make it back home. Ran in the crib fast. Jay turned, put another nigga on his ass. He yelling through the crib like my niggas get cash. If you move after bro tell you don't, I'm gon' blast. Splitting up the cake, Twine gave him 20K. They had that before, but it took 20 plays. A dub was a lot. You can spend that 20 ways, Twine stacking. Jay about to blow that in 20 days. Some niggas on the truck, and they look like they on tip. Twine fucked up, leaving the Bentley in front of the crib. They walk up to the door, Lil J hopped on tip, then he panicked. He ain't got no bullets in his clip. Twine go to the door, he like, what's poppin', bro? Dude like, who in this truck? Little homie, you gotta know. Twine like, no, thinking like Claire. You gotta roll. Them niggas left, but they came back, poppin' two. 200 shots, niggas green like they crib. They uncle called, he like, niggas know what you did. The nigga y'all hit, name ringing all through the mid. Twine get a text, it's 200. They got some more cheese when they got rid of the whip. If niggas won't smoke, they gon' send them on that trip. They next week, they blowing everything down. They beefing with some Crips who be over there on Mount. Lil J and Twine dropped everything they found. Niggas hiding in the city or they ran out of town. Jay like, I'm broke, I need you to break bread. Twine like, you ain't hit the funeral, that shit dead. I gave you half, boy, what you did with your spread? No reply, Jay popped Twine in his head. Shot from behind, bullet came out his face. Pulled out his phone, watched his Twine body shake. He hit the Crip, niggas on Mount about to play like Twine out the way. I need 200K off bail. Off bail. Off bail. Hustle till I can't no more. X, you know I'm a baller, keep my 9 you a dollar. Fucking niggas, dollars, I keep more head. Goes. Tell her what the fuck you mean. Oh, what the fuck you mean? Look at what it do, love. Say it big A, and I'm the largest. Ho, what the fuck you mean? Lord. Brand new mirror, just got him today, and I'm trying to stuff these jeans. Junkies knocking at my front door. I'm like, what the fuck you need? But they bring me a whole lot of money.
Jeff Zandville's Chambers is going to, it's apparently a significant amount of evidence. They're going to just basically wheel it down here to this courtroom, and Ms. Taylor, our current court reporter, is going to take possession of it. So that'll happen in the next 10 minutes or so. Can somebody, I guess I could do that, look in Odyssey and find out the date that's on the original re-indictment to put on this one? You know, when they signed, or who got possession of the signed indictment? So that might still be, is it in here, or is it still with, is it making its way downstairs? We need the date, so we need to see the. I would think that would be. I would think the case manager would have it. Right.
I assure you.
The highlighted language, ways to handle those couple of overt acts as an A and a B?
Yes, Your Honor, and the state,
Okay,
the matter in terms of starting with 1A3,
okay,
if the state just redacted possession of codeine with intent to distribute and possession of cocaine, because this is the street gang charge, so the jury will still be tasked with the other revisions of did Arnold or Williams possess those items individually. So for purposes of 183,
uh-huh,
the state proposal is to redact to where it only remains possession of marijuana with intent to distribute and possession of firearm during commission, which tracks the language.
okay. So leave all three of them and have those two kind of offenses only.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
And for 187, the state's proposal is the same, to remove possession of codeine with intent to distribute and possession of cocaine.
okay.
Can I ask a question? So would that mean that we would end up with what?
What is essentially 187A
183A.
and 183A,
Okay,
right?
thank you. That's what it seems to me, and I just want to make sure my.
But those
understanding is
wouldn't
correct.
say A anymore. They would
Right.
just say 183 and 187.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, yeah, that works if that's,
And the state, and I can email this, but with our previous discussion on the 133 charges and the language, the state, if you stop, like, for example, take 189 or 190,
okay,
if you stop after, an associate did commit the felony offense of possession of firearm by convicted felon,
mm-hmm,
and then redline everything up to where you start by possessing a Glock.
mm-hmm,
And then we would obviously remove for 189 specifically, we would remove the machine gun
right. Okay,
and then just pick back up, possession of a firearm in indictment, and then cite the felony in the date and keep it overt action furtherance.
that works as long as, so the question on the floor for that had been, can an overt act be modified to drop it down to a lesser, essentially? Do we have an answer to that?
Your Honor, I'm going to let Mr. Floyd
Okay,
address that with the court because we do have
give me just a sec.
yes, Your Honor.
Yeah. Yes. I wasn't here that day. Maybe I was here. when it was signed.
Yes.
All right, thank you for your patience.
Of course, Your Honor. So the approach we took in this, to try to avoid any problems, was only to remove language, not to add anything.
Mhm.
Nothing's been added.
Right,
is, I want to be clear, is not exactly the same situation, but the most analogous thing I can find in the time available is an 11th Circuit RICO case, United States v. Watchmaker, spelled exactly as it sounds, 761 F. 2nd, 1459. It's a 1985 case.
Okay.
In that situation, analogous to this, the court found there were certain predicate acts for which no evidence had been presented. It removed them from consideration from the indictment that the jury saw.
Right.
That was held not to be a problem.
Okay.
And so here we're removing actually less. We're actually removing a subset of it, as it references the specific individual defendant in whichever circumstance we're talking about. The others are not at trial. They have no ground to complain.
Right.
They're not parties.
All right.
So I think it's on all threes at least. But I can't really find a problem with it because we restricted in this circumstance solely to deletion, not
Okay.
addition.
It would seem that, I mean, of course, I haven't had a chance to read this Watchmaker case yet, but if they're removing an entire predicate act, that would seem to be more analogous to removing the entire overt act rather than amending the overt act. But again, I haven't read Watchmaker. I'm just wondering if amending the overt act, we would be running into a constructive amendment claim, constructive amendment of the indictment.
Well,
Because-
two aspects. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, please go ahead.
Okay. Two considerations on that, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
One is the meaning of the word amendment in this circumstance. So if we were changing it to refer to another offense or adding words, that would constitute an amendment. This, to the extent it's an amendment, is exclusively an amendment by deletion. And it is tailored to those aspects where Your Honor found there was an absence of evidence. There's no prejudice to the defendant. It's favorable to the defendant. I'm not aware of anything that says you have to cut beyond the scope of where you found there was a shortage of a failure of evidence. And I don't think there's anything that compels that conclusion. In other words, I don't think this is a throw out the baby with the bathwater scenario.
I would argue that the amendment is actually not favorable to us, that amendment by deletion actually broadens out that overt act. It does not work in our favor because you're removing the
I agree. It
elements.
doesn't work in the defense's favor to make it easier for the state to prove an overt act.
Yeah, and that it's conduct beyond that which would appear in the original grand jury indictment, and that would amount to constructive amendment.
Yeah. I mean, even I'm reading Watchmaker right now, and part of it says the court did not change the terms of the crime with which Keating was charged, which I'm not changing. To do is just to redact the indictment to remove those overt acts. I'm not convinced that it might not be error to do the way, I think logically speaking, it sounds like it should make sense, but in the absence of something that makes it clear to me that it's not error, I would hate to borrow a term from one of y'all, get to, the 90, y'all haven't said it, but almost I don't know, it was some, never mind. It was some kind of football field reference that I'm not going to be able to do right. So just never mind. The 1 yard line. And then, yes, y'all probably
I
said
thought you were going
2
to
yard
say
line.
risk introducing further error into this case.
No, I don't know that there is error in this case at all. I don't know.
Okay.
There is typically, you know, there are no perfect trials. We know that. It will be up to potentially some other court to determine that issue down the line. But right here today, I would hate to be on the now 1 yard line and do something that does cause an error that couldn't be corrected.
And so, Your Honor, if I can respond to that, two points. One, it's important, I think, to be specific as to which acts we're talking about.
Okay.
So with 183, there's no change in the nature of the crime. We're only talking about striking out those specific things in which there's no evidence.
Right.
I can't imagine any problem from that.
Yeah, no, I agree. I was talking more about the possession of a firearm by the whatever they were, 174, 175, 189, and 190. I'm just going to redact out completely.
Okay.
With regard to 183 and 187, I think those are fine to have just gotten rid of the things that I directed a verdict in Mr. Kendrick's favor on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And Your Honor, with regard to, I had 2 points.
Okay.
One is, when you're talking about, forgive me if I get the number exactly wrong, but 170, I think it's 174, 175, 89, and 90.
Yes.
And so with those, the specter that's been raised is, to paraphrase the defense, the appearance of error where none currently exists, as we are at first inches. However, because of the way you have instructed the jury to handle the overt acts, if they find these, and if there's a defect, those, an appellate court simply strike them from consideration.
Unless they're the only acts they find.
In which case we would know that as well.
All right.
Because they're gonna number them.
Understood. I'm just gonna redact them. Y'all will still have over 100 overt acts for them to evaluate. All right, so I am redacting out to delete 174, 175, 189, and 190. Don't know why it won't let me. And then on 183, it will be the language that is now 183A, but it won't say A, it'll just say 183. And then the same with 187. Yes.
This argument may be fixed, but with both of those, of course, redlining or removing, the possession of cocaine, the intent to distribute and possession of cocaine from the bottom.
Right.
The last version I saw on 183 and 187 still had those included.
Oh, it doesn't anymore.
I think the state may be looking at the B language and not the A language.
That's perfect, Your Honor.
All right. All right, I think I can't do the rest of it until Ms. Percival comes back because she has the same document up and for some reason it's not letting me remove the highlights. All right, I see that our mainly physical evidence has arrived from the reporter's office. And Ms. Taylor, our current court reporter, will take possession of it. And do you all know what's going out and what's not? Because the jury has had this case for an hour because they're awaiting the evidence. And that is why I told y'all for the last several weeks to make a determination about what evidence was going to go out so that when they got the case, they could get the evidence too and begin deliberating. So I'm kind of ready for that to happen.
Let me explain to you. Did you get 175 and stuff already?
I think
What is supposed to do?
yeah.
Oh, well.
Apparently the last week or so,
Yeah.
if we go to the document, it's not safe for everybody, even when it's safe.
What was wrong with 186?
So,
Okay, so. Okay, I just saved it. See if you can open it again, maybe. And see. There's a different formatting that we can find. Yes. So starting with like 173, which will be on page 41. Right, yeah. So that's gonna go 176. Is that correct? Take out what? Yes. I just do that. And then I'm gonna clean up the formatting.
Can you ready to get the dates?
Yes. Well, I showed it to them and then they wrote one, I wrote one, so.
All right, Ms. Percival has what we think is the final redacted indictment. So with the changes we just discussed, so if everybody can take a look at those, they start on about page, 40 or so. Just take a look at those, confirm that they are what everyone has agreed we're going to do. And then if so, we'll print it out and that'll be ready to go to the jury as well. At which time, the last thing we will be waiting on is the evidence.
Yes. No.
Yes, ma'am.
How far are we time-wise from getting this to the jury? Perfect. All right. All right, while y'all are doing that, I'm just going to put on the record that with regard to the guns and any other physical evidence that's not going to go out with the jury, for instance, the drugs, the DA is the official custodian of that evidence, and so the DA will remain in possession of that to keep that in the evidence room. The reporter will take custody of that, the gun and the type physical evidence that went out with the jury.
I'm only doing 12 things.
You're doing a good job. I'm sure you used to do it.
Can some member from each team be dealing with the rest of what's just paper evidence and making sure that everybody is on board and on the same page with regard to that?
We've done that.
All right.
We just need to make sure we send them. I think we know we separate things, we just gotta make.
Okay, I am ready to hand all of this to the jury in the next 5 minutes. So whatever needs to get done, let's do it now.
Max,
Yeah, those.
That's extra follow. That's just extra. Yeah. Working on the. That's the BB culture. It's just extra. You guys want, I don't want anything on. You guys want anything on this? Just extra. I think it's just folders. Yeah. There's literally, it's just folders though, is what's in that box. I don't want anything on, but this is just taking everything from so trash. Yeah, it's trash. Trash. I don't know if I'm quite yeah. Super cute.
Yeah, question for you. I don't know, we do have pictures of the gun.
Uh-huh.
But in case the juror, for whatever reason, they want to see a certain gun.
Then y'all will have to wheel it over and we'll display it in the courtroom.
So we can't keep it over here while they're delivering?
No, mm-mm. No, I mean, they might deliberate for a month and a half. We might need to use, I'm going to be using this courtroom for the other defendants in this, on this indictment. So no.
Your Honor, Ms. Birchfield, these are, I separated these, this is investigator Dennis's stuff that was
We,
taken out.
okay.
And Jimmy Winfrey, plea that was taken out,
Okay.
and, a transcript for, Mr. Sledge.
All right.
So these are all different things that were either removed from evidence, never in evidence.
Can you make sure that 444Y and 1AS are not going back? They were, I think maybe Ryan, I don't know, something to do with No, I don't know what they were. I just have a note to myself that those are continuing witness.
Honor, I looked at the revised indictment that we had received and it's acceptable to me.
Thank you.
Guys, do you know what wire?
Why should we report the name?
That may have been Mr. Sledge's pleas or something like that.
Yeah, it works. It's right there. You got it right here.
I think it's the Weinstein has it. You know, if they can? Yeah. I mean. So real tiny piece of buttons. My traveling. Yes. Yes. Yes, they can't stay overnight. I do not see one day as here. Oh, you know what? It's the same thing. Oh. Okay. So we don't have to worry about that. Okay.
I don't know, I don't remember.
They were.
Well, no, this was introduced, all part of this original.
I'm gonna put all the stuff back.
You can, so I'm gonna just run through that. You put it right.
All right, and I'm just going to put on, Ms. Taylor, I'm going to put on the record that I realize if you put on the record for me, put on the record for me.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Okay.
All right, so 1AS that I referenced before, I've realized that is the exhibit number for Mr. Sledge's plea, and it's not the exhibit number for this trial. The exhibit number for this trial is 444Y. They were just the same thing.
Oh, that was, please.
Yeah.
But the 444Y would stay in that.
It stands, but it would go out.
So that came in because it was back and forth about. What was the other number that you were concerned about? 'Cause they're looking at the
They're the same. No, that was it. It was 1AS, but that's not an exhibit to this trial. So it was just the way that exhibit was referenced in Sledge's agreement. So don't worry about that at all. Okay.
I had one here somewhere.
Yeah. Okay.
That's fine. As long as it's not in, it's just fine.
You got that phone, you ready? Yeah.
All right. I mean, if we're ready to start wheeling it in, we don't have to have all 5 things at once. We can wheel in number 1, carry on number 2.
You ready, Judge?
I am.
He wants the verdict form.
They're all right there in the middle, right there. Yeah.
Here they go. That's all of them right there. That's everything. Oh, it's not in here? Wait, it's not. The indictment's not there. The indictment's not there. The indictment. There is no indictment yet.
With the printed out.
Have y'all had a chance to look at the redacted indictment?
All this too?
Yeah.
All this?
Yeah.
All those demonstratives that are right there go? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
And Your Honor, this is just for the purposes of the record.
Okay.
The state has reviewed the revised indictment and it's going to be printed. I was just going to put for the record that the state would object to the removal of the 133 counts overt acts that are 174, 75, 189, and 190. Thank you, Your Honor.
Is that right there, guys?
That's not, oh, yes.
None of that's on? What is it?
She's waiting for the.
No, it's an evidence. What else?
I don't know. These ask them.
These are ready, right? These
Okay, Judge.
Do they
These
have
right here?
evidence or no?
Yes.
This,
You can use the lid, just don't give me that paper.
all this is ready?
That's the cover. No lid? Oh, okay. What happens?
So what?
They're over there. They're over there. LT.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Look, there's so much more room.
Oh, bummer.
What else? That's it.
No, I have a few things, but we're waiting.
Okay.
I just figured I kept all that together. Yeah. Not even try it like this.
Oh, and that all that stuff.
Oh, good. Thank you, just in case we need it. Yeah, or wheel it back there, I don't know where you want it. I guess put it, you can take it into the jury room and take them and reuse it. Wow.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
All right, while the jury is deliberating, Ms. Persfield's going to check to make sure she has a cell phone number for each of the attorneys, because obviously we have no idea when and or if they might want to ask a question or look at evidence. And so we all need to be on standby. We're all still in trial. And I need for people to be able to get here, in 5 minutes time. Ideally. If you have a special place you need to be, we can talk, but in short order. And obviously the defendants will continue to come over each day that the jury is in deliberating, so that they can also be available to come to the courtroom if need be.
I apologize if the court has already stated this. When will the jury end their deliberations today, and what is the schedule for them
Oh,
tomorrow?
it's in what time?
Yeah.
Well, I have instructed them through the deputies that they need to stay at least until 5. If they want to stay beyond that, they're free to. I mean, not past 7 ever, which I don't think they're going to want to anyway.
Oh, yeah, going back there. I remember that before, did I? It's scanning. Oh.
All of this is like, all of this done.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what's happening.
All right, and so they would like to continue to come in and start at 9, which is fine with me. So I'm going to say, just like a regular day, 9 to 5 with a lunch break. There will be days that the court provides lunch for them, and on those days, they can choose to deliberate during their working lunch if they want to, or they can not deliberate and just take a break and eat. I'll make it clear that they can only deliberate when all 12 of them are there together. With regard to tomorrow, since it is the day before Thanksgiving, I'm going to say that they can leave at 3. And other than that, if there is some day or time that we need to alter that schedule, we'll just take it up as it comes.
And if they, I don't mean to ask for such detail, but if they decide to stay past 5, will we be notified of that so that we know to stay around the courthouse after 5? Or if they decide to stay after 3 tomorrow, will we be notified of that? I just want to make sure I don't leave the courthouse if they decide to deliberate late.
Sure.
If I have cell phone numbers for everybody, I'll do a fun group text chain and then text everybody what the schedule, what's going on, very briefly.
Thank you.
No, Friday was already scheduled as a new.
May I approach?
On the record, off the record. I'm gonna make sure, but let me do this first and then I will. Yeah,
Oh my
exactly.
God, that's
hilarious. We're only using WhatsApp. Come on.
You've been waiting for that.
good one. That was Oh, yeah, she's getting it. Yeah.
It's, yeah, my printer decided to be crazy.
It has a mind of its own.
Apparently, yes. Yes, it does.
No more boxes, just paperwork.
Correct.
Okay.
I'll check it out. This one has numbers on it. I always put numbers. I know.
Stuff.
Give me some numbers. You got some, okay, then you know how they go.
It doesn't look like it, but I swear there's.
Oh, no, I get it. Yeah. That's your system, so it doesn't look good to me. Oh, somehow this is wrong with me. Oh, man. Oh, Fulton County Fair. Yay. Awesome. I know, right? Is it? Okay. Okay, thank you. We didn't say anything, but glad you told. We didn't say anything.
And of course.
All right, with that, that is everything. The jury has the case, and we are in recess until such time as we hear from the jury.
But yeah, and that way, if there is a question, then you readily
So but no, I was on the dance.
What I've been through, they don't know the hell. They only know what I tell them.
They don't know.
Y'all know about time and I got pulled over, watch for the goddamn trip. Y'all know about the bad that a nigga had something in the trunk. They were too busy worried about the insurance. Y'all know about the homie that I got locked up money all the hell week. They don't know he going through it. I ain't know I'm a boss already. I ain't number 23 now. Them niggas trying to have me how I do it. Y'all know about the pain
that a nigga been going through lately, babe.
Shit done got a little
Crazy, baby.
Shoot a nigga, make it as a
Great,
great
babe.
And that pussy so wet, I might recruit myself in the
Navy, babe.
Used to be Joe Washington, now Ben Frank. I had to change the face. I don't know about the new spot that I just got with the cameras everywhere, so they see your ass. I'm in New York, spending no cash. A broke nigga, I can never be your ass. And I'm the future nigga, I see your past. Who the fuck told you I wanna be your ass? Deep down and looking like water, boy, I got Nemo, man. And I ain't know that my mama still working, they ain't know my side, they ain't know still listen. They ain't know about the spot. Just them up me head too tight. Got good. They ain't know that I paid for my mama taking membership. Be happy for the rest of her life. What I've been through. Boogers falling out my Cartier, new diamonds in the face. Turning up on stage cause I could be gone for a murder case. The choppers in a big ass 30 round bumping murder day. Been slide for 10 days straight, I couldn't get no sleep till the 8. Been slide for 10 days straight, I couldn't get no sleep till the 8. I ain't never seen the shots, let me find out they off fake. She know my glizzy, I fell in love how they chop them. I will show you how I operate. I come live like the top of wage. I showed you how I operate. Now come get with the guy. We ain't just going over. Go work on your aim. True, I was just chasing money. It came with the fine. I'm a drug addict like Fredo Rooflet. Told my Fredo Bond. Yeah, I got rich, but stayed the same. Just sleep in the moose sign. 2 new shots. I got no nothing. Asked to wax them for they trying. Told them I got them. Used to rap when nobody had no faith in me when I was fucked up down and broke. The whole time I was just sitting back trying to take over the globe. Boogers falling out my Cartier, new diamonds in the face. Turning up on stage cause I could be gone for a murder case. The choppers in a big ass 30 round bumping murder day. Been slide for 10 days straight, I couldn't get no sleep till the 8. Been slide for 10 days straight, I couldn't get no sleep till the 8. I ain't never seen the shot, let me find out they chop fake. She know my glizzy, I fell in love how they chop them quick. I'm showing you how I operate, I couldn't live like the top away. CG live like Afghanistan, hit your block with 1,000 Drake. They shots to move like Taliban, how it messed up, won't see my face. Chop you like a cameraman, holler till fill up all your space. Do my engine doing the race. SIT how we got it, always slam shit in what we on. They say it don't come back with disrespect. For telling if I get the sting violates, pointing off, you drop the sign way. If I tell them cars and hop out the spray, they better claim they until it's time to go down to the play. Investigators know what's up, leave out, no, I ain't got shit to say. Falling out my car, Got new diamonds in the face. Turning up on stage cause I could be gone for a murder. I couldn't get no sleep to the 8. Even slide that straight, I couldn't get no sleep to the 8. I ain't never seen the shop, let me find out they chopper fake. Tino my glizzy, I fell in love how they chopper quake. I'm showing you how I operate, and I come live like the chopper way. As I get closer to the stairways, all I hear, and then I hear my baby's voice in my ear, screaming out. Hey, 2 a.m. and I'm live. I just left out the club with the gang and the high yellow bitches ripped in the thighs. You know me, I be shooting my shot when I got the little bitch. I wouldn't even surprise. In the club, it took deep in the eyes. If you coming with me, if you with it, let's ride. Got a text when you coming inside out the liquor. You know. Grips on the thighs, like a kiss on the neck. Know this bitch feeling hot. Ain't gonna lie, shit up, pussy in head kinda pop. At a hotel somewhere out 35. Told the dude and rolled over, said wake me at 5. Got a piss, I wake up, and it's 6:39. Out of time, now I'm on the highway and I'm flying. Straight out all the line. Cause I know if I sleep, it's gonna damage our ties. I done did it before, I can't do all this crime. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting me about to check a message. No one is called, but my homies had some real collectors. Say your love brings somebody wants to borrow money. Hey, she on next where I was. I'ma answer what time. Where was you around 3? I think I was outside. But you told me to stoop. We got there at like 5, but it's 7. Shit, D, I had asked for a ride. Now I got it together. I pull up outside. There's 3 cars in the slide, and one of them made mine. Now I'm clutching. I unlocked the door, creep aside. I hear thumping upstairs, so I cocked the bitch quiet. Hit the top of the stairs. I hear my girl crying. Now I'm thinking, shit, I keep the door and kill everything in it except for what's mine. I don't know, but now I'm at the door and she screaming, go deeper. He tell her be quiet. I walk in, tell the bitch that she wet. Any move, then it's bad to go down. Tell them both to shut up and don't even make a sound. But I said, shut the fuck up and lay down. Next person move, I'ma let off a round. I'm pacing, and I'm trying to see how I'm getting the stream. I'm outside of my house. It's 2 a.m. It's getting me about to check my message. No one is called, but my homies had some real collectors. Say your love brings somebody wants to borrow money. I chew with her, she don't give me back something that's funny. Crashing out, all these niggas wonder I don't trust nobody. I been in my head foreign cars, I been stolen slide. Mama said I'm out here living reckless. I don't got no guidance. I'm no pills high as hell, fly as hell like a pilot. If we hit your block, then I'm the shooter and look, I ain't the driver. Known for doing hits and doing tricks, they call me talking. Album. Shit, you a fucking star. Remember at the bottom, had to kill my way to the top. The realest shit. That's why I can't feel this shit inside my heart. From the state, my life on the line by my fucking Ain't never right just cause I'm still on that pack, nigga. Still got 12 on my motherfucking back, nigga. Came home from jail, they was trying to send me back, nigga. I just called my nigga down the trunk and that was that, nigga. Fucking all night long when I wake up, I could barely walk. My nigga calling me, I say hello, that shit say, can we talk? Don't care who these rappers are, that shit sound like salad bars. Zany boss, suicide door, brand new bag. College girls, give a nigga head in my raps. Rust on life. So much money, I'll make you laugh. Hey, the bitch they hate, you can this. Hey, hey, I'm the juice. Coding got me tripping. Got the coupe, water roof is missing. Ice, lemonade, my neck was tripping. Ice, lemonade, my neck was tripping. Addy boys got some 60s in my bag. Lips sealed like pillow talking on no rag. In my earlobe got 2 carats VVS. Got a penthouse near Rodeo off the stairs. All this money when I grew up I had nothing. Filled with backstabbing, my whole life's disgusting. Can't believe it, gotta thank God that I'm living comfortably. Getting checks I don't believe, but she say she done with me. Burn some bridges and I let the fire light the way. Kicking my feet up, left the PJs on a PJ. Yo, I'm a big dog and I walk around with no leash. I got water on me, yeah, everything on Fiji. Zandy boss, suicide door, brand new bag. College girls, give a nigga head. Rust our lives, so much money, I'll make you laugh. Hey, the bitch they hate, you play this with you never had. Hey, hey, I'm the juice, Cody got me tripping. Got the coupe, water roof is missing. Ice, lemonade, my neck was tripping. Ice, lemonade, my neck was tripping. A rock star, pick up stars, a bit walls, hey. I don't roll, finish dogs, and explores, hey. I was 15, I took codeine with my dog, hey. Breakfast into a mental team, and I feel nauseous. Speaking of hop on a plane, still on my wall, wait. Shit is so risky, I gotta be gifted, he dressed me with fortune and fame. I remember for 50, I couldn't go back empty, I know I was stuck to the game. Loyal and I never change. I'm never gonna go against the grain. Never gonna be the one turn on my brother when police just gotta detain. I won't ever love a bitch more than my mother, and that's on my government name. I can't be no sucker, I ain't hating on no one. I wish everybody get paid, cause we can't up every day. Getting hot talent in the grave. Zandy boss, suicide door, brand new bag. College girls, give a nigga head in my raps. Rockstar life, so much money, I'll make you laugh. Hey, the bitch they hate, and you can't miss what you never had. Hey, hey, I'm the juice. Cody got me tripping. Got the coupe, water roof is missing. Ice, lemonade, my neck was tripping. Ice, lemonade, my neck was tripping.
I feel happily excited by your cologne, your hair, your smile, your intelligence. You woo me, you caught me, you tease me, you please me, you school me. Give me something to think about, ignite me, you invite me, you correct me, you love me, you like me, You please me, you school me, give me things to think about. Enlighten me, you enlighten me, co-write me. You love me, you like me, inside me to co-write. La 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 la. La 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 la. You got me feeling like the breeze. The emotion inside of me, I can feel it.
And you be fucking for that cash, you ain't got it, huh? 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 Bro, bitch, you ain't got it, huh? You ain't got it, huh? Bitch, how you bragging on them niggas that ain't kill shit? Why you bragging on that nigga? He a real bitch. Bitch, you broke up. Fuck this man. Then on my cousins and your son that need you. Hey, this nigga still bluffing. Put that gun down, you ain't gon' kill nothing. Push the ass bitch, you trying to steal something. I got tired off this perkin name. On that cop. He can't run cause he hit that fuck. Like that Glock cause it gon' blow. Blow, blow. He gon' pop up off that dot. She a dot. She a dot. How you a Bobby Dow bitch? You ain't got a car. And you be fucking for that. Bitch, you ain't.
Yeah, you know. Hey, this the last time I let somebody steal my peace. If you ain't adding to the plate, shawty, you can't eat. Don't be acting like you know me, bro. We don't speak. A lot of people come and go, but it won't be me. You can't break me. Control of the environment. Get them worked up and then I put them in retirement. I won't lose sleep if you don't have my back, but don't you try to front on me because you can't take that back. I'm still God shot regardless if they like it or not. I've been busting out the seams. I don't fit in a box. Cutting people out the picture. Yeah, you might get cropped. And I don't carry dead weight, so you gon' get dropped. Bringing it back to perspective. I've been so reflective. Had to guard my energy, and now I'm so. Yeah, you know it's my time. I don't need it, I just get better. I let people come in.
Thank you for the gift. I'll take. Thank you.
I'm making moves. All up in their face like I don't get better, I just get better and I make moves. Hey, this is the last time I ever did my light to make you feel better. People try to silence you when they know they ain't on your level. I've been at the point, I don't fight, I just walk away. Rather keep my peace and try to beg somebody else to stay. I used to fear abandonment. Circles stay big and insecurities were evident. Everybody talking, but they don't address the elephant. Read the room, shawty, nothing that you say is relevant. You talking with no evidence. I don't get bitter about it, I just made better boundaries. People think you want them something, I don't want them chosen around me. I got two modes, that's safety and fire. When I'm triggered, I just load it up and I aim higher. When you take L at the L at the L, every time you learn something, every bridge is not for you. Sometimes you gotta burn something. I don't talk back, I take names. And watch how they get mad when you change, then they quick to shift the blame, yeah. And you a itty bitty crab in a bucket, yeah. The only time you see success is when you lucky, yeah. You think somebody owe you something just for nothing, yeah. And you the one that love to talk when you be bluffing. It's on my own lane. People love to talk, but they don't ever run their own race. I've been taking off because I've been focused on my own pace. People come and go, and I just get on with it. Okay. I don't need it, I just get better. I just get better and I make.
Hey, when you outside, you can't lack, you know what I'm saying? Cause this shit do or die, you taking a chance every time you step. Look at that. Outside, I don't do no lacking. When you're not on point, that's how shit be happening. Checking my mirrors, run on up in traffic. He died face to face and he ain't know what happened. Picked up the drink about the car and ran with it. The city knows faking and who really with it. I dropped the bag and took his life after he did it. Kicked the bitch out of this already, don't let me hit him. Crazy bitch, chain swinging, you can tell when the way the diamonds dance. Chasing money, how the fell on what they damn. Clean up on our system, boys don't let they man. This my only warning, bitch, why what you saying? Bitch, you say killers coming to your job. Come and get him, come and get him. Nah, be the type of shit to flip. I can't leave that house without my stick, you know I can't catch. Tell when you ride, don't be low inside these niggas, I die. Niggas come inside your house, why you sleep, I trust that bitch, that hoe will be the one to creep at the outside. Get some evil then. Outside, I don't do no lacking. When you're not on point, that's how shit be happening. Took his life after he did it. Kick the bitch out of this already, don't let me hit him. Crazy bitch.
Chase down the out, we don't do dropouts, we don't feed with it. Ace told me don't put the gun down, nigga go to sleep with it. I ain't going to sleep till I catch when I'm up creeping streets. Do Baghdad, a broomstick, he don't come sweep the street. Catch out, this Smith will slap like Chris Rock. The last shot got Bill Russ, he died from 6 shots. I don't shoot out the car no more, I'd rather walk up. Did all that this and then he died for trying to talk stuff. I mean, talk shit, 762, stop whips. Lil' bro work like a valet, cause he like to park shit. Smoke with us, nigga, where your lighter? Spark it up. She said she don't like lights. Yeah, niggas, they ain't dark enough. She know where the shooter's at. She know where to come to. She get really deep. I don't want that bitch gonna run to. Come on, look, baby, let's ride. They ain't safe with the options, they all dying.
Outside, I don't do no lacking. When you're not on point, that's how shit be happening. Checking my mirrors, run on up in traffic. He died facing, you know what happened. Picked up the drink about the car and ran with it. The city knows faking and really with it. I dropped the bag and took his life after he did it. Kick the bitch out of this already, don't let me hit him. Bitch, chain swinging, you can tell me where the diamonds dance. Chasing money, how the fell on what he been. Clean up on our system, boys don't let they man. This my only warning, bitch, why what you saying?
Hey, welcome to Gun Clarity, man. This is the #1 safety shit in America, you ask me. I'm gonna show you what to do if a nigga play with you.
For real? This is no cap.
I'm your instructor.
I swear on my life. I plead the fifth.
Hey, I say right foot, left foot, step up, shoot. Smack his in my hand, the call just said like a salute. My little brother just do back at 10, bitch just made him puke.
I thought I found love, but you ain't it. Gave you a space in my heart, but you ain't fit. No, no. And it hurts, but I let it cause I need it, that pain. But I wanted to feel it, cause it'll teach me now again. And I put my heart on it. Don't try to stop me when I leave. I put my all on it. Look what you did to me. I couldn't count on you, cause you was messing with everyone but me. So I walked out on you. And everything I did for me. Now I really be like, then My attitude changed. Take a couple sips of the juice. Ain't no ring on my finger anyway. I missed it, but that'll go away. I just gotta stop thinking about you. Feel my time, better shit to do. I dreamed that I married you. Then I woke up happy it never came true. You're not the one. I gotta find a way to be done. Yeah, and I think I found it. Don't wanna be in love again. Too easy for you to go astray. And my son don't like you anyway. Good thing that I walked away. And I leave, I put my all on it. And look what you did to me. I couldn't count on you. She was messing with everyone but me. So I walked out on you. And it was the best thing.
Every nigga in the world figure I see.
For me.
Shout out to Oklahoma City, man. You know what I'm saying? Whole fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Put it up. Shout out my label, that's me. I'm in this bitch with TB. I'm in this bitch with 4 tray. I just pulled up me a A. Real nigga all in my face. 500 racks in my safe. 500 racks to the plug. What you know about showing love? What you know about pulling up? Infinity trust. Make these bitches fall in love. All of my niggas on go. None of my niggas no hope. All of my niggas on smoke. All of my niggas together. We came from the bottom. We used to wait up. None of my niggas gon' fold. Couple pussy niggas told. They ain't my niggas no more. Hold it down for the fold. In the line with the pole. All of my daughters for show. We won't fall out about shit. Especially not by no bitch. We ain't gon' fall out by hoes. Me and Sid, they get them lows. We let them go for the low. I got my hood in control. I got my lyrics on froze. I got my right wrist on froze. I got my necklace on froze. Over my heels on froze. I live it faded, I'm sipping on my. I pass the bar, I don't lay up. I'm a big boss, I gotta say so. They walk you down if I say so. Dracos on Dracos on Dracos on Dracos. Fathers on fathers on fathers. I just bought me some new water. With a nigga Katrina, shout out new water. I made a promise my niggas gon' ball. All that little paint, take my name to John Wall. Getting off trees like a leaf in the fall. Find a new plug and we taking them out. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop out fresher than a Mentor. Little nigga, but I'm big dog. All I gotta make is one call. Get a nigga block to a call. Cross a nigga up, high sauce. Ooh, I got a man, my fault. Talking about the shit that I bought. Popping these birds, I didn't turn to a savage. 100 racks stuffed in the back. 100 racks stuffed in the ass. 100 racks stuffed in the sofa. These niggas take gangster, but they won't approach me. I know they never approach me. They know that they catch a bullet. I ride they got to the footage. I roll with some real ones on hand with no pussy. I ain't no killer, no pussy. I see how you niggas be looking. I hope you don't think me no bully. I'm living the life I should star in a movie. Right in the break with the hoop. Get behind me, I lose. They tryna guess what I'm doing. They tryna guess what I'm doing. They ain't even made business. They ain't wanna fall with me. Now they see a nigga drip. Now they wanna fall with me. They ain't getting in touch with me. They up in the city. They just know I'm getting bigger. They just know a nigga busy. I been running up them dishes.
You wanna sit low in my living room flow. Play Nintendo with Caesarino. Pick up my phone, say Papa's not home. Sex all night, mad head in the moon. Spin my weed, smoke all my weed. Tattoo on TT, say it B.I.G. Now check it. You wanna be my main squeeze, baby? Don't you? You wanna give me what I need, baby? Won't you? Picture life as my wife. Just think. For left, make fat X and all licks. Bracelets to match. Conversation was all that. Showed you the safe combinations and all that. Guess you can say you's the one I trusted. Who would ever think that you would spread like mustard? Shit got hot, you sent feds to my spot. Took me to court, trying to take all I got. Another intricate plot. The bitch said I raped her. Damn, why she wanna stick me for my paper? My most hole, my Versace hottie. Come to find out.
She was fucking everybody. Fake ID.
Always me, that's what I get.
Nick, better grab a seat, grab on your dick as this bitch get deep. Deeper than a pussy ever get 6 feet. 6'6" feel sweet in this little petite. Them bitch from the street, guaranteed to stay down. Used to bring work out of town on Greyhound, now I'm Billboard bound. Niggas pressed to hit it, play me like a chicken, thinking I'm pressed to get it. Rather do the killing in the stick up jokes, or rather count a million while you eat my pussy. Push me to the limit, get my feelings in, get me open while I'm coming down the chocolate. You wanna be my main squeeze, nigga, don't you? You wanna live between my knees, nigga, don't you? Wanna see me whipping your 3 down the air? Move my spot for bitches because I'm mad. Wake up and tears, get shots in the air. You get back and start singing everywhere, me shifting. Now you wanna pistol with me? Pull out your 9 while I clap on mine. Now what, nigga? I ain't got time for this. For what, nigga? I ain't trying to hear shit. Now you wanna buy me diamonds and I'm mighty six. Agent been a genie and Chanel mountains. Things that make up for all the game. All the lies. So one card. Singing I apologize. Did you hit me? How could you ever deceive me? Payback's a bitch, motherfucker. Believe me. Nah, I ain't here to take no less no slow. Just a little something to let you motherfuckers know.
Break the bank. Broke the bank. Broke the bank. Break the bank. Break the bank. I broke the bank. Break the bank. I broke the bank. Break 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 the bank. I broke the bank. Break the bank. I broke the bank. Can't complain. I broke the bank. My little G bad as fucking total shank. Don't they sound good when it crank. $250,000 for a 50-fish tank. Hey, hitting it from behind and she said smack it. She the owner of a daycare, but she ratchet. The car drives itself when I say go gadget. Down for my with the y'all. I just picked up 50 bags out the baggage claim. None of my thing got a job. Like I'm Martin Payne. Trap, that's a low down dirty shame. Broke the bank, break the bank, break the bank. I broke the bank, break the bank. I broke the bank, break 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 the bank. I broke the bank, break the bank. I broke the bank.
Get a quick came from your brain. Better talk, chop it off, no brainer. 100 racks in the go yard, ain't it? For the bad beat, now they get the 80. They get the gets in my wrist, stop raining. Don't get the Benjamin entertainment. Take it to the field, then range. I got $20 million backstage. I got $100 million worth flavor. Don't drown, don't save it. Don't save it. Rip the bag, go bang. Looking at all this cash, smoke. Don't cook this bag, cook it. Hop in the rubber, yeah, trap, move over. 2 million stash in the pad in the coat. I got them dead president rolling over. Now switching my fit to the dope all over. I'm holding the mill, I sprawl on my shoulder. Hold it.
Break the bank, broke the bank, broke the bank, break the bank, break the bank. I broke the bank, break the bank. I broke the bank, break 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 the bank. I broke the bank, break the bank. I broke the bank. Hey, woke up this morning and sent my prayers to the Lord. I thank him cause he ain't make me like none of these little boys. Yo, 22 collecting cars, I still call them toys. Yo, my new chain cost a Porsche. Hustling is a sport. Money hungry with my sport. Walking cool, roll back to my hood, rolling dope in my rolls and more. Kimchi, I'm your majesty, I rock a lot of gold. Got 6 watches, but 2 of them cost a quarter. Yeah, I ran them racks up, now they feeling like I owe a nigga. Yeah, I ain't trying to hear shit, so I fill my earlobes up with boulders, nigga. Yes, I Memphis nigga, jury cold, Minnesota, nigga. Yeah, I'm bumping 3-6, blowing scissor up in my soda, nigga. Paper out the game with some cutthroat souls, nigga. You know everything, be cautious when you approach a nigga. Hey, woke up this morning and sent my prayers to the Lord. I thank him cause he ain't make me like none of the cars, I still call them toys, yo. I've been making money, these niggas ain't making no noise, yo. Woke up this morning, sent my prayers to the Lord. I thank him cause he ain't make me these little boys, yo. 22 collecting cars, I still call them toys, yo. I've been making money, these niggas ain't making no noise. Different walking courts, make your wife ask for divorce. Don't come at me, boy. I'll burn your life. Small, yeah, get your ass burned, nigga. Yeah, young nigga pay, baby. Girl, you know my worth, baby. Woke up this morning, sent my prayers to the Lord. I thank him cause he ain't make me like none of these little boys. Yo, 22 collecting cars, I still call them toys. Yo, I've been making money, these niggas
making no noise, yo. I found out, of course, my new chain comes with Porsche. Everything is a sport, money come with my sport. Every walking court, make your way they for the board, yo. Don't come at me, boy, I'll burn you like a s'more. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. More than the back with a truck in the front. Came up from the club. 2,000 just for the shoes I put on. Spin out and do it 260. Freestyle. While I got cooked. So my run. Crack it out, Burberry. That's what I'm on. Got the club, that's a quarter million. Hot like fancy, Italian Milan. She get attention, don't go on the run. So the bitch. And I can't put my tongue. Like the baddies is hard to choose one. Green like the shooters is already done. Green like the shooters, they already on. Take a few eddies and go on the corner. Taking and rapping them build out the phone. Driving my space, who's going to be runners. Bringing the front, but I'm at my best when I'm running through models. Look at your range and dip them in vodka. Talking a million, pussy, I got it. Came out the trapper hood, nigga, role model. Holding the back with a truck in the front. Poking on gas, 3-5 in the blunt. Popping new tags, it's 1/1. I got them chopsticks, ain't going to lunch. Came out the creek, had to jump off a ton. Made off the streets, I came up from a clump. 2,000 just for the shoes I put on. Spin out and do it 360 for nothing. Freestyling while I got kush on my lung. Crocodile Burberry, that's what I'm on. Came out the club, that's a $250,000. High price fashion, Italian Milan. She get attention, I'm going on the run. So, you're betting I came from my tongue. Heard just a bet. This is hard to choose one. Green like the shooters is already done. First out on feels, but it's making me numb. I paid a bill, you consider it done. Trapping the field, made a meal on my own. Fill out the seal on that hot take a fun. Cash out on diamonds, Italian Milan. 100 bad bitches having fun. Holding off things like I came from my own. Got to make so many split every trunk. Money. And power, you got me on biz. Load up my rifle, I don't go to bed. Hop on a Viper, gon' make them more sick. Fucking rich niggas gon' get you with kids. Pussy was leaking, I fuck on the chick. We made a bond to never forget. Cancel that hoe, she try to fuck on my chick. Getting this number, it's not a conflict. More than the tech. Investing money into the biz, I been getting them again, trying to take care of them kids. Where you been? Trying to stay away from a car. I've been up there fucking with Ali down the auto. First name basis every time in Wells Fargo. Nigga that in Nigeria, I see why these niggas mad. Julia told me half of these niggas been going loud. Where you been, Quan? I been buying water, taking baths, counting up some shit longer than a nigga on a giraffe. Where you been, Quan? I been getting these like they pink slips. I done lost count of all these pink slips. And trying to find that wacky, I can't drink this. Miley got me geek, I ain't even blinking.
It's this. In the same neighborhood of Maryland. Been trying to leave a legacy like Brady did. Been quarreling with my little shit and my lady friend. Fall lit, different shit in every state I'm in. See a right of way. I done been in the room with money, it can't take you in. Still going in, said then. Where you been, Quan? I been getting it looking like a boss. I been in that house for 5 years. This shit been good and roast. Where you been, Quan? In the neighborhood like the sisters. I just hit another promoter, caught the head 150. Where you been, Quan? I been in Pittsburgh with the P's. I ain't talking about Pennsylvania, but I'm talking about the threes. Where you been, Quan? Been investing money into the biz. I been killing them back in, trying to take care of them kids. Where you been? I been up so high, feel like a leader. I could've bought a Maybach, but I put them in my ears. 10 carat in my ear, could've paid the whole rent for 10 years. Stay deposited in Blake. Carry that back money, Iberia. Where you been, Quan? I been giving mama loans. I been buying jewelry, trying to shine. Other than hell can't pay for it in the yard, but it ain't mine. Traders out of the world to get to the yard, then ain't mine. Where you been, Quan? I been put up, but not hiding. They thought I sold a race to my help, can't put up a side. I can't see my neighbors, she shit like Gillick inside. Where you been, Quan? I been getting it looking like a bomb. Like the sisters, I just hit another promoter, caught the head 150. Where you been, Quan? I been in Pittsburgh with the P's. I ain't don't care. Where you been? I hear you. Run it back, Playboy. Shit get ugly. Everybody with me thug. Keep that pistol out, no regular clutch. Loud, you know we clutch. I stand firm on what my gang do. I know niggas gon' do nothing. Like in the club with a 10 millimeter regular clip of dub. And a Gucci backpack for a rack. Try some of my wrist, they blood break. Automatic photo chop out my Louis V. Love it, got a spit for all the dick when I was nuts. Got some money now, I'm fucking twin sister. Hey, it's how TB up. Speak through donuts, I be bugging. I don't shots up in the clip. He live good. He lucky. Hey, came with the start. Knock it like he can. Get emptied every shootout. Ain't the time that I won't bust. 4 nigga t-shirt, me is breaking news, and I'm the son. Put your face on 413 now. RP from the public. I make sure you straight for life. Just in the house if you love me. Now I just got some money now. I'm fucking twin sister, mama's cousin. I just little bitch love that little boy like I'm from Kentucky. The chopper knocked them out of shoes and now that bitch on crutches. We don't call police, get in the streets and get our justice. Gon' get past ugly, play with me, that shit gon' get disgusting. My young niggas lay on you till they muddy and musty. It be funny, get to your clip running and get busted. I don't trust nobody like my scrap, that's what my trust is. It ain't that much love left in my heart, I can't adjust it. I've been stacking records in the attic, they get dusted. And I've been shooting sitting, I got good aim, I ain't rushed it. People say I'm shot just like food, they scared to trust me. Like Johnny, they get done like this, I got done by them rush. Everybody with me thug, keep that pistol out, no regular clips. Loud, you know we clutch. I stand fine with my gang, do one those niggas gon' do nothing. Like in the club with a 10 millimeter regular clip of dub. And a Gucci backpack. If you're a rat, try some, I push the gun, break the automatic photo, chop out my Louis V. Love it. Got a spit for all the old on my dick when I was nuts. Got some money now, I'm fucking twins. Sister, mama's cousin.
closer. If only for a moment, boy, don't be surprised.
Remember them nights at the trap, we was getting it in, we ain't even had straps. You know me, I was fresh at that beat, they had let me out paper, so it was a rap. At the cell, I went straight to the streets and wasn't looking for love, I wasn't looking for that. Found the room and I made it a trap, from selling 3 ones to flipping a house. Ain't see these niggas, they know what I'm about, so they speak on the social and not with around. There's some niggas I gotta put down, I'm not talking to set, but I'm talking to ground. Can't remember the last time I snapped, and this shit is wicked, they trying to get me. They pray that I fly so they think you come get me, put this on the block if I they go with me. I remember I had it look dirty, but then I said, fuck it, and got me a kick. Mirror something, he gave me a ticket. He said, don't let take it, get out of here with me. Tried to tell him the street shit. My papa ain't stopping that nigga pay shit. Plus, I'm a true screaming on. He played and he like he gon' get his 60. Used to fuck on this. Bitch, I ain't different. Bitch, you got taken my new. Bitch, you different. Rats in my mouth, don't need. Telling my business. I'm a street nigga straight up in churches with locks on the track. Used to church at these meetings.
I thought about myself cause I never been friendly, I never like talking to niggas. If he run up on me, then he goes to the light, I'ma have to white chalk me a nigga. 30 shots in this mag while I'm fucking the fence, I be cautious bro. We sit on red lights, tell them folks throwing numbers, I fucked up with some, we still hearing licks to the bread right. If he switch it up, bitch, I'm like fuck him. Tell my bro do the hit, he gon' bust him. I was stuck in so hard, if the ops hit a nigga with me, then they know not to touch him. Hard days, walk it out is whatever. Cheat on me, saying stupid shit, know better. I tell her that shit before I ball out my fist, I never hit a bitch cause I know better. You be ready to off you a nigga. If a nigga touch you, then he dead right. I come from the jungle, just speak up the mumble. This smoke that come free and say head price. We gon' pop him that bitch at the bread right. Ducking and swerving when we see the fair lights. And I hope he come strap if he try to come snatch. I'ma up from that bitch, let my leg strike. He get caught up, I know he gon' red. And them niggas see what they some fair mice. And fighting no cases, I'm blessed to be free. I was risking my freedom like air and night. Who these niggas be thinking they fooling? Bitch, I grew up with y'all, it ain't like that. We was fighting their asses, just banging with niggas when y'all seen our y'all and fight back. We took his chain cause we know that you fraud. Pussy, you can't get your eyes back. They post on the block with the heat and the drugs that I burn down, better strike that. He feel like he gangster, we pulling this car cause pussy, you know he ain't like that. Don't come around here capping and thinking you hard cause pussy, you can't get your life back. Rolling all week, boy, I'm on that mindset. I don't want to never. If it ain't about no free bag, bullets on the body while I'm rolling up my right. I'm pissing on the shit. 100K in shake the room. Super block, we don't need no broom. They ask me how high I am, I'm leaking high, I'm to the moon. 16, they killed them soon. In the streets acting like a goon. You hear my city, better check in. We spin, man, make you get in tune. 500 for this new trade. 20 racks for this Cartier. 15.
Yeah. Yeah. They say they need answers. When I get big fat, when about it the wrong way, so we can't fix it. She mad at you, so she cover me for get that. Now you bring me up, just make sure you stay big fat.
Tell the truth.
Big fat, big fat, big fat, big fat. Big fat, big fat, big fat. Deserve it, can't forget that. Who you hitting it? How you missed it? I was a fashion nigga in the party. Louis V down, Shane Bible.
I'm coming like I'm Cardi. I'll expose you niggas. Bitches, I'm back in that molding thing. You niggas is getting too big for your britches. You need some new clothes and things. Why everybody get money? Big fat, big fat, big fat. You went about it the wrong way, so we can't fix that. I'm so straight, she mad at you, so she come fuck me, forget that. Next time you bring me up, just make sure you stay big fat. Tell the truth, big fat, 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 big fat. Trying to shatter me with lies, I ain't with that. Tell the truth, big fat, big fat, big fat, big fat, big fat, big fat, real big fat. Why they mad? Cause I'm on fire and they ain't lit yet. What's that? What's that? And this big fat, big one. Here goes some more education. Here goes some more speculation. Here go. I took the money, went buy me some guns to light the bitch up like it's Vegas. Keyboard killer, tough on Twitter, making posts, giving statements. Niggas full of guys, PlayStation. Can't kill me, I'm a Jason. Yeah. Say they won't scope, but when you see them, they none touch. Ain't no pimp, but get your hoe before I knock her, nigga. These hitters wanna shoot through a movie out. Drop a nigga. Draco hit him, nigga splat. Turn him into Play-Doh, lay him flat. Next time you bring me up, just make sure you stay big fat. Tell the truth. Big fat, 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 big fat. Trying to shatter me with lies, I ain't with that. Tell the truth. Big fat, big fat, big fat, big fat, big fat, big fat, real big fat. And they ain't lit yet. What's that? What's that? And it's big fat, big ones.
You say you get money, I get it too. You know a plug, well I know a few. You know what the chopper can do to you. You know what the hustle can do for you. Diamonds they clear and they purify. Play with the squad and get you the nine. To the world, mine, I'm never satisfied. I take a brick and I step on it. I take a brick and I step on it. My firm take niggas step on it. My feet got my jealous, I step on it. My feet got you step little step on it. I sold the bell and I don't regret it. I hit that bitch and I don't regret it. I get that check and it's so excessive. We wrote that pressure, it's so excessive. I told her mama don't miss your blessings. I feel them signs in my system. That happy dilute in my system. You ain't getting money, you tripping. You ain't getting money, you tripping. I feel them signs in my system. Diamonds that glisten, hacking my system, impairing my vision. You don't get money, little nigga, you tripping. Look at this scoreboard, little nigga, we winning. I just might bring my niggas out of prison. Little mama fine and she motherfucking tell me. BBS today attracting the women. I'm a boss, I don't have no restrictions. I might pull up in the latest edition. Feeling so grateful, niggas so hateful. I just put 30,000 on the table. My plug threw me 30 and I told him thank you. I'm an example of what the streets make. Feeling like Sosa, I'm playing with soda. I'm mixing the soda. I say you a bag and that shit gon' be over. Play with me. Purified, play with the squad and get used the knives. She say when I hear her, she satisfied. To the world, mine, I'm never satisfied. I take a brick and I step on it. I take a brick and I step on it. My firm take niggas step on it. My feet got my jealous, I step on it. My feet got you step me, step on it. I sold the bell and I don't regret it. I hit that bitch and I don't regret it. I get that check and it's so excessive. We wrote that. Little mama don't miss your blessing. I feel them signs in my system. That happy dilute in my system. You ain't getting money, you tripping. You ain't getting money, you tripping. I feel them signs in my system. That happy dilute in my system. My jealous don't step on them. We take them bricks and we step on them. They took my mixtape and slept on it. I put my soul in it, bought a foreclosure and started to grow. I slept on the floor right on top of a mattress. Now I got stacks on the side of a mattress. I'm in the field where you know that I'm at. Relax, they wanna fuck with me, my person. Attracting my bitches, attracting my shooter and savage. He ran off with a pack, he never ate. They do to you, you know. Hey, T, come on, man. Damn, we out of cut again. Fuck. I told Pot to bring the pressure. Apply some pressure to the chest. Yeah, I got 1,000 keys. Nigga, guaranteed I make this money stash. Nigga, I'm trying to make this money fast. Nigga, I'm trying to get this shit together. I call that boy AB the fat. I cook good, but he cook way better. Sipping Coronas with my bottle. Picasso, you know it's Sucaso. Big cat we used to call El Gato. Now go walk, they call me El Chapo. Nigga, I used to trap out all the bandos. Abandoned homes with boarded window. Who the fuck that is peeping in my window? But was no, I keep that extendo. Wow, Trap House 3 got a K with me and 3 young niggas that stay with me. Trap House 3 got a K with me and 3 young niggas that stay with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me, cause my man not to stay with me. Trap House 3 got a K with me and 3 young niggas that stay with me. Trap House 3 got a K with me and 3 young niggas that stay with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me, cause my man not to stay with me. Trap out, trap out, trap out, trap, trap out, trap out, trap out, trap, trap out, 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 trap, trap out, trap, trap out, trap, jumping on the bed, like trap out, trap, trap,
Maybach music.
You know I got me in the gender. Break that thing up in my blender. With that extender, I came up on a pissy mattress. I got more money than all these rappers. Real shit. Tried to hit me up in traffic, but I had to work my magic. I'm riding around with my lieutenant. I let him count it and I spin it. Bitches come after my business. Catching bodies in the trenches.
Maybach music.
Trap House 3 got a K with me and 3 young niggas that stay with me. Trap House 3 got a K with me and 3 young niggas that stay with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me, cause my man not to stay with me. Trap House 3 got a K with me and 3 young niggas that stay with me. Trap House 3 got a K with me and 3 young niggas that stay with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me. Hope these niggas don't play with me, cause my man not to stay with me. Trap House 3.
I'm back. I'm back, y'all. I need to smoke now. Damn it. That's what I forgot. How did I forget the reefer? Now I gotta leave again. I gotta smoke. The traffic just really had me about to lose my damn mind. I was in my car screaming. I'm trying to figure out how I forgot the reefer. And I went to the smoke store. How I forget the reefer and I went to the smoke. Eight. Oh, you know what? I got a gummy though. I got a gummy, and I'm about to take it. I'm fucking retarded. I don't give a damn who else don't laugh at me. I laugh at myself. I'm from UK, and in the red bike story in closing, it's lifted from an 80s comedy series, but in the show, it's an empty briefcase instead of a bike being stolen from a factory with one last lie. You know what? I missed. It went over my head, kind of like the Wolfpack thing, that junk book shit that Adrian started out with. That's kind of like that bite thing. And I know she explained it. I just wasn't paying attention.
How you coming, Glock? Okay.
Go. Do I follow rules? No.
DJ V. Well, on a whole birthday watch party.
Had all the bitches doing my work for me, too busy selling O's. I've been a smart little motherfucker, you can have my niggas to bring the pose, and you been on. Get it for the love. But I figure it's a good call her the death, she took my soul.
Nope. Absolutely not. Cabell, why you not saying nothing?
Huh? Well, talking. Can you hear me?
That's me. I can't hear you. Oh, yeah. It was me. Let me, okay, I can hear you now. Because because I got TikTok live running too. I couldn't hear. Sorry.
You can hear me?
You hear that?
Can you hear me?
My like an echo?
No.
No? Okay. All right, I fixed it. I think. Like you don't hear
How
it?
the hell? Oh yeah, I did just now.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna just end the TikTok live. Anybody over here anyway? I was just getting my little TikTok hours.
Yeah. Let that motherfucker run.
You said what?
So yeah, let it run. But if it's messing you up, shit, I don't know. Can you hear me?
You said what?
Can you hear me? What? I was asking, can you hear me?
People always call me when I'm doing something. Oh. Like, why are you calling me? You know I don't like talking on the phone. And then people be calling me with textable stuff. Okay? Don't call me with textable stuff. And by textable stuff, I mean, what you doing? What you doing? Text me that. Every time I
Text
choose,
that shit.
talking about So what's going on? How was work?
Shit, slow and boring as hell. Oh, well, nah.
They still hating on you?
Work, they gonna all be like that. I work with a bunch of Asians. I laughed my ass off the day one of the guys fucked his hand up on a damn machine. He
And
scraped
it
his
was
hand.
funny.
You damn right it was. Cause we always watch those niggas and shit. What up, nigga? I was just finna ask you what you got to drink over there. About to ask you what you got to drink over there. What that is? The Irish shit? Oh, nigga love drinking that Irish shit. You don't never bring no cup with you, nigga. I don't know.
Banana Foster, get the fuck out of here.
Regular banana. You nothing special about that motherfucker.
Let me just say Nola on there. I want them. Where you get it from?
What the?
Myself?
Yeah.
I ain't been over there to check that.
Yesterday. Well, I saw it the other day.
No, tell me right here at the corner.
Yeah.
You can't be talking about the one on this side, huh?
Yeah.
No.
With the lady?
Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell no.
I've been in there. I saw those the other day.
How I forget the reason? You know what? That's because them people in the traffic was pissing me off, and I wasn't thinking clearly. Hello? How can I lose when you lose too?
Donut hole, nothing burger.
up in the air anytime I get some Z's. Full court press put on their neck and I can't let them breathe. Blood, sweat, and tears come with this check, it ain't nowhere near easy. Had to fall back, you know how that go, we only speaking briefly. Hope I'm not too much to handle. See the nigga from Atlanta, I spent my last check on ammo. This is not a regular Lambo. $100,000 kit could've put down on another Lambo. Don't be in the mix, I built this shit forever, haven't say so. This shit gon' get serious about my money, this ain't no fucking Play-Doh. Wrote it down for double homicide, I try to tell him lay low. See, don't like the drive, but he spent good, I'm on the way to Clayco. AK-47s in the spots before they made the Draco. I'm just trying to ball and live. 100 million on deals. I'm the boss, pay all the bills. I'm the golden child for real. Go off in this bitch, I will. I've been on my grind for years, and still I need equity to sign it. Still, I'm just trying to ball and live. 100 million on calling deals. I'm the boss, pay all the bills. I'm the golden child for real. Go off in this bitch, I will. I've been on my grind for years, and I'm out here grinding. Still, I need equity to sign a deal. Over buying cars, I snatched the.
So this guy walks into a Chuck E. Cheese.
I was just for motivation. Shoot out at the spot today, tomorrow we get a new location. Free all of the guys, I hope y'all beat the case and get probation. Stashed at my mama house, 400 bands in the ventilation. Now look how I'm living, I bought a house for the money to stay at. Right when niggas think that I got soft, I'ma pull up and spray.
Man, it's never going to fit because it's not the truth. That there's reasonable doubt all over the place, and you will find Mr. Stillwell not guilty.
Video from the surrounding area that shows him transferring into the Infinity? No. I mean, presumably, he teleports into the Infinity. I have no idea. No weapons tying Mr. Kendrick to it. No ballistics. No fingerprints. No gunpowder residue. No DNA. Nothing. Nothing that you would expect to see. The state is all in red today. Are they a gang because they're all dressed in red?
And we are not targeting people of color. We are targeting gang members who decided to wreak havoc on communities in Fulton County. If Kendrick didn't tell them that he saw Donovan, maybe we wouldn't be here today on a murder charge.
She's saying Kendrick's the one that alerts them of Donovan's location out front of the barbershop?
He's the one who alerted them.
Why is she yelling? What's going on? Today in the YSL RICO trial, both the state and defense had closing arguments. Both sides pretty much go through this entire case today. It's very long. Doug Weinstein calls the state a gang because they're all wearing red. I just got my wisdom teeth out 3 days ago, so I can barely talk, but I tried my best. Hit subscribe. I appreciate the support. It's been a crazy ride. I think deliberations start late tomorrow on Tuesday, but I'm not sure. All right, there's the judge. She doesn't look like she's in a good mood, honestly. Yeah, God, he got the white vest on. Okay. The state is matching in red. Why would they do that? Isn't red associated with like a negative part of your brain? Oh my God, he has a red tie on. Why would they do that? Doug put the green tie on today.
This is working. We need you next door. Yes, it's working. I can't see it, so. Okay. Well, that one's nowhere near as critical as the one that the jury is going to see.
Of course, on the last day, there's technical difficulties. All right, the jury's about to come in for closing arguments. This is intense.
Does the defense have evidence to present on behalf of Mr. Stillwell?
Your Honor, we do not wish to present any.
Understood. All right. And Ms. Weinstein, does the defense wish to present evidence on behalf of Mr. Kendrick?
No, Your Honor, we do not feel that's necessary.
All right. Thank you very much.
That was worded strategically there.
The next step in this case is the closing arguments. Because the state has the burden of proof in this case, the state will make an initial closing argument. The defense will then have an opportunity to present any closing argument that they wish to present. And the defense, if the defense does present closing, then the state will then have a final opportunity at summation.
Oh no, it's Adkins? No way.
I want to talk to you about what we've learned YSL is about. And 4 words come to mind. The first word, deception, intimidation, destruction, and death. Deception from the youth who get enamored with what is presented publicly and then deceived when they become a part of the criminal enterprise. Deception for law enforcement to not uncover the actions that they commit.
Why is his mic not working?
Overt, out in the open, or subtle, that if we do a crime to you or you know about it, don't say anything. The destruction has multiple parts. You've heard from multiple communities all throughout Fulton County that often similar pockets in the city have been affected. From dealing drugs, the robberies, the shootings, the shell casings, the windows, the doors, the refrigerators, the cars, over and over. That's the destruction. You've heard about 3 murders: Donovan Thomas, Chanel Drinks, and Jamari Holmes. That is what YSL, the criminal enterprise, is about. Now, I'm going to talk to you about Count 1 RICO and criminal street gang. And so when I am complete, at the end, Ms. Hilton will come up and talk to you about the murder of Donovan Thomas and the murder of Chanel Drinks and the remaining counts. Murder gang, in my slime, is above the law. But in Fulton County, nobody is above the law. And that's why you're here.
Y'all already know why I said we dead and pale. Murder gang. Yeah.
Those are their own words, murder gang. What they are publicly stating that the enterprise and the street gang, and I may use both of those terms interchangeably today, are about. And lastly, after publicly bragging and boasting about murders, what is their viewpoint on being held accountable? Well, let me take their own words, don't just take mine. That's saying my slimes are above the law. So now I'm going to equip you with the duty as jurors so that you can learn about the law that the judge will instruct you on.
I feel like Atkins wasn't the guy to do this, right? But this is kind of not going well so far.
Is to honestly seek the truth. You've heard evidence, testimony, physical items. It's not to seek out, it's to seek the truth.
Jury's duty, be a fair and impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. Okay. All right, state of Georgia. Are they really not going to fix the mic? Like, this is going to piss me off. It's so quiet. I'm going to have to edit the audio so much today, man. Jurors cannot consider passion, public opinion, unhappy with police, public meeting, sentiment, prejudice, penalty and punishment, conjecture, disagree with law, sympathy for defendant.
How long you all sacrifices you made. And what I thought about, because when we initially came on, it was 6 to 9 months, and now we're here 12 months later, and that's a significant difference. And there's one time in my life that came to mind about this. I couldn't do this again today, but I ran one marathon. When I got there that day, I was supposed to do a half marathon, just many years ago. And when I'm in line with one of my best friends who encouraged me to run, I see people much older than me. I won't call them old, but they may have been pushing 90, marathon. And so he gave me that look, and I said, all right, I'll do marathon with you. And during that, expecting to run a half, that day run the full, I had moments where I wanted to quit. I had moments I wanted to walk. I had moments where I wasn't ready, I wasn't prepared, I didn't sign up for this, but technically I agreed to do marathon. And as I got to the end, like we are here, I said, if I walk off on mile 21 or 20, all of this will be for nothing. And I will regret that. So with this time, I ask you to see it through, finish strong. And by that, I mean, listen to the closing arguments and deliberate with one another in the evidence. Because you owe it to yourself, you owe it to the victims, and you owe it to your duty as jurors. Like I said, you consider the evidence, the testimony, you don't consider what is outside. This burden of proof rests with it until we prove each and every element beyond a reasonable doubt. What is reasonable doubt? Everyone's heard that term, but what does it actually mean? It's not a mathematical certainty. There's no.
Bro, what is this PowerPoint, bro? Presumption of innocence. Why is there literally a cloak?
I use a cloak, right, where you're presumed innocent. Everyone is. Until the state has proven your guilt. Whatever crime, in this case, RICO, murder, street gang, beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the dollar bill, right? If you have pieces of the puzzle, and some of y'all may like puzzles that are removed, everyone knows that that's a $1 bill. There's no reasonable doubt that that is a $1 bill, even though almost 50% of it is not. That's just a visual illustration to prove point. So direct evidence, physical items, it's what's said in this witness box before you, personal observations, that's all direct. Circumstantial evidence can be cell phone records, where people are within a general radius. Ankle monitor data, what someone's actions afterwards, who's calling who, who's texting who. That can circumstantially prove and lead to a conclusion. Whereas, and you can use both. The law doesn't weigh direct or circumstantial more or less than the other. And then in trial, you're going to use both.
So, nigga, a lot of their mama, a lot of their kids, a lot of their brothers and sisters, they didn't get ready in the courtroom and tell the God honest truth. Don't get it. Y'all didn't get fucking killed, bro. You snitching bitches? From me and YSL.
What is this PowerPoint, bro? Look at the way they put these pictures up. This looks like something I made in 4th grade.
That's what's said outside of the courtroom. These are all witnesses who testified that were either co-conspirators or indicted on this case. And ask yourself, you could know it just as well as I. Right before the state would ask you why sell the game. The words music group, you know it's about to come off. I've never heard of that. I said game, G-A-M-E. I didn't say G-A-M-G, even though you just heard them say game. Think about that and why people would come in here and think about what they said. I mean, when the evidence actually said that these two defendants confessed to him to murder Donald Thomas, denied his murder. You don't think he's going to come in here and back up off that? Bragging or boasting about murder. We put that on our tombstone. The things he knows when he's sitting up here don't sound good in a trial of his friends, fellow gang members, and co-conspirators. So he's going to back up off.
So now he's shitting on the credibility of his own witnesses?
He, when he did his plea agreement, said that he had knowledge that someone was involved with the murder of Donald Thomas, and then backs up off of it, right? He gives why. Think about why. And think about, they know the feelings that these defendants have about people who come in and tell them. And on his chest, the price of loyalty is wealth. The price of disloyalty is death. So these witnesses who say incriminating things about them in a police station or outside of court, when they come in here and are sitting in a witness box 10 feet from them, how do you think they know this? That's these defendants' own words about people who come in and testify against themselves. Right? That's their feelings on it. Things that these witnesses know very well. This is Kenneth Copeland outside of a criminal court.
Last words and shout outs before we get you out of here. Shout out to the game. YSL for life. You know what I mean?
YSL for life. And these are photographs he's had. He has known Shannon Stillwell for almost the vast majority of his life. And Kenneth Copeland would not want to say something, I argue, because of his bias and motive that would want to hurt. That's just common sense. And think about that when you hear what people say to a police station when it's just detective paper and Dennis, or what they say in this court. And so all of them would be guilty in this fact matter of that. So in this case, what Copeland and Zachary say about defendant Kendrick is he was driving the Infiniti 250. If he's driving that Infiniti 250 while Shannon Stillwell and Isaac Mullen are shooting 7.62 and 9mm shell cases into the body of Donald Thomas with Justin Cobb Duwop, that's 42 crimes. That's the example in this case. And it will come up in some of the overdrafts that we're going to talk about. It sounds like, Your Honor, this microphone may have. Yes, Your Honor. If you let me know if that helps fix that. I got to fix this belt buckle here real quick.
Dude, Dude, Atkins seems like a nice guy, but he's such a dork. They finally fixed the mic. Let's go.
Kendrick has this count 57 participation in criminal street gang activity.
All right, guys, listen up. Atkins needs to get his confidence and hair back with hims.com/cuff. When men leave the house, we look for our wallet, phone, and keys, and we check how our hair looks, right? But if you're experiencing hair loss, you may not feel so confident to step out your door. Hims is the best solution for you, boys. Listen up. Hims provides you with convenient and quality access to a range of hair loss treatments, all from your couch. And these treatments actually work. Hims makes treating your hair loss simple with doctor-trusted options and clinically proven ingredients like finasteride and minoxidil that can regrow your hair in as little as 3 to 6 months. Yes, you heard me correctly, only 3 to 6 months. You can choose from a personalized chewable, oral, serum, or spray and pick the treatment that works the best for you. This process is so simple and it's 100% online, so no awkward doctor visit where you have to explain that you're balding. All you do is answer a few questions and a medical provider will determine if the treatment's right for you. If prescribed, your treatment is sent to you directly in discreet packaging. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/cuff. That's hims.com/cuff. That's hims.com/cuff for your personalized hair loss treatments. hims.com/cuff. Here's the rest of the video, boys.
For the marijuana and firearms, like street gang activity during the commission of a felony for the May 9th, 2022. These street gang charges, which I'm going to talk to you about at the end, pertain to the murder of Shamel Drinks, a gang-related murder that the evidence has shown Shannon committed along with Demetrion Garlington, Miles Farley, and Carmavius Nichols. But first, I'm going to talk about RICO, which is count 1, which both are charged with. The general concept is they're charged with conspiracy to commit racketeering. So I'm going to have to explain to you what is RICO, what is conspiracy to commit RICO, and then you as jurors, with the evidence that have been presented, will reach the only reasonable conclusion that they're guilty of that count. But you know what RICO is first. And there's 2 ways to tell RICO.
Is mic just turned off again? Remember, the state has burden of proof here, so they really have to hammer at home all aspects of every count and charge and everything.
So I think we all can agree that should be an element that's easy to check. You've heard from ample, it doesn't have to just be the 28 indicted co-conspirators. You will see in that indictment that it states on page 12 that it also includes unnamed or unindicted co-conspirators if you find that they're part of the conspiracy. So keep that in mind when you go back and deliberate. But yes, one of the elements, beyond a reasonable doubt, is 2 or more.
Another thing about closing arguments, judges and juries don't like objections during closing arguments. So a lot of you are going to be thinking, why aren't they objecting? Defense lawyers are waiting to go up and point out the lie or however they're spinning it in their own closing argument and not object and interrupt them.
You can just hold.
Yes, Your Honor.
This has been a sloppy mess so far, man. The state needs to present a clear timeline of each defendant, each co-conspirator. Like, he's like all over the place.
What else can you use? Remember we talked about circumstantial evidence? Circumstantial evidence inferred from the nature of the acts done, relation of the parties, and the interest of the conspirators. What do they have to gain? Is it for something to further the group's interest? How do you know someone agrees? Look at what they do. And I argue to you that the evidence has shown that they've all knowingly and willfully agreed. Take where we started, or take the 2 murders. Shannon Stillwell, January 10th, 2015, murders Donovan Thomas. March 14th, 2022, Shannon Stillwell, with 3 other YSL members in both times, murders Shamel Drinks. If you have to ask yourself, did he knowingly and willfully agree to be a part of YSL criminal enterprise with 2 gang murders? That's an easy question. That's the most clear example of if someone murders a rival gang member twice, I think it's pretty clear that they knowingly and willfully agreed, regardless if they signed on the dotted line.
But there's a shit ton of doubt for both of those murders that the juries have to decide with the evidence that they've been presented with.
The crimes and acts.
The same shit that got Big and Tupac killed, little fuck, nigga. Pussy that in no bitch ass. Hey, gang, you bring your pussy out here, you gonna see me? I'm at your fucking neck.
Kendrick with YSL Pennant, and you have Shannon Stillwell where someone in the background says YSL for life. That's just one example. You've obviously seen and heard from multiple. But what do they say? What do they do? Are they publicly or actively or oftenly saying, yes, I'm a part of this YSL, there's an us and a them? Yes. Live Lucci flyer. This is from Marquavius Huey's phone, where him and Jeffrey Williams, they send a text message to Flyer Lucci. In 6 text messages, this principle of agreement, you're going to see agreement in action. This text is about to come up where all that's said, right? Jeffrey Williams says, where's that at? Claremont, slatty handle, stay very low, slat for sure, been out the way. They didn't say murder. They didn't say stab. They didn't say shoot. But in 6 text messages, it's readily clear that they're talking about enacting violence on YFN Lucci. That's agreement in one, barely a screen of a text message. That principle shows you, and think about this example throughout. What do they say with one another? What do they do with one another? That's how you can know agreement. So at its core, the crime is the agreement. The overt acts let you know that it's real. So this is important. They're charged with conspiracy to violate RICO. So the agreement to violate RICO, that's the crime they're charged with. These overt acts that you've heard from, we're about to walk through, those let you know that this isn't just fanciful, this isn't just in their minds, it's a real conspiracy. And in this case, and we're going to explain what RICO A and B is, they've actually committed the crime. So it's like you're asking you, did this group of individuals agree to conspire to commit all of these crimes, racketeering activity? The best evidence of that they did is they actually went and shot multiple people, murdered people, robbed for the street gang. That lets you know that there's not much to say when you actually do the crimes that you're alleged to have just conspired to commit. The conspiracy is alive and well in this courtroom with deceiving in this witness stand. So this is just a visual explanation that you have Shannon Stillwell, Demonte Kendricks, and some, I didn't list all the photos of people you've seen. If they're going to shoot a rival and you find that, yeah, they did shoot that rival and they did it to help YSL, the enterprise, if that act, and you find that whoever you find is part of that conspiracy, it's like they're all one and one for all. So each co-conspirator is responsible for the acts of others that are naturally and necessarily done to further the enterprise. You heard from the officer where she walked with her child from 988 Confederate Court to that zone precinct to report crime. Obviously she came in here and, did not want to acknowledge about the robbery, but I argue there's about to be a real bullet in her window that was taken by a crime scene tech who just responds to a scene. That is 988 Confederate Court, which comes up that address and area multiple times.
This is the robbery that, remember, she says, I think DK and Thug robbed her in 2013. On the stand, she said it never happened.
She told the officer at the time, her Kel-Tec, the money, her purse was stolen. Acquire and keep money. Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, and she said someone that she didn't know, Jeffrey Williams' brother. That's multiple people doing it. That's one crime, one act. But when they work together, it's much easier to get property and items. Adrian being set here for what felt like an eternity and didn't remember entire years, but he flew over while driving a car over a 6-foot embankment. Why did he not remember any of that? Just think about that. I think the only thing he said is that memorable moment where he's like, keep it a buck, and he took his mask off. But he clearly would remember flying over a wall. Why are we not coming here and talk about it? Now this, again, Walter Murphy, Jeffrey Williams, that's the location where Leonard Pass's car, which is that gray Dodge right there, is parked, Summerdale Apartments. Obviously, this is in the Cleveland Avenue area because often these crimes are committed in same locations, which will come important later. These are the firearms that they recovered from the car. Common after crimes, they go to the same location. That's important because these same victims, same accomplices, same pattern is important for RICO. So keep that in mind as we walk through this. So why would you publicly have the gang on your face when you do a crime? Because a face tattoo could stand out. Because they want people to know. You want the notoriety. You want the fear. Who robbed you? YSL. She doesn't know his name. Think about that. You have multiple people. And Walter Murphy, for those, I don't know the date Walter Murphy got his face tattoo. I know Ebinger had it for this. But Walter Murphy has a YSL on his forehead, right? So think about that public display of allegiance to the criminal street gang and enterprise.
See, that's something I'll point out is bullshit. Like the YSL face tattoo is him wanting his victims to know he's in YSL. And it's in furtherance of the gang. That is not the reason why they have a YSL tattoo on their face.
Kendrick, Stillwell, this is Demise McMullen. Now we'll talk about this in a minute. This is actually the photograph of when they shot Dexter Montgomery. Same case with D'Angelo White when they left that Jonesboro gas station in Lakewood and got to the four-way stop. That's the photograph of that. So you have Nard, but that's Demise McMullen, Shannon Stillwell, Kendrick. This is obviously the shooting. Overt act is did Jeffrey Williams rent the Infinity 250 and act in furtherance of the conspiracy? When you think about these overt acts, think how the criminal objectives. Ms. Hilton's going to talk to you and walk through bit by bit the murder itself of Donovan Thomas. But I argue to you, as she will too, that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, and that renting of the Infinity is an overt act that was used to facilitate the murder. And you've seen a pattern of rental cars being used.
There's also been evidence that rental cars are just handed out to anyone and everyone without Thug's knowledge. Jesus Christ. You're showing autopsy pictures, bro? What?
Rooney Lee's comment, his comment, they're all talking about and kind of joking sheepishly about a murder of Donovan Thomas. It's we, it's us, it's criminal enterprise. We talked about Kendrick's tattoo, which is about to come up. I don't know when he got this tattoo, when the Zoom works with me and it comes up. I don't know if he had that tattoo of Slat on his arm while he's driving the Infinity 250 past 330 McDaniel Street and Nard and Shannon shot and killed Donovan Thomas. But that same green Slat ends up on the gravestone. It's not a coincidence. And they're telling you that they did it and they just don't care. Because as you said when we started, slimes are above the law. But they didn't think about you. You hear it as clear as I hear it. I swear to God, nobody accused Dolly of murdering Donovan Thomas. Who's the we? And then you hear in the background, we smoke nut. And if you remember that call right before that, Woody saying, tell your brother I love him. And then you can hear Jeffrey Williams say, tell him I love him. Right there next to him. We killed nut. We put it on his tombstone. Slat, slat. And then just making a cheapest joke this years later. They're telling you we did it. They just don't care. And that's Shannon Stillwell in that same video. And there's a live snake and a YSL chain. It's out in the open. Beat a murder rap. This is Rodelius Ryan. This is Blaylock throwing up YSL, which is also an overt act, public display of allegiance. It's going to come up in just a second. That's Jamari Holmes. He will shoot at your fitted cap. And there's a literal fitted cap from Jamari Holmes' head with a bullet hole in it. And that's his skull with a bullet hole in it. This ain't murder gang isn't some facade. This isn't for clout. This is real life. And this is the bragging and the boasting above the law and proving that they're doing it for the street gang. They're telling you. I think it's amply clear that this murder is gang related. It's to further YSL. You've heard about the Nibin matches, the double homicide of Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. You heard op hunting, all of the way that Garlington and Shannon talked about getting revenge. And what happens? They see an op at a gas station and 4 YSL members in a rented vehicle murder. And Shannon Stillwell's involved in both. And it's eerily similar to Donovan Thomas's murder. This is the corridor right there, and that is Chanel Drink's vehicle with bullet holes on the same side of his car that Shannon Stillwell's Audi drove up in. It's not rocket science that he did it. The evidence has shown you he did. It's 100% gang related. They're both part of the same rival group. There's no evidence about any kind of disagreement or anything with Chanel Drinks. They did it for YSL. They did it to get revenge. And this is these public threats of violence when you're murdering people and throwing up YSL and bragging about it. That has a real effect of people who want to come in and testify or people that ever want to tell the police, period. These aren't just, a facade This isn't just a movie. This is real life. And they're showing you and telling you what they're about. So I say take them out.
Miss Love shaking her head up and down.
And when they leave, this is their car when it stops after the shooting at that stoplight, Cornelius Davis and Christian James. And that's the bullet that comes in through that car. And that's Dexter Montgomery with half his head shot off because they followed a YSL member to a gas station. We have this post, which is over at Act 21. I'm free, death before dishonor. Quite similar to the tattoo that Shannon Stillwell has, YSL. And what does he say about it? And by he, I mean Jimmy Winfrey. Get Amina to get the paperwork to put it in black and white, because if not, it's going to look like street business. Because it is street business. They just don't want you to know. That's that deception piece. They don't want jurors to know. They don't want the police to know. So get it in paperwork so we can make it look legit. There's nothing legit about shooting a tour bus driver's car on the highway. This is the phone records. They move as a pack. They move as one. This is before, where Zachary, Winfrey, Sledge, McMullen, Greer, and Dolly are all in the general area of the vault. This is, when it's about to come up, is the compound, which is a little bit later. Zachary, Winfrey, McMullen, Greer, and Dolly, 142 to 304. They all have kind of similar times when they leave, similar times when they depart. She's just in her bed trying to drink her a nightcap and just hang out. And what happens? They shoot at her because they think that her nephew or someone in YFN is there. That's not how it works in Fulton County. You don't just go shoot people's houses up because your op's there. When they post about guns, when they talk about guns, and then they tell you that they committed the crimes, it's not rocket science. You take them at their word, what the evidence has shown. These kind of retaliation is, again, Demikion's jumped. We got to protect it. It's a us, it's a we, it's an enterprise, right? And they act together because you have strength in numbers, protection and shootings. But this was a fist fight. It was a shooting in the parking lot. And then they go to other homes, travel intentionally down there and shoot. Again, they're moving together in concert. Did they think that was it reasonably foreseeable, understanding when they joined that multiple shootings would go on with YSL? You bet there is. You've seen it, right? They don't back up. They don't quit. They keep hanging out, shooting, and associating, and publicly bragging about YSL. And obviously in 2022, they're still trying to shoot and kill, shell, Kelvin Watts. You see how over time, it's the same acts. That's conspiracy. It's just right before you. Now, objective 4. Remember how I said at the beginning, sometimes those stolen firearms or the robberies can play up multiple ways? This is a good example of it. Money, weapons, and other property through acts of racketeering activity. So those robberies and thefts, you could find them as they conspired to violate B, to participate in the enterprise, or A, they conspired knowing that they could acquire and get property a lot easier. Either one. The evidence can sometimes fit multiple. This agreement to be a part of the enterprise, a pattern, and they all flow together, right? So evidence that they agreed, they go and shoot rivals together. We go and shoot the same rivals with the same people together. Evidence for agreement, evidence for pattern. Does the YSL enterprise exist? Is it a loosely formed group of individuals for a same common criminal purpose? All of these three kind of feed together. So this triangle is just a visual way to help think through this.
And he got the string up on him.
Bloody DK, and I got the strap on me, and he throws up Rock Crew at the time. And he's just shooting at 12 for no reason. Another attack on law enforcement. That again, you don't want to get caught. We'll say before.
Bro, this is Christian Evanger being a fucking idiot. Like running from the police, shooting a cop. He's a goddamn idiot. Like he's not. This isn't in furtherance of YSL. It's not connected. He's running from the police. He's a wanted man. Did they?
Tap or call that gets played that doesn't sound good. But the conspiracy is, did they knowingly and willfully conspire to join YSL knowing that that could be a possibility? I think it's ludicrous to say otherwise, right? They knew exactly what they signed up for when they tattooed YSL on their body and shot people for YSL. And it can be from anyone within 4 years of each other. They're not in it for the long haul. You don't tattoo your face if you're just a permanent thing. And you've seen evidence in present day and evidence in the past that's shown that allegiance. And that's where this agreement, pattern, and enterprise all play together. You have agreement for the enterprise. There's a pattern of racketeering activity, shootings, murders, robberies that feed and promote the enterprise. That's RICO conspiracy, or the spot on Oak Drive where you heard testimony about. This is after the murder of Donovan Thomas. This is both what Copeland and Zachary say that they all went to get rid of the gun and to get rid of the car because they don't want murder weapons to get caught with them, obviously. So the same individual who called Walter Murphy and Demise McMullen 3 months later when they pull up with a stick, you don't think that Demise McMullen killed Donovan Thomas with Shannon Stillwell, Kendrick driving, and Justin Cobb, and then would go to his friend OG Bentley? Of course he would. And where do they go? I mean, 755, 750. This is McMullen and Williams.
What actual evidence do they have that Yak Gotti was driving that car? He doesn't. They don't have footage of him getting in the car. They have footage of him getting in a different car. They just say it happened behind the gas station. They've like.
You've seen more recently Waters Road, and you used to hear reference about the dugout, but the Webb and Waters Road come up frequently. What were some similarities between them? There are places where they can store their guns. They can frequently go where no one's going to catch them or bother them. We're back at the Webb. It's not Slug Spot. It's now My Spot. They exchange guns. They exchange locations to help the gang. It's quite simply that, right? They need a spot to be able to hang out and lay low. Instagram from Jeffrey Williams. If I didn't like what you did for your mothers and kids, I would have been killed you. That's 2019. And then you have in 2020, coincidentally, Kendrick with Slat and a snake on him standing on the same Mr. Bennett's car, right? A clear sign of disrespect.
Standing on that man's car, disrespect.
Not only do they shoot at his mother's house, murder his friends, tweet at him, disrespect his car, then they try to stab him and actually do stab him in the jail, but they try to kill him is what I meant to say.
Also keep in mind, it's 8 women and 4 men on the jury, 7 black women, 3 black men, 1 white man, and 1 white woman.
And that is the projectile that murdered Jamel Drinks and the projectile that murdered Donovan Thomas. Same victims, right? You had Donovan Thomas with Lucci, and you saw how they treated Lucci. Now Donovan Thomas with Kelvin Watts, and you saw the connection. Similar victims over time with different YSL co-conspirators committing the crimes, often together. Not always the same, but similar patterns, which is important for RICO. It has to have, what is an enterprise, right? In this case, it's the criminal street gang. It's got to have a common purpose. It has to have a common kind of ongoing nature. It doesn't have to be a formal employee roster or something like that. It can be a loose or informal relationship amongst them. It's as simple as that. You've seen how the way that YSL, the common identifiers and the way that they act and speak in concert shows that they have, I would argue, more than a loose relationship with one another. And determine that you can use the pattern to prove the enterprise. This is where the crimes themselves and how they're committed kind of help you. Is there an enterprise? Well, the way that they work in concert shows you that there is. So you see this connection and support where when one goes in jail and someone tries to jump Farley, the gang gets protection and they may use an ally gang.
So they have a slide up that says RICO ? And they're just showing posts and association.
Lucci is trying to hurt Miles Farley. So there's connections between the acts. There's patterns in the interactions amongst each other. And if you take it a step further, then you have Wooney Lee with Shannon. You heard about No Slime Left Behind. Wooney Lee with Kendrick, actively promoting the gang. Yes, it may just be a photo, but when people think you murdered people, shot people, and got away with it, it has a different context to that. Are they a part of that street gang? Do they commit criminal street gang activity? For purposes of this indictment, the judge will instruct you that the street gang charges, the firearm possessed during the drugs for Kendrick and the murder of Jamel Drinks for Shannon Stillwell, both murder and possession of firearm during commission of a felony, which is the drugs, are criminal street gang activity. So all you really have to decide, in my mind, is there a nexus to the street gang? B is in order to maintain or increase status. So you'll see Shannon Stillwell has B. When he murdered Jamel Drinks, do you think that was in order to boost his YSL street cred and increase his status? Of course it was. He had no personal disagreement with Jamel Drinks. The only reason to murder him is because you saw all this public posting about get back, revenge, and he had that tweet I had earlier of up the score. When Shannon Stillwell committed that murder, it was to further the street gang. There's no other reason that makes any sense. And it would certainly boost his common signs, symbols, and tattoos. I only have a snippet. This is very similar to the first witness Belknap, right? Y'all have heard ample evidence of all these identifiers. You've heard about Slat, Slime, the lizard, the snake, the green, Copeland with the hand sign. Y'all are basically gang experts at this point, probably yourselves, because you've heard a lot about it, but it's important to show you the evidence over time. Tattoos, I've talked a lot about these. I think it's important to, these permanent YSL lifestyle. This is Trontavia Stevens. That's Antonio Sumlin. That's Antonio Sumlin. That's the Diamante Kendrick. Slime Life, YSL. And then you have face tattoos, Javon Fleetwood. Then you have Walter Murphy's going to come up and Christian Eppinger. Public YSL tattoos on their face. Essentially a walking billboard for the enterprise. Over and over and over, they show you we have guns, we use guns. We're not afraid to use it. Believe them. The evidence is showing it. Gang detectives, I'm not going to go through everything. I think you've heard a lot, right? And what they talked about was not fantasy. Gaither and Dennis, when they talked about getting woken up in the middle of the night with all of this 2015, they interviewed Walter Murphy. They interviewed Quindarius Zachary. They interviewed Copeland 6 times. Not an easy task. All of that stuff they did repeatedly. And Detective Belknap discussed the origins of Rock Crew, how it became YSL. He also mentioned how YSL, the street gang he started hearing about in schools before the record label was formed, and the rivalry between YSL and Inglewood family. I just simple 2 words, or I guess it's 3. 2015 first wave. This is waves of violence.
See, this is what I've been waiting for, is more concise, easier to understand waves of violence with Detective Dennis and Gaither.
She told you about all these back and forth shootings in 2019 and 2020, and she talked about what was going on in just 1 month, March of 2022. And all of these social media she was clipping by, it seemed like almost an hour, to show this public disrespect. Same group, same victims, same rivalry in YSL and YFN. Nothing has changed except time. That's how you know it's a criminal enterprise actively afloat. Every slime plays nasty. What does Winnie Lee say about that? Yeah, they can argue that they're just trying to watch the local basketball game on the nightly news.
The ESPN got blowing it down.
He's got a gun and says ESPN because we're blowing people down. I mean, I don't know what else to say. This is Kendrick's tattoo. You're going to see, this is Miles Farley, ESPN tattooed on the back of his neck. This is going to be Christian Effinger coming up here. Rise and Slime, ESPN. And I didn't clip it in there, but there's the song that Shannon Stillwell himself made where he literally says every slime plays nasty. So these are common phrases, identifiers, and by nasty, they mean violence.
It's almost like they know that their only chance at a guilty verdict is the RICO count, because I don't think they're going to get a guilty verdict for the murders.
I'm the DEO of this sex, money, murder set. You Belknap, Bather, and Dennis talk about the sex, money, murder, where YSL is a subset of that, right? It's their own words. They're not hiding from it. They're not slat on the finger.
He keeps pointing that out. He's like, it's their own words. Let them tell you what they are.
Again, Miles Farley, when the OGs don't feed, it boosts up the crime rate, right? They're actively telling you what they're doing, which was in Rodelius Ryan's Instagram. You all saw this video. Again, take them at their word. Don't just take my...
Little
baby rollout. For a small size. And they do keep pistols and they do light people up, which means shooting at them. What is YSL about? I said the deception. You have the flash and the fame and the lifestyle. And it's all a joke. And then you have the reality of YSL street gang members exacting violence on members of their own community repeatedly over the years with impunity. The intimidation. I think y'all all know well what we've shown and walked through, the violence publicly about witnesses who come in and testify, the way that people get YSL amnesia, as I call it, when they sit in the witness stand and they can't remember entire years of their life. It's not believable, except there's real fear and there's real trepidation to coming into a court and testifying. Destruction. I don't have to go on this long. It clearly has their actions and crimes have destroyed pockets of the communities in multiple communities in Fulton County. And death. You've heard about the murders that they've committed repeatedly. In Fulton County, you can get a driver's license, you can get a fishing license, but what you can't do as a criminal RICO enterprise is no one's above the law, and you don't have a license to kill, and you don't have a license to operate for impunity for a decade at citizens in Fulton County, because it doesn't matter in Fulton County if you're the richest, if you're the poorest, it doesn't matter anything about who you are. You don't deserve to be victimized, and a criminal enterprise has a lot more power and strength, and the crime that they've done, the pattern, the evidence, the agreement that they've had publicly proclaiming it is clear that this RICO enterprise is very real. It's more than just a conspiracy. It's alive and active. They willingly and knowingly agree to it, and they don't think that anyone will hold them accountable. But as reasonable, fair-minded jurors, when you deliberate and walk through the evidence and you compare the evidence with the law from the judge, there's no conclusion but guilty on count one RICO. And I argue it's both subsection A and B, but that's for y'all to decide. And these crimes charged, the criminal street gang and RICO, I ask you guilty on all those counts. Ms. Hill will talk to you after the defense, and we'll talk to you about why the defendants are guilty of the charged murders of Donovan Thomas and Chanel Drinks. Thank you.
All right, they're back from lunch break. Atkins' closing was a little all over the place, probably a bit confusing for the jury. I mean, it was a lot of association and posts of YSL and everything. I mean, he bounced back and forth between 2015, 2013, and 2022 like 50 times. So, all right, the legendary Max Shart, closing arguments, boys. Here we go.
Accusations are easy to make. Allegations are easy to wage. And this indictment has plenty of both. But here's the thing. There's a big difference between making allegations and proving them in court beyond a reasonable doubt to the citizens of Fulton with a hammer in their hand, banging on a square peg that they call evidence, banging, 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 trying so hard to fit that square peg into the round hole that they call their narrative, their theory. And the reality is that square peg does not fit in that round hole. It never fit. The state hasn't proven their case, and they certainly haven't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. In this indictment, the state accused Shannon Stillwell in count one of conspiring to violate the Georgia RICO Act. He did not. They have not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. In count two, the state alleged that Shannon Stillwell on January 10, 2015, shot and killed Donovan Thomas. He did not. The state hasn't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty of count two. In counts 49 through 54, the state has alleged that Shannon Stillwell on March 14, 2022, shot and killed Chanel Drinks. He did not. The state has not proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm going to ask you to find Shannon Stillwell not guilty. I want to acknowledge you, the jurors. I want to acknowledge the immense time commitment that you have given this case. I want to acknowledge the sacrifice to your family, the sacrifice to your job, the sacrifice to your vacation plans, the fact that you have been paying close attention to this case. And for that reason, I'm going to try to avoid rehashing every piece of evidence. I'm going to try to be as direct and concise as possible. Essentially, they're saying he conspired to acquire, maintain directly or indirectly an interest in and control of United States currency and other personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. and while associated with an enterprise, did unlawfully conspire to conduct and participate in, directly and indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. And that is the state's use of quote unquote expert.
Let's go. He's diving in with gang expert because I hope all of you watching this realize a gang expert is complete horseshit.
Specifically, the gang investigators that they have called. We heard GGIA, Georgia Gang Investigators Association. We heard that a lot about how there's 20 members. Remember, and we asked about what your training is, and they say, well, I go to the 2-day seminar every year. GGIA, there's 20 members. And then we learn who teaches at these seminars. Remember Detective Underwood? Remember Detective Underwood? And Detective Underwood was a nice lady, but she was sent up here. They wanted her to testify about the intersection of gangs and music. And she clearly wasn't qualified. She knew almost nothing about music. But she said, yeah, I'm qualified because I think I did a 2-hour block a couple years ago on that. I think Viverito taught that class. So now Viverito is the teacher. So I asked her, I said, oh, very interesting. You took a 2-hour class a couple years ago in this subject, and that makes you an expert. Okay. Did you guys hear from any experts in Black history, Black art, any literature professors, anyone that has studied hip hop, anyone from the hip hop community, anyone from the community at large, when you guys all meet, the 20 of you, to talk about gang stuff at this seminar? Nope. It was just Investigator Viverito. Okay, what about scholarly reports? Nope, just Investigator Viverito.
So they all have the same like knowledge and experience, and they called 5 of them.
Experts about what their training is, what their background is, what their basis for testifying as experts and telling us how to analyze things, telling us what certain words mean, telling us what's gang related or not, telling us what's relevant and what's not. It all stems from these meetings, this echo chamber that they have.
Ooh, that's a good word, echo chamber.
Hear from no one else, no outside voices at all. And they all call each other experts. And they even created an association to look official. Think about Lieutenant Gaither when she was on the stand. Remember when I was allowed to ask questions? I tried to ask her some questions when they weren't vague.
That's a shot at Gaither right there.
Did she really want to answer my questions? You know, you see on Direct with the State, back and forth, it's like a tango. Yeah, it's a script. And then I get up, where another defense attorney gets up to ask questions. Can't get a simple answer for anything. What color is the sky? Oh, let me tell you about the FedEx video.
This is so good.
Commentary. Same thing with Investigator Viverito. Just unnecessary commentary, avoiding answering questions that I ask. Clearly, Investigator Dennis was doing the same thing. He's out of here. He was sent home. Consider the manner that they testify and how much weight and credibility they really have in this matter. Think about their interest and lack of interest in the case, also known as their bias.
Pointing out something they got completely wrong here. This is Future's logo. It's not about rival gang.
This was a symbol of a gang war. This is the gang war that was going on. This is YSL declaring war on Bird Gang, which is an offshoot of the F Gang. Oh yeah, that's what it is. She told you that. As sure as can be, the expert that y'all are supposed to rely on. Well, what did my good friend Brian Steele do? Brought in the album cover. Wait a second. You're saying that this is a Hawk Skull and a gang war? Isn't this an album cover of a collaboration between my client, Young Thug, this is Attorney Steele talking, Young Thug and Future? And isn't his label Free Bands? And isn't Future's Free Bands mascot an eagle? Isn't this album cover signifying the collaboration between the eagle and the snake? Doesn't that make more sense? After all, that's exactly what the album is. Okay. What you saying? I run with cold-blooded killers. That's for Marvius Nichols. That looks pretty bad. Looks bad. It's posted a day after this killing.
She screenshotted it on the exact millisecond that was popping up on the screen for a song. And this is song lyrics of Young Boy.
We find out that this was part of a post, a story that had a bunch of different posts about fear of roller coasters, about being sick, a whole bunch of different things. And then we finally get to the part where it has the lyrics from Young Boy Never Broke Again, right? We don't even see these lyrics. Why don't we see them on this post? Because they're on for a millisecond in the very beginning of the switch. And we hear about Instagram and how those aren't really words that Mr. Nichols would have typed. Those are words from a song that he picked. And sometimes you pick the lyrics if you want, and sometimes Instagram picks them for you. But what else do we see from watching the entire post? Those weren't even the featured lyrics. The lyrics were being transitioned to the lyrics that either Instagram or Mr. Nichols picked. But in a split millisecond, for whatever reason, these lyrics that Investigator Viverito so desperately wanted you guys to see were on the screen. And so what did Investigator Viverito do? She gets the post, she goes frame by frame until it gets to that exact point where it has what she feels looks like incriminating words by Mr. Nichols. Words that weren't even picked by him. And she freezes it, and she screenshots it, and then she puts it in front of you. Again, no report about what she did. She manipulated the evidence. What does that tell you about her? When we're talking about assessing credibility, your lack of interest in the case, your bias. Does she have an agenda when she does things like that? Of course she does. And so she had to fill out an affidavit to give it to a judge to get permission to convince the judge, basically, to give her permission to search Jeffrey Williams' home for evidence.
24M on an M-word head, completely out of context.
YSL Rule the World kid, 24M on an N head, folds it and makes it bigger and circles it for the judge to draw attention to that. Because of course she wants the judge to feel that Mr. Williams is just ordering hits on people. That's the implication. That's the message she's sending the judge. And here I am, Investigator Viverito sat in that chair and said, she doubled down. And she said, you know what? Even knowing what I know now about 24M on an N's head, even knowing what I know now, I would still put it in that affidavit. That's all I needed to hear. Yeah, I would mislead a judge. Yeah, I would lie in an affidavit. Yeah, I would cheat because I'm that invested in this case. I'm that invested with taking these guys down.
Opening up Viverito's mouth and shitting in it right now. It's because what she said on the stand. She said she would double down on it.
Consider their credibility. Take what they say with a huge grain of salt. You don't have to believe what they say. You can disregard everything they say. The law allows you to do that. Some might be saying slap. A lot of times people are, and it's kind of sad to watch, a lot of people talking about all the stuff they got when we all know they really don't have anything. About all the cars they own. Remember that one gentleman? Oh yeah, I'm getting my daughter this, I'm getting my son that car. We saw those videos and I'm watching all these videos and I'm wondering, what's the point? Why is the state playing this? Just to show like bad kids or who they feel are bad kids? Just to show who they feel are future criminals? Like what's the point of these videos that are really sad to watch? And you see Jeffrey Williams leaning on a car and you see his emaciated body. You see his teeth that are rotten. And he's wearing pants that are clearly too short, too small, clearly been handed down, traded. They didn't come out of Phipps Plaza. You see him wearing a Alabama Letterman jacket.
Hold on. Let me wind it out. Hold on. My nigga, Lil Jeff say he's the king of white swagging, right? Shut up, wait time. Let the lady folks see what you're doing now. All right, you check him out now.
What happens there? I think about when I was young. If I had to struggle, if I had to wear clothes that I was embarrassed about, if I was embarrassed about anything, I would hide. I would run. I would stay inside. I'd be ashamed. I might lash out at people picking at me. But what happens there? Jeffrey Williams takes those clothes, those tattered clothes, those old clothes, those ill-fitting clothes, and he twists it. He turns it around. Now, these aren't rags. This ain't nothing to be ashamed of. This is white boy swag. This is swag. Think about that for a second. What that means. And I'm not suggesting Shannon Stillwell saw that video, but that mindset. I'm not ashamed where I came from. In fact, I'm going to turn it into a positive. I'm going to turn it into a sense of pride. And you see someone that you know making it and making it on his terms with that level of confidence. Now think about if you're Shannon Stillwell, raised by your grandmother, facing many of the same issues that Jeffrey's talking about, that he's rapping about, that these young men in Cleveland Avenue are facing, many of the same challenges. And then you also want to be a rapper. And all of a sudden, this person that you can identify with, this person that has the confidence you wish you had, this person that's taking everything negative and turning it into a positive. And then he raps too. And it's all blowing up in your backyard. And you want to be a musician. And you want to go into the studio.
So I think the narrative he's going for here is anyone who was in the same position as all these guys would go for it if they had the opportunity, if they saw Thug blowing up and shit.
You want studio time. And you know Jeffrey Williams and his friends have studio time because now they have backing. And studio time ain't cheap. And you want connections. Isn't that exactly who you'd want to associate with? Not to conspire to violate any RICO laws. You want to be there because he's doing what you want to do and you are identifying with him. No rules about false flagging. Anyone can do it. Everyone does do it. People all over the world wiping their nose. It's not false flagging because it's not a gang. When LeBron James does it, he's not false flagging because there's no gang. He's showing he identifies with the movement. He identifies with the confidence that Jeffrey Williams shows. He identifies with turning negative into positive. There's no gender rules in YSL, and there's no exclusions. Has the state proven that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully conspired to participate in an enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity? Well, Mr. Atkins says, well, he killed Donovan Thomas, so that's proof right there. Well, that's pretty circular logic. He didn't kill Donovan Thomas. Well, he killed Shamal Drinks. That's proof right there. No, he didn't kill Shamal Drinks. What have they proven Shannon Stillwell has done to say that he knowingly and willfully conspired to do anything other than to be around Jeffrey Williams and try to make music and further his rap career and be around people that he identified with? He's been in social media pictures with many of the people that he hangs out with. Okay. He uses the word slat, uses a green snake emoji. Okay. A lot of people do that. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's acting like a RICO conspirator? Who's going to tell LeBron that he's now a hybrid gang member? In fact, we just heard what the state said about wiping the nose meant, according to the gang experts. Who's going to tell LeBron that he's like ordering a hit in the middle of NBA warmups? Is what the gang investigators say, should we really take it? Hook, line, and sinker? There's no doubt that people with YSL tattoos, there's no doubt that people that say slat have committed crimes. No one's disputing that. Isolated crimes by an individual or a group of individuals that have nothing to do with any alleged conspiracy cannot be overt acts. It's not just crimes that or other acts that are alleged against people associated with YSL. The acts must further the criminal objectives of the alleged conspiracy. Artistic expression. Jeffrey's lyrics. When Jeffrey says slat in a song or slime in a song, which is recognized worldwide and is popular and sells albums, we're going to pretend that there's no context to this, and we're just going to pretend that all these lyrics are somehow designed to further a RICO organization? That's absurd. We're going to pretend Shannon Stillwell's statements about bragging about beating a murder rap, which is good for his music career, is somehow furthering some criminal objectives, some conspiracy. That's absurd. They list in their list of overt acts a bunch of social media posts of people with tattoos on their face. Nothing else. Just, oh, he took a picture with a tattoo on his face. Slime clothing, or Make America Slime Again clothing. Clothing created, mind you, by Miles Farley, a person who was able to, again, turn negative into positive and turn that movement that was going on in Cleveland Avenue in a way for him to make money through selling clothing, for him to provide to his family. Okay, yeah, but when you sold it and made a profit, who are you going to share the money with? And look at me like I was crazy. Man, this is a $100 bag of weed. I ain't sharing money with anyone. I'm a drug dealer. I buy drugs and I sell drugs and I make a profit and I keep the profit. What evidence have we seen at all that any of this petty drug dealing had anything to do with furthering some criminal enterprise? It's isolated acts. They list gun possession. 2019, they say Shannon Stillwell was possession of a gun in furtherance of the criminal objectives of the conspiracy. Man, ever since Shannon Stillwell was falsely accused of killing Donovan Thomas in 2015 about people shooting at his head, people shooting at the car he's in, people are trying to kill him. And you think he's possessing a gun as some furtherance of some conspiracy? Does that make any sense? He's trying.
And juror seems attentive. Some are moving in their seats quite often. The seemingly uninterested female juror continues to give off a vibe that she's over it. People are still taking notes. So one of them seems to be over it completely. Jurors seem engaged. Some leaned forward taking in the closing. Some are taking notes. Though there's one juror who's leaned back and her body language doesn't seem too interested. So she just doesn't give a fuck about it.
It was like a 15-year-old doing something incredibly stupid. What objectives was that furthering? It wasn't. It's an isolated act committed by someone who screams out YSL and screams out SLAP. But that doesn't mean it's furthering any conspiracy. We hear about Jaden Myrick. First of all, who the heck is Jaden Myrick? I know they put him on this, and put his name on this indictment. What have we heard about Jaden Myrick? We ever hear about Jaden Myrick ever meeting Shannon Stillwell? Do we have any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Shannon Stillwell?
That was something I thought about too, because they obviously put a lot into the Lucci stabbing, which Jaden stabbed Lucci, but there wasn't any evidence that Jaden knew anyone, like no connection, no pictures or anything.
What about Jeffrey Williams? Any indication that Jaden Myrick knows Jeffrey Williams? Who the heck's Jaden Myrick? But some dope in the jail that's looking to make money by doing something incredibly stupid and attacking Rashawn Bennett. So he calls another dope, and they come up with their own little plan, but it has nothing to do with some broad conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell willfully and knowingly joined. Somehow Christian Ebinger doing making that idiotic decision to shoot an officer to avoid being arrested. Somehow that is in furtherance of some conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined.
It's not connected at all.
In review of count one, ladies and gentlemen, YSL is many things. It's not a gang, full-fledged or hybrid, and it's certainly not a RICO enterprise. Shannon Stillwell, in associating himself with Jeffrey Williams and Travis Stevens and Quamarvia Nichols, his good friend, Miles Farley, and others, and Wooney Lee, he wasn't knowingly and willfully conspiring with anyone to participate in any enterprise aimed at a pattern of racketeering activity. He was in the mix. He was trying to make music. He was also, coincidentally, if we're being honest, he was selling drugs. He wasn't sharing them with anyone. He wasn't sharing the profits. He was selling drugs and trying to make music. And he was around the right people to be trying to do that with, because those connections were going to, in his mind, further his music career, which is what he wanted. And no overt acts were ever committed in furtherance of any conspiracy that Shannon Stillwell knowingly and willfully joined. The state has to prove every element of that charge beyond a reasonable doubt. They have failed. There is reasonable doubt. It's not true. And your verdict on count one must be not guilty. That type of music exists. That type of music is popular. And that's the type of music that Shannon Stillwell was doing. We heard about the common terms in this drill music: ops, glizzy, blicky, red lights. And we heard 5 of Shannon, Bull, S-H-I-T, with Dolly, Jeffrey's sister, and ran this money with Slime Life Shorty, a signed artist who had already made it, at least to a certain degree. We hear about all sorts of violence. We hear about red lights. We hear about glizzies, walk them down, homicides, FNs. We hear it all. And out of context, it doesn't paint Shannon Stillwell in the best light. And I don't think I've ever claimed that Shannon Stillwell is an angel either, but it is art. When he references beating a murder rap, when he keeps bringing up Donovan Thomas, it's not a confession. That's what he's known for. That's his selling point in this type of music that celebrates it, much to some of our chagrin. Why does he keep referencing Donovan Thomas? Years later, he's already been arrested for this charge. Wouldn't he be quiet about it? He would if he did it. But why does he keep bringing up Donovan Thomas? Well, I have 2 things for you to consider. Maybe, just maybe, on that particular day in June of 2022, Shannon Stillwell had enough. For 7 years, The police put a target on his back, and people had been shooting at him. He was shot at the green store. They shot at his head. He was so bold to go to JJ's Chicken and Fish to get himself some food with the mother of his child and another female who was driving. He was so bold that when they left that parking lot, 3 men in a car sped up behind him and shot at that car, riddling the back of that car with bullets, shooting poor Tierra Jones in the face, instantly killing the driver, Miss Jones, causing the car to careen and turn over and over and over, severely injuring Mr. Scarring his head to this day, putting him in hospital for months, putting the mother to Stillwell. He feels bad about the situation. He feels awful. He asked the officer, "Can I write a letter of remorse to Tierra Jones's family?" And he does. And then the officer says, "Well, can you talk to me about the case?" And know what he does? He talks to the officers about the case. And he gives names. He gives names of the people that he feels were in that red car that sped up behind him, killed him, and killed Tierra Jones. He gave those names. Shannon Stillwell had dared talk to the police to try to help solve the senseless murder of an innocent woman, was broadcast on Instagram and social media. And people were chastising Shannon Stillwell and put him on social media and in real life over the fact that he was made such a ridiculous decision as to try to bring justice to Tierra Jones' family. That was his reward for that. So yeah, people shooting at his head, narrowly missing at the green store. People shooting at him in a car, killing someone in the car and putting him in the hospital. People chastising him online for being so bold to tell the police what happened, who killed Tierra Jones, poor Tierra Jones. Maybe in January 2022, just maybe, possibly, he had enough. He was sick of the nonsense. If you want to say it, then I'll be it. Remember that song, Homicide by Lil Woody, Kenneth Copeland, who played the role of the assassin? Fret, Trevante Turner. You watched the video. I don't think we need to watch it again. Who gets killed? Someone who looks like Donovan Thomas, who put money on his head. If songs are confessions, then Kenneth Copeland is confessed.
Adding doubt to the whole situation. Point out that Woody could have killed Donovan Thomas, but he's on to the nut murder now.
This man who's saying his name is Nicholas Robinson, this man is telling Detective Thorpe his name is Nicholas Robinson, his name is actually Spencer Wright. So she goes and tells Thorpe. And what does Thorpe do? He's interviewing someone about what they allegedly saw in this high-profile case, and this person has just lied to him about his name. What does Thorpe do? He continues to interview him. And then the very next day, he goes out and takes warrant.
Lying about their name. Yeah. But yeah, he was never on the footage where he said he was.
On what? Where? Circle it on his picture. And about how he went to look at the surveillance himself. And what did he see? An empty bench. Spencer Wright not only lied about his name, but he lied about a lot more. But know who he duped? Detective Thorpe. We have no ballistics from the Donovan Thomas case, which we will talk about in a minute as well. But essentially, this Donovan Thomas case comes down to 2 witnesses. And in my opening, I warned you all about people wearing Fulton County blues. That was the theme of my opening. Rice Street is a disgusting, horrible place. Being locked up anywhere is awful. And there are people who will lie on other people to stay out of Rice Street. You don't believe me? Nicholas Robinson. He's the proof of concept right there. Getting locked up, wants to talk to the detective, and then completely makes things up. And the next day, warrants are being signed. This is not some theory that I have that people lie to get themselves out of trouble. It's proven. Spencer Wright did it. Quindarius Zachary, is he on this indictment? Nope. Kenneth Copeland, is he on this indictment? Are any of us going to really sit here and pretend that if the state was really being honest about who to charge about the events in 2015, 2014, 2015, that Kenneth Copeland wouldn't be on that indictment?
It makes absolutely no sense. Woody would 100% be on that indictment. There's a reason for that.
He's not on this indictment. Quindarius Zachary was a straw purchaser for guns. Quindarius Zachary, right in the middle, the impetus for one of the overt acts, the April 28th, 2015 shooting of houses. He's right in the middle of this. And they're not on the indictment? And we're supposed to pretend that the state aren't the ones that chose Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary as their witnesses? Of course they did. They are 2 people that happened to put themselves in situations, serious situations, that would require them to lie on others to get themselves out of trouble. Those were their 2 qualifications. And the state said, sounds good. We'll sign you up. You're our witnesses. You're no longer on this indictment.
Shards doing a good job so far, in my opinion.
So as a result of his lie, charged with these 2 felonies, false statement and false report of a crime. And it's pending, and it's pending, and it's pending. Then all of a sudden,
I remember this now. They dropped the charge suddenly.
As this case is ramping up, and Mr. Copeland's going to have to take a stand and be asked about his pending charges and his prior lies. All of a sudden, on January 18th, 2024, Fani Willis and her employee, Kenneth Hutcherson, quietly dismissed the case against Kenneth Copeland, the case of false statement, a case of false report of a crime. Oh, we actually looked at the video again and it actually supported Kenneth Copeland? No. Was it the victim didn't want to prosecute? No. Prosecutorial discretion. But they decided it was in their best interest to dismiss that case against Kenneth Copeland before he testified. Remember I told Kenneth Copeland about it? Thought he was going to get up and hug me. He said, my case is dismissed? Yeah, sure was. State took care of you. You're not on this indictment either. Kenneth Copeland's a liar. He's a proven liar. And let's talk about his prior statements he made, because we know on June 10, 2015 is when he said Demekion Garlington gave him certain information and that Shannon Stillwell was one of the people responsible for killing Donovan Thomas. Demekion told him at the McDonald's. That's what Kenneth Copeland said on June 10, 2015. Kenneth Copeland actually met with the police in 2015 4 times prior to that June 10, 2015 interview. If it were true, Kenneth Copeland would have that knowledge of what Demekion Garlington said to him for all these meetings. January 11, 2015, he goes in to talk to Thorpe. Doesn't say anything.
So now he's getting into Woody lying during interviews.
And he's asked about, specifically by Detective Thorpe, if he's ever rented or driven an Infiniti. And what does Kenneth Copeland say? No, never. Denies it completely. That's on January 11th.
Definitely a lie, because he admitted to driving the car days before. The bumper popped off on the highway or whatever.
Kenneth Copeland was in the Infiniti on the night of January 9th with Quindarius Zachary. So he lies right off the bat to Detective Thorpe. Lie after lie after lie. Denying beef with Donovan Thomas, denying stealing Donovan Thomas's chain, denying ever being in an Infiniti. It shows Mr. Copeland wearing street clothes, civilian clothes, not a blue jumpsuit. But let's not get confused. Let's not get it twisted. On June 10, 2015, Kenneth Copeland, for the first time, was headed to jail for serious charges.
So that's the reason why he was yapping, eh?
You're an arbitrary criminal. We got you dead to rights. You're facing 15 plus 10. That's 25. No parole. You're not going to get out till you're 48. And that's not even including the conspiracies. You won't see your children till you're 48. You see what goes on here? This isn't an accident. This is the playbook. Get the liar, get him jammed up, threaten him, tell him he's not going to see his kids again until he's 48. And then, oh, but maybe we can do something for you. You just got to give us what we want. A person who fully admits that he would lie on anyone to get out of jail, to stay out of jail, to get out of trouble. That was enough to coax him to make up a story about Shannon Stillwell and others. Plan in motion because he knew someone was going to have to back up his story. And that was enough to have him reach out to Demekion Garlington and try to get Demekion Garlington to go out and go on with the story, which of course, Mr. Copeland told us he's no longer friends with Mr. Garlington. You're going to have to answer these auto break-ins. Why do you have all this property and these cars? We know you're involved. Remember what he said? Nah, that was Lil Mike and Quez that did them. Remember the detectives? They looked at each other, Lil Mike and Quez, Lil Mike and Quez.
What, he made up 2 random names, bro?
Little Mike and Quez, they don't exist. He made them up on the spot on June 10th of 2015. So my answer to you, if you think, oh, this pressure was needed to get Kenneth Copeland to finally be truthful, he was lying. He made up people that didn't exist in this very statement that the state wants you to take as truthful from one of the biggest liars we've ever seen in our lives. First of all, what did Quindarius Zachary say at trial? That he lied on Shannon in 2 prior statements. One August 5th, 2015 to Lieutenant Gaither, and then one in a proffer session on March 3rd of 2017. And he also admitted on cross-examination that even those 2 statements, those 2 lies he told about Shannon Stillwell were not even consistent with each other. But none of the police seemed to mind. None of the prosecutors seemed to mind. The night of the Donovan Thomas killing, Shannon Stillwell confessed to me at Jeffrey Williams' condo. And then he also went on to lie about Shannon Stillwell on this August 5th, 2015 statement, lied about Shannon Stillwell's involvement in really a bunch of other cases. Cases that Shannon Stillwell has never been charged with. He just lied on Shannon. And he admitted his motivation for lying on Shannon. Knew, or he was under the belief, that when he talked to the police, when he talked to Lieutenant Gaither, first of all, he needed to get bond. He had been locked up for about 7 days. His family had been calling Gaither. We heard about that, begging her to go up and talk to him. What was the urgency? Well, we didn't get into details, but we learned that Mr. Zachary has a serious illness that he wasn't going to fare well at Rice Street under those conditions. So he needed to get out. So he has people calling Gaither, come see me, I want to talk to you. I wasn't there. The only reason I know about it is because Demekion Garlington told me the next day. So immediately, he's lying to the police, saying he wasn't there, which of course we know he was there. Lieutenant Gaither knows he was there. But what's his explanation? It's odd. It's interesting. It seems to be a recurring theme. I wasn't there, but, and where did he say was also? I was at home because I'm always sick, right? I was at home, I'm always sick, I wasn't there. And the only reason I know about this is because Demekion Garlington the next day confessed to me. Seeing a pattern? Everyone's always confessing to Quindarius Zachary, according to Quindarius Zachary.
Dude, Quindarius Zachary's credibility is pretty much nothing. Like, he got destroyed on the stand, man.
Of course, that was a lie. Demekion Garlington had not confessed to him. That was made up. He made up a story about someone confessing to him. And in fact, he was there. In real life, like this, if it really happened. If a friend of mine came up to me and said, Max, I have something to tell you. Earlier tonight, I murdered one of the most powerful gang members in all of Atlanta. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that I would remember exactly where I was when he said it. I would know exactly what was going on, where we were, who else was there, and what exactly was said. Because that's the type of thing you wouldn't forget. That's the type of thing you wouldn't forget details of. But what do we know about Quindaria Zachary's renditions of this alleged confession by Shannon Stillwell? He said, we caught Nut down bad. And then, according to Mr. Zachary, on August 5th, 2015, Shannon Stillwell also named 3 other individuals in the car. That was his statement on August 5th, 2015. But then on March 3rd, 2017, he's asked about the same alleged confession. And it's, oh, Shannon just told me he caught Nut down bad. And he didn't give me any other details at all. Didn't say anyone else who was in the car. What about the timing of the confession? On August 5th, 2015, Quindaria Zachary claims the confession occurred just as he and Muntunk pulled up to Jeffrey's condo. And Shannon was about to go to a girl's house. And we crossed paths and he confessed to me.
Dude, they're all over the place.
Shannon didn't show up till later that night, till about 4 or 5 a.m. He was dropped off by some girls. I know because I let him into the condo. How do those details change about something that would stick in your mind if it were true? And the answer is because it's not true. Because it was a story that was made up by Quindaria Zachary, who was facing 185 years, who needed to get out of jail because he had a serious illness, who knew that the gun he had been arrested with was going to be linked to other crimes. And just like Kenneth Copeland, he was someone that was willing to lie to get himself out of trouble. And at that particular time, the state, the investigators, and everyone else had enough leverage on him to force him to make that decision to lie on someone else. So we got these 2 liars who were strategically interviewed at the very time they're most likely to lie. Wouldn't it be cool if we had some corroboration?
2 liars strategically interviewed.
This does not give exact locations. First of all, it's just devices, not people, but it doesn't give exact locations. It doesn't tell you where people were. It gives a general area. It tells you what cell phone may have been closest to the device when it was being used. And these cell phone towers have all different radiuses and all different signal strengths. So you just get a general idea. You got to be very careful about what you read into these cell phone records. That's what he said, the expert. And yes, he talked about different people calling different people that know each other calling different people on January 10, 2015. Shouldn't be that surprising. What did they say about Shannon Stillwell? Where did they say he was? Go look at those phone records. Did they provide any cell phone records for Shannon Stillwell? How about Diamante Kendrick? What is the power of those cell phone records again? What did they corroborate? Did they have Kenneth Copeland wear a wire? Remember when he was so desperate to get out of jail. I'll wear a wire.
They really don't have much for Shannon and Yak, dude, for the Donovan Thomas murder specifically.
The McDonald's at Old Hateville and Cleveland Avenue, the very spot where Kenneth Copeland claims in his story that everyone met and that Demekion Garlington told him who killed Donovan Thomas. Well, we know the McDonald's has surveillance. That's been testified to by several officers. And we know we don't have the McDonald's surveillance for January 10th, 2015. Attorney Steele asks, I ask, other attorneys ask. First we asked Gaither, did you ever try to get surveillance to McDonald's? And what did she say? Oh, we went like 2 or 3 months later, we went and we talked to a general manager and they weren't able to get into the cameras right then, but we took the card and we gave the card to Thorpe. That was her explanation of the efforts to get camera footage from the McDonald's. I said, okay, do you have that in a report that you drove down to McDonald's and talked to? Who was the person you talked to? What was their title? What was their name? Where's the card? Oh, no, I don't have that in a report. Okay, so then we asked Thorpe, what did you do to get surveillance from the McDonald's to corroborate anything Kenneth Copeland said? And this is where it gets ugly. He said, I went a couple days later and I talked to the people and they said the footage had been erased. The 15-day or however many days the cycle is ended and all the footage was erased and it started all over again. That piqued our interest because everyone knows that's not the way surveillance cameras work.
Yes, that's why they always asked about how surveillance systems work, because that's not really how it works.
Every one of them said they never heard of a surveillance system just erasing all at one time. Every single one of them means Detective Thorpe lied to us. He lied to y'all. He didn't go to try to get that surveillance from the McDonald's. He didn't go 2 days later. What did we hear from DA Sprinkle? Remember that? And that's a straight shoot. DA Sprinkle. What did DA Sprinkle said when we asked him about it? Hey, did Detective Thorpe ever mention trying to go get the footage from the McDonald's? Did that ever come up? Because, we've been asking a lot about this McDonald's footage. What did DA Sprinkle say? Detective Thorpe never brought that up to me.
I actually do believe that was a lie. The way Thorpe even responded seemed like a lie.
I know of someone who, with Trevante Turner, went and shot up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop in 2014. I know of someone who stole Donovan Thomas's nut chain.
I mean, a lot of signs do point to a beef between Woody and Nut, for sure.
And cell phone out of his truck in late 2014. And when asked about it by the police, repeatedly lied about that situation. Repeatedly pretended that him and Donovan Thomas were cool. I know someone who was jumped by Kelvin Watts in Club Crucial on January 6, 2015. I know someone who basically admitted on the stand, I'm listening, to shooting up the TIG studios at 675 Metropolitan Avenue on January 8th, 2015, 2 days before Donovan Thomas's death, shot a hole in Rich Homie Kwan's windshield. And if you recall from the officer who responded to the scene, a shooting that very well may have occurred while Donovan Thomas was present. Remember, I asked that officer, were there people there in the studio at the time? Yes, there were. Who were they? I don't know. They wouldn't open the door. An Infinity that Kenneth Copeland was in possession of the day before the Donovan Thomas shooting. An Infinity which was last known to be in the hands of Kenneth Copeland and Quindarius Zachary before, according to Kenneth Copeland, he handed it off to his good friend, closest associate, partner in shooting up Rich Homie Kwan's father's barbershop, Trevante Turner, also known as Threat.
I mean, it's kind of crazy, right? The murder vehicle, the state says is a murder vehicle, and it's literally a fact. Woody literally admits he was in that car.
Investigator Viverito, all these posts that Kelvin Watts has made, has he been charged? And the answer was no. And why was the answer no? Because posts on the internet about the death of people, even claims of responsibility, such as putting two shells under your own eyes, that's not enough to charge someone. That's not a confession. Investigator Viverito said the reality is, in this day and age, under these circumstances, dealing in this situation with the drill music and everything else, there's false claiming going on all the time. We can't go by what's on the internet. We can't go by what people post. That's not a confession. That's what we learned from Investigator Viverito. That's what she was forced to concede when we talked about the Christian McMiller and Darius Ford deaths. I'm not an expert. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just going to kind of hypothesize in front of the jury that it's a Glock 27 and they shoot 40 caliber bullets. Okay, you're not an expert, but you're throwing that in front of the jury. Never said it before until you're on the stand. And what's your experience with Glock 27s? Well, one time I went to the gun store and I was trying to decide what kind of gun to buy, and I held a Glock 27. That's it. Think about Investigator Viverito and her bias and her trying to sway you and identify or claim to identify a firearm and make it model from that picture and what her basis is, what her real basis is. Any evidence that Mr. Stillwell ever possessed that gun? And what did she say? You just can't answer no, because of course there's no evidence that Mr. Stillwell ever possessed that gun. She said, well, do you have any evidence? Or I don't have any evidence that he didn't. Well, geez, that's an interesting shifting of the burden of proof from the state's witness. She's biased. She came in there to try to solve a key problem of the state's case, which is that Mr. Stillwell is not linked to any weapon that could possibly shoot the fatal bullets in the Shamel Drinks case.
I mean, that you can't dispute that. There's no link of Shannon to the murder weapon of any kind. Zero. Even the guns he got caught with, like none of them.
He's on a contraband phone. I'm not saying that's right, but let's think about that scenario for a second. We've been sitting here for a year listening to the same. This call is subject to being recorded, right? Every time someone comes from the jail, because it is recorded.
He doesn't know that the other end is wiretap. Like on the jail calls, he knows he's being recorded, but on this, he has no idea. This should be the phone where he spills a lot of beans, but nothing spilled.
Mr. Garlington's phone is tapped. Mr. Garlington doesn't know his phone is tapped. As far as they're concerned, they're having a private conversation. They have cut out the recording and are having a private conversation about March 14th, 2022. And what do they say? In this private conversation that they're having, they're not saying, oh, how can we cover this up? Oh, I think they're onto us. Oh no, I think they got us. They're saying, we didn't do anything. They're just assuming we did stuff because we're at the gas station, which is a fact that we have never denied. They were in fact at the gas station. They're having a private conversation and they're talking about how innocent they are and how the police got it wrong. And Mr. Stillwell is just saying, let's let it work itself out. No one said the car has been cleaned. It's going to come back clean, is what was said. Does Mr. Stillwell sound like an expert in gunshot residue there? Does he really sound like someone that's going to say, oh, I have so much inside knowledge on this forensic work that the police do on the inside of cars that we must clean the headliner of all things? No, he sounds like someone who knows that they were in a car on March 14th, 2022, knows that they were at the BP, knows that they left and they drove down Windsor Street, and knows, despite the fact that he's been arrested falsely for killing another gentleman, he knows in his heart that no gun was fired by him inside that car or outside that car. That's how he knows it's going to come back clean. If this was a car that was involved in a homicide on March 14th, let's consider Mr. Stillwell's actions after the fact. I don't know. It seems logical to me that if I'm in a rental car and I use it as part of a homicide, the first thing I'm going to do is get rid of said rental car. Distance myself from the rental car. It's on video at the BP. It's on video Windsor's cars again.
For days.
They can see Georgia and burn it in some back road somewhere. Does he go drop it off in Alabama? No. He calls Alamo and extends the rental until the 20th. Ask yourself, really? Are those the actions of someone with a guilty conscience? Are those the actions of someone who committed a crime in a rental car? Absolutely not. Why is he doing these things? Because just like how he knows the car is going to come back clean, he knows he didn't do anything in that car. He knows he's innocent. He has no reason to get rid of the car. The ability to move body parts up and down would be immediately lost. That came out in her testimony. Now, the state followed up and said, is it possible if Mr. Drinks' foot was already on the brake when he was shot? Is it possible for his foot to remain on the brake? And Dr. Sim Stanley's answer was yes. And of course it is, because staying on the brake does not require any conscious bodily movement. But on cross, I asked a very simple question. Is it possible after being shot, that Mr. shot in the neck, that Mr. Drinks would be able to actively move his foot up and down off the brake? Unequivocally, with no hesitation, Dr. Sim Stanley said, no, that would not be possible.
Like Shannon leaves, Brandon McCarr pulls up next to Shamel's car, and Shamel's brake lights are going on and off. Like that's definitely weird, right?
Mr. Drinks, after being shot in the neck, to move his foot up and down off that brake. We're going to get, and he didn't just use one tab, he used two. And he dabbed that headliner again and again and again until one tab lost stickiness, and then he moved to the other tab and continued to dab. And what is he dabbing for? Microscopic particles of gunshot residue that are emitted from a gun when it is fired. And he takes these tabs that he's been dabbing on the headliner, and then he looks at it under a microscope, under an electron beam, to look for microscopic particles, of which there are many emitted from a gun when it is fired. A plume of them are emitted from the gun when it is fired. And he looked under that electron microscope, and his results were negative. And what does negative mean? Negative doesn't mean, oh, it's under some threshold, under 5 per cubic foot or anything like that. Negative means zero. Zero particles collected off that headliner.
Really good evidence for the defense there.
16 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has been long gone. 18 seconds after Mr. Stillwell leaves, we're going to see a fifth car make an unexplained U-turn. 30 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drinks' brake lights flicker on and off again.
30 seconds after Shannon leaves.
For a third time, 33 seconds after Mr. Stillwell has pulled off, we're going to see Mr. Drinks' brake lights go on and off once again. Investigator Viverito wasn't correct. It doesn't happen one time. The brakes go on and off 3 different times in this video. We're going to watch it. Okay, right here, we have 3 cars lined up. Mr. Drinks' red Versa on the left, Mr. Stillwell in the white house in the middle, and Mr. Nichols and Mr. Boyer, according to the state, and Mr. Farley in the right. I invite you when you're deliberating. I invite you right now when you're deliberating later on. If you need to review this video, you can look as many times as you want. I want you to look to see if you see a muzzle flash. At any time when Mr. Stillwell's car is next to Mr. We see a 4th car speed up behind Mr. Stillwell. And Mr. Stillwell leaves. What's going through Mr. Stillwell's mind right now? Is it that common theme of drill music that he knows about? Red light shit, real out here, running through the red light, looking through your rear view, and might just sneak up on the car and try to, September 26, 2015, when he was in that car with Tierra Jones in this Duncan, in that car, sped up behind them and started spraying the car they were in through the rear windshield. Either way, Mr. Stillwell gets on. Mr. Nichols, apparently confused, is trying to figure out what's going on, and he eventually leaves as well. That 4th car, not Mr. Stillwell's car, that 4th car, that, and why that car makes that U-turn at that exact time. No, there's not. There's one explanation. Hold on, Mr. Kokomo. There's one explanation and one explanation only. That car hears a gunshot. And while that car makes a U-turn, I want you to look at Mr. Drinks' brake lights. They flicker on and off. That means he's not dead. He has not been shot in the neck yet. That's science. That's from Dr. Sim Stanley herself.
That's science. Okay, Shard.
You see a slight flicker of the brake light right there. And then if we play it again, and no more flickers. At that moment, tragically, the fatal shot was fired from that 4th car into Mr. Drinks' red Versa going into his neck, causing him to immediately lose all bodily control, and eventually leading to his imminent death. And that white car, that fourth car, leaves the scene.
The Shamel Drinks murder, there's too much doubt with that one.
The prosecutors and gang investigators in this case have had their hammer out, trying to bang that square peg, their evidence, into that round hole, which is their narrative. And it still doesn't fit. It never will fit. The album cover that they tried to bang on and make it be a gang declaration of war, it never was, it never will be. That video of Antonio Sledge that they claim is an overt act, that they wouldn't, where Antonio Sledge is threatening another man because they're both having sex with the same lady, and he's upset and he's in his emotions. Remember that? How they wouldn't let Antonio Sledge enter a guilty plea. They wouldn't let him go home to his sick mother, go home to his kids, until he signed the plea deal that said that somehow that this is gang related. Just banging, trying to make it fit. Of course it wasn't gang related. They're both having relations with the same girl. It was over a girl. It had nothing to do with gangs. But they tried to make it fit. 24M on N's head. They say it's putting money on someone's head, ordering assassination, and they bang and try to make it fit. Of course, it had nothing to do with that. We all know what that was about. And the gang investigators do it too. No rules, no initiation, no jumping in, no nothing that is synonymous with gangs. We know it. Letting whomever wants to be part of the group in on their own terms, out on their own terms. Worldwide, people identifying with
Shard just banging through this right now.
only dabbed on certain parts that didn't have GSR, as if GSR all accumulates in one little spot, as if it's not a plume, as if it's not all over an object where it's shot. These are all their theories that they try to use. Oh, the GSR must have fallen off in the bag, the sealed bag, this bag that was sealed and protected from the elements, just like every other piece of evidence they use in prosecutions of other cases. Just throwing stuff out there, just continuing to try to bang, just make it fit, make it look good. It's never going to fit because it's not the truth.
Banger.
They don't have an explanation of why that car did a U-turn. There's only one logical explanation. They don't have an explanation for that negative GSR test. They don't have an explanation of why their own witness, a doctor, the ME, said that upon that shot, bodily control would be lost. And we see the brake light go on and off 3 times after Shannon Stillwell's gone. They don't have explanations, but they just want to bang, and try so hard to make it fit. If we follow the real evidence in this case, not what they're trying to sell you, you will come to the conclusion that the state has not proven count 1, conspiracy to violate the RICO Act, beyond that the testimony, the uncorroborated testimony of admitted liar Kenneth Copeland and admitted liar Quindarius Zachary is woefully insufficient. That there's reasonable doubt all over the place, and you will find Mr. Stillwell not guilty, count 2.
Admitted liar.
And if we follow the evidence, you will find that not only has the state not proven that that Shannon Stillwell shot Shamel Drinks. Not only have they not proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's crystal clear that Mr. Stillwell did not commit that crime. And the only just verdict for counts 49 through 54 will be not guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time and attention.
All right. I think that's it for Shard. I think he did pretty good. I mean, he went through a lot of the shit that the state got wrong. He went after the credibility of witnesses, pointed out all the doubt and the murders. All right, Doug Weinstein up.
Thank you for your time over the last year. Thank you for your attention. It is sincerely appreciated. And I am going to do something that you have not seen much of. I am going to try to move at a brisk and deliberate pace and not take up any more of your time than I need to, because I think we have already taxed that enough at this point. I know that your time is valuable. I know you want to be able to spend the holidays with your family.
He's throwing shots. Let's go. He's already coming out swinging.
I would also like Mr. Kendrick to be able to spend the holidays with his family without the weight of this trial hanging over him. These attacks and use of his lyrics against him, the use of the lyrics against Jeffrey Williams, is frankly shameful. It's an attack on the First Amendment. And there's been so many rights, so many notions that I think we hold dear as a nation. The state is simply swept away. So why has the state taken a year of your life away from the work that you enjoy, the family that you love, your travel, your vacations, your children, grandchildren, parents? Why have they done that? What has been the point? The state told you in their opening that there was a point. And the point was that Jeffrey Williams was the head of a wolf pack. That is what they told you. But I don't think anyone sitting in here has seen that. You'll make that decision, not me. But I don't think anyone has seen that. What have they proven about Jeffrey Williams? They have proven that he was a man that through incredible hard work, dedication, and talent came up out of Cleveland Avenue. And instead of forgetting everyone back there, instead of leaving them behind, he tried to reach out to those people that were friends of his that he came up with and say, you don't have to live this life. You can come with me. Diamante Kendrick is one of Jeffrey Williams' best friends. And as I said, he's a casualty of law enforcement's war on Jeffrey Williams. Mr. Kendrick is charged with racketeering, murder, and several other charges, about 4, all relating to drugs and guns that were found at Jeffrey Williams' house when Mr. Kendrick was over there visiting. What evidence, what testimony, what witnesses, what physical evidence has the state shown you that Mr. Kendrick committed these crimes? I would say almost nothing that you've seen in this courtroom. Sure, they've played some videotapes, but what have you seen from this witness stand? Nothing. When this case began, we stood up here in opening and we told you the state would not be able to present evidence against Mr. Kendrick. We told you they're not going to be able to show you guns tied to him, that there would not be ballistics tied to Mr. Kendrick. There wouldn't be fingerprints tied to Mr. Kendrick. There would not be witnesses putting Mr. Kendrick at the scenes of these crimes. There wouldn't be any video of Mr. Kendrick involved in the tragic murder of Donovan Thomas. We told you that this case was a Krispy Kreme donut hole. I think the phrase I might prefer is a nothing burger. But that's what we told you. That's what we promised you. And that is a bold promise for a defense attorney to make. And it's one you'll rarely hear, but we made you that promise. And we also told you what would happen, that the state was going to parade hundreds of witnesses through here to throw everything they could against the wall to see what would stick. And frankly, I would submit that nothing has stuck, that we have kept our promises to you.
Sheesh.
They have to prove their state to you by guilt beyond a reasonable doubt for each of the charges, for each of the elements. It can't be down here as highly unlikely. It is a very high standard. Possibly guilty, probably guilty doesn't do it. It has to be guilt beyond a reasonable doubt.
Look at this graph. This is very good for a defense lawyer, especially in a case like this, to show the jury. So the only way they can say he's guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, if they strongly believe, guilt likely, probable guilt, probably guilty, possibly guilty, suspected perhaps. All of these are not guilty.
I need to start by saying I have deep, deep sympathy for the Thomas family. I cannot imagine what it must be like to lose a loved one to gun violence or any type of violence like that. I myself have 5 children, and just the thought of losing a child tears me up. So I don't know what they must be going through, but I think the evidence that has been shown to you does not demonstrate in any way that Mr. Kendrick is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the killing of Donovan Thomas. That Demikian Garlington told him all this stuff, that Kendrick was involved in killing Donovan Thomas. He didn't tell you anything about, at the McDonald's, he learned anything about the killing of Donovan Thomas that Diamante Kendrick was involved in. You didn't hear it at Sky House. You don't hear that from the stand from him. To the degree you heard any of that, it is in that June interrogation tape that was played to you. He was not under oath during that interrogation. And you heard the circumstances from Mr. Sharp, all the pressure that he was under. That was his 5th interrogation following the murder of Donovan Thomas. And the first time he comes up with this story clearly concocted by Demikian Garlington. How do you like the testimony of Demikian Garlington? Oh, you didn't hear any testimony from Demikian Garlington. Everything Garlington allegedly said, you heard through other people. And again, why did he lie to police? To use Mr. Sharp's phrase, because I always steal from the best. He didn't want to wear the blue jumpsuit. He didn't want to go to Rice Street. He didn't want to be in the Fulton County Jail. He didn't want to face years of prison. He finessed the police. He finessed the police. He is a master liar. He is an admitted master liar. And he has methodologies he uses to lie and try to make it convincing. And he explained all of that to you. Again, why doesn't he want to go to Rice Street? Well, he told you what jail was like. On my cross, he explained what jail was like. When he most recently spent time in jail, he had a broken toilet full of feces. There were flies everywhere. He had no food to eat. He had to put his shirt over his face to act as a mask to try to keep the smell down. What rational person wouldn't do everything they can to avoid that? And of course, now's the next question. How do you know when to ever believe Kenneth Copeland? And I don't have a great answer for you on that. I can tell you what he said on the stand during my cross. He said, hand to God, I am telling the truth now. I have God in my heart. I have God in my head. Now, the state would have you believe about Mr. Copeland and Mr. Zachary, who I'll address next, that they got on the stand and they lied here. And they lied here, I'm sure they're going to say, because they're afraid of the defendants. And that is why they lie. But I'm going to argue to you that actually they got on the stand here and they told the truth. And they did it really almost in an act of bravery, because when they get on the stand, the people they're afraid of is the state. They're afraid of the state. The state is the one that has the power to prosecute them. The state is the one that has the power to put them in prison.
The state's been putting this narrative that they're scared of the defendants and that's why they're lying on the stand. But these guys are up there fucking nervous as fuck about saying something wrong so they don't get sent back to jail. That's what it is.
That has the power to put Mr. Copeland in that jail cell with the non-working toilets and the feces and everything else that he is trying to avoid. But despite being afraid of the state, Mr. Copeland gets up here and tells you the truth. He lies to police. He lies to police repeatedly. But when I confronted him with those lies, why did you lie? He said, Yak never told me nothing. Yak never showed me nothing but love. never showed me nothing but love, but he lied on him anyway. And why did he lie? Because Garlington came to him with a play. And what's the play? The play is to blame other people for the death of Donovan Thomas. Who did Mr. Zachary see in that infinity? He never saw nobody in that infinity but Woody, the Texaco. Oh my gosh, there's the smoking gun. There's the smoking gun that shows that my client murdered Donovan Thomas. He's on video at a Texaco station a block away before the murder. Heaven forbid. He pulls up in that Texaco in a Pontiac. He leaves the Pontiac to go into the Texaco, and he buys some junk food in the Texaco, goes back into the Pontiac. He sits in the Pontiac, he talks to another car that pulls up, he gets back in the Pontiac, and he leaves in the Pontiac. Go in the back. Watch the video 1,001st time. You're never going to see him get in an infinity. You're never going to see it. How does he get in the infinity? Was there a witness that got up here and put him in the infinity? No. Do they have video from the surrounding area that shows him transferring into the infinity? No. I mean, presumably he teleports into the infinity. I have no idea.
He teleports into the infinity.
They put on an infinity identification expert who has worked with infinity for years. And he can tell in any kind of grainy video that that car is an infinity. That's an amazing expert, but I'll take his testimony. That's fine. I think he's right. I think it's an infinity. And Mr. Kendrick is not in an infinity. And it's pretty hard to do a drive-by shooting if you are not in the car that did the drive-by.
Keeping it straightforward here. I like the style, bro.
There's no eyewitness testimony of Mr. Kendrick involved in the shooting. No weapons tying Mr. Kendrick to it. No ballistics. No fingerprints. No gunpowder residue. No DNA. Nothing. Nothing that you would expect to see. And the state put up a dollar bill with some puzzle pieces missing. So, well, you can kind of infer that that's a dollar bill. And that's true. But don't go try to spin that dollar bill anywhere, because that dollar bill will not spend. And this evidence is not sufficient to convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Where's the cell phone data? Oh my gosh, you poor folks. You had to spend days listening to experts come in here and talk to you about cell phone location data. Where was Mr. Kendrick's cell phone location data putting him there? They didn't show you any.
They don't, dude, like they really don't have shit on Yak Gotti. Like there's no way there's a guilty verdict for Yak Gotti, for the murders especially.
Who killed Donovan Thomas? I don't know who killed Donovan Thomas, but I think Mr. Shart's theory has some merit. It's a hybrid gang. Ooh, a hybrid gang. This is fascinating. Let's talk about hybrid gangs. What's a hybrid gang? Oh, a hybrid gang is whatever we say it is at any given point in time to fit our narrative. That's what a hybrid gang is. I use the term nose of wax. They can twist it any way they want to fit the group of people they want and say they're a hybrid gang. It's a catch-all. It's a catch-all used to throw all kinds of people together and say, well, you don't meet the definition of a gang, but because we are gang experts that train each other, we have decided you are a hybrid gang. Hybrid gang. So a hybrid gang apparently is one where, according to their experts, Bloods and Crips can live together in peace and harmony with each other to accomplish some type of goal. Does that make sense to anyone in here that has any basic understanding of the way that gangs work? You've had the state's own witnesses come here on the stand and talk about how ridiculous it is that you can say, that anyone can say that YSL is a gang when you can have Bloods and Crips and Independents and all of these people be members of this alleged gang. As Mr. Shart talked about, there's none of the traditional gang elements. There's no beating in. Anybody can call themselves a member of YSL. You guys are mostly in blue and black. You associate with each other here today. Are you guys a gang? The state is all in red today. Are they a gang because they're all dressed in red? Poor Miss Hingerty happened to come in red today. I guess she's a member of the gang as well. It is absurd. Lil Wayne has ESPN on his arm. ESPN. I guess Lil Wayne is surprised that he's a member of YSL too. My client's got ESPN on his body. No, that can't be because he was a football star and in his mind probably liked ESPN. It must be because he's a member of a gang called YSL.
Dude, I love Doug, man.
It's wonderful that the state's gang experts have such insights into the mental thinking of my client and Lil Wayne and everybody else. Now, the state may say, well, they're not a gang, even though they all dress in red today, looking quite dapper. Because, well, they don't have some criminal objective. I don't know. Let's look at the way the state indicts people. The state's around Investigator Viverito. Investigator Viverito is the last person I can find anywhere on video or that you've seen on video holding that missing $500,000 watch. Did she steal the watch? Was that an overt act and can further into the conspiracy?
The watch gets brought up during closing. Love it.
Maybe I should go to a grand jury and try to indict this. It's the state gang or something ludicrous like that. Everything gang investigators see is viewed from the viewpoint of it must be a gang. Mr. Kendrick, look at the photo they showed you of Mr. Kendrick in the bandana shirt. Go back and look at it in color. The gang investigator says it's red. It is orange. Orange as the sun. You look at it, you decide, don't take my word for it. Don't take their word for it. Don't take the state's words for it. Use your own eyes. But when you're a gang investigator, everything has to fit the narrative. Did he get that snake because YSL is a gang? Or did you get that snake because it represents the tree of knowledge in the Adam and Eve story? I saw a mentalist Saturday night at a show, and this mentalist was amazing. This mentalist, you would think of something and the mentalist would tell you, oh my gosh, you're thinking of a number between 1 and 50, it's 47. It's actually quite impressive. Apparently, Investigator Viverito and these other gang experts are mentalists. Maybe they will be at the next fundraiser I go to. I'd like to see some more of their tricks. There's photos of Mr. Kendrick wearing clothes that say SLAT outside of a recording studio. More gang activity. More people trying to pull themselves out, get into music, exercise their First Amendment rights, more gang activity. The state has not shown a conspiracy beyond a reasonable doubt. What is a conspiracy? It is an understanding to accomplish or pursue a common criminal objective. There's been no common criminal objective shown. What has been shown to you and what was shown to you even earlier today? A series of independent, disparate acts over and over again. All kinds of different people committing criminal acts. I'm not going to argue to you that criminal acts were not committed, but they have not shown any relationship between these acts. They have not shown you anything that's shown it was done for a common criminal objective. That was not demonstrated. Again, as Mr. Shark said, when Mr. Stevens was here, Tick, and Mr. Stevens was talking about selling pot, he did that for his own benefit. He's not paying up the ladder. And by the way, there is no ladder. Investigator Viverito told you because this is a hybrid gang, there's no structure to it. So I don't know how Mr. Mr. Stevens is supposed to spread the money around, but it doesn't matter. They're going to say there's a common criminal objective. Nothing has been shown. State says one of the objectives was money and power. Where's the money flowing? Where's the money? Where's the money coming in?
Zero evidence of any bank records. They didn't even get any bank records or anything.
Had the power of the courts, their subpoena power. They could have gotten Jeffrey Williams' banking and financial records. They could have subpoenaed his accountants. They could have gotten all of that to see the money flowing. Did they do it? No. Why didn't they do it? Well, I'm going to argue to you they didn't do it because there was nothing there. If they did it, it would undercut their case about seizing Mr. Williams' assets, about seizing $8 million worth of jewelry that he earned in the music business, about seizing all of those cars, about seizing the ring off of his finger and keeping it. We don't want to see those records because we don't want evidence that he earned all of this from his music and his hard work. No efforts of money and power as part of a conspiracy deriving from this gang. The judge is going to tell you in your instructions, mere association with an enterprise is insufficient by itself to establish a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Mere association. And that's what you have here, mere association. A bunch of guys that grew up together, were around each other, and that some of whom were trying to make it out, and some of whom were trying to help others make it out. The state hasn't shown that Diamante Kendrick knowingly and willingly joined this conspiracy, and they must show that. Well, first of all, I understand their difficulty. I understand their problem. How do you show that you knowingly and willingly joined a conspiracy with a criminal purpose when one doesn't exist? So that's their first challenge.
When one doesn't exist.
That's their first challenge. What did they do to try to show knowing and willing join? Well, he hung out with some guys that did some bad things. He allegedly is part of this YSL gang that's not a gang. And by the way, you heard testimony, Mr. Kendrick was signed to the YSL record label. So I guess he knowingly and willingly signed to the YSL record label. But that is not the same as knowingly and willingly joining a conspiracy. These acts have to be interrelated. And instead, what you've seen for a year of your time is isolated incident after isolated incident. We're going to throw everything against the wall and hope something sticks. But even if a few things stick, if they're not interrelated, it is not a pattern. You're going to find that Mr. Kendrick is not guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of conspiracy to violate RICO. The last charges are easier to discuss, and we'll go faster. Counts 57, 58, 61, and 63. These are the last 4 counts against Mr. Kendrick. All of those relate or based upon drugs and guns found at Jeffrey Williams' house. Not a single witness, photograph, fingerprint, lab test, DNA, everything you can imagine. Nothing shows that Mr. Kendrick possessed any of those guns and drugs. When they arrested Mr. Kendrick that day, did they test his clothing for any type of samples that there might be drugs or? No, nothing. You didn't see any of that.
I don't know why they charged him with those guns and drugs. It's very bizarre.
Why is he arrested for drugs and guns? It's merely his presence at Jeffrey Williams' house that day. But when someone invites me over to their home, I do not ask before I go there, do you have drugs stashed away throughout your house? I do not ask before I go there, have you got a machine gun hidden under the couch in the basement? Have you got guns stashed in your cabinets?
That's a great point.
Participation in criminal street gang activity. That is purely based on his alleged possession of marijuana and a firearm. But again, no one got up here and said Mr. Kendrick possessed any of the firearms or any of the drugs at the house. Now, constructive possession requires the state to show that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons, intended to possess those drugs. So when the state tells you that, I want you to please remember what I've just told you and think, what witnesses have you seen? What evidence has been presented that Mr. Kendrick intended to possess those weapons or those drugs? or that marijuana?
Literally zero evidence. So that's a great question right there to ask the jury.
Nothing. Zero. Donut hole, nothing burger. The state has an army of prosecutors, investigators, law enforcement to assist them. I mean, Diamante only has David. And I just pray that I've done my best to slay this giant Goliath that is pursuing him. The state has not met their high burden of showing guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. I would even argue the state hasn't met these lower standards either. It's just not been done. I believe that you can go back and send the message that targeting people, fixating on individuals who have managed to climb out of their circumstance, attacking people for their music and their lyrics and their art is wrong. Targeting only people of color for their music and lyrics is wrong. Winnie Lee, when he was on the stand, told you, he told all of us, even though I'm a black man, not everything I write about is true or autobiographical. He has an imagination. Mr. Kendrick has an imagination. He has things to say about what he sees in the world around him, as does Winnie Lee, as does Jeffrey Williams. And the use of lyrics and artistic expression against individuals is wrong. It's un-American, and it shows the desperation of the state that they have to reach to that level in order to try to make a case against Mr. Kendrick. You can show that maybe, just maybe, we really do believe it when we tell people that through hard work, you can pull yourself up from wherever you came from. And that we, as Americans, as people, we believe in redemption. So I ask you to please remember that during and after the state's closing, to remember that when you're deliberating, to remember that each of you individually gets to make that decision of guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And I'm going to ask you to go back there, deliberate, and come back with not guilty verdicts for Mr. Kendrick on all the charges against him. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for the last year of your life that you sacrificed to be here and fulfill your roles as citizens. I really appreciate it.
Doug went in there doing Doug shit, baby. Oh, dear God. Here we go, Miss Hilton.
Mr. Weinstein said something very interesting as he closed. He said something to the effect of the state should be ashamed of themselves for targeting people of color.
That's not what he said. He said people of color about music, though. It was specifically about rap music. She's misrepresenting what he said off rip.
The majority of this prosecution team are people of color. And we are not targeting people of color. We are targeting gang members who decided to wreak havoc on communities in Fulton County.
Oh, here we go with this attitude. Targeting only people of color for their music and lyrics is wrong. I did not say the state is targeting black folks. I said they're only targeting them for their music. She's tripping.
And what we're going to ask of you today is hold both of these offenders accountable for their actions, because they are guilty of every single crime for which they are charged.
I can already tell this is going to be a rough hour or two here with her. Holy shit.
And see, in this case for them, it's convenient to blame Kenneth Copeland for the murder of Donovan Thomas. For them, it is convenient to tell you that we have not met the elements of RICO because they're just not a gang. They just get YSL tatted on them. They just get snakes tatted on them just for the fun of it. That's convenient for them. APB, somebody stole this watch. No one stole the watch. The watch is left back in the house. But they want you to focus on this watch because if you focus on the watch, you're going to miss the evidence in front of you. Talked about no reports. Viverito, she didn't write any reports. But what she told you is she wrote her information in the affidavits. Affidavits that get sworn before a judge. Probably better than reports because the judge has to actually read that information. But if you focus on the fact that Viverito didn't write any reports, you're going to miss it right in front of you. Mr. Weinstein talked about length of time. We talked about it. Knowledge of co-conspirators. I think at one point in time, Mr. Sharp said, Mr. Minor, who stabbed Lucci, he doesn't know Mr. Kendrick or Mr. Stillwell? Maybe not. But he knows Khalif Adams, who's the one who helped set up stabbing Lucci. Khalif Adams knows those two, knows Mr. Stillwell. Khalif Adams knows Garlington. And so some way, somehow, though, Mr. Stillwell knew on February 9th that Lucci got stabbed. Well, how does he know that? How is that a text message? That wasn't broadcast to the world. So this idea that just because Mr. Myrick doesn't know him specifically does not mean that they're not guilty of the crime for which they committed. They talk about witness credibility, specifically about experts and what our experts said. What is the truth about that? And is there evidence towards the truth? That is what you're here for. Seek the truth, you follow the law, and you deliver it.
Hold on. The truth, they're not here for the truth. They are here to consider the evidence that was presented to them. That's all. I fucking hate that argument. It is not the juror's job to seek the truth about what happened. It's to seek the truth about whether the state proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
He did not have direct physical control over the marijuana or firearm, but then knowingly had both the ability and the intention to exercise control over the marijuana. We know he doesn't have sole possession or focus on joint possession. Defendant shared possession of marijuana or firearm with at least one other person. SWAT, when they came, did not immediately make entry into the house. It was like announced, it was loud. So I submit to you that they had the opportunity to put stuff away, to hide stuff, because they didn't just come in immediately, ladies and gentlemen. So you can take that into consideration as you deliberate. Possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
Hello? Yeah. I don't know. Trying to find like anybody on an IP tape to the Baba house.
Yeah.
Why can't he an IP tape if he's a rental legit?
Yeah.
He got my legit gun.
So the fact that she says he got my legit gun, which is that gun right here, he should never have even been in possession of it.
If Shannon's found guilty for the gun shit, that's why right there.
When Shannon and Garlington are sitting in the car and they're back there and they see Mr. Drinks pull in and they realize, oh snap, that's the dude from the Shell Cal post. And they see him walking up and they decide at that moment they're gonna get him because they're gonna get revenge, they're gonna get back. That's enough, right?
Oh snap, that's the dude from the Michelle Calpos. She just put words in the mouth of a defendant sitting in that courtroom. That's crazy.
No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. It may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice is in the defendant's mind at the time of the act of the killing and moves the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. He's the one who got out of the Bonneville and went to the Infinity. He's just as guilty as the ones who pulled the trigger, Nard and Mr. Jackson. He's just as responsible. And that's what Parties to a Crime says. Every person involved in the murder is just as responsible as the person who pulls the trigger because you all act together.
What evidence do you have that he got in the Infinity?
You heard from his mother, you heard from his father. He's from Atlanta, he had kids, he was in the game, but he had started to kind of try to get into the music business. And he had started doing that by one, he had a relationship with Rich Homie. Two, he had just put Lucci on, Riot Ben Lucci. So he was trying to kind of turn that mark and do something different.
Isn't that ironic? I mean, I know, rest in peace to Donovan Thomas. The way she's talking about him when Thug did the same exact shit, Thug in a gang, and she would never speak about Thug like that.
That he was at the barbershop, getting his haircut, his brother was there, and what were they getting ready to do? Meet with their dad and watch the football game. I think it was the Ravens and Patriots. Don't quote me if I'm wrong, but I think it was the Ravens and Patriots. And that's what he was getting ready to do, spend time with his father. So when you do your gang murder, and you brag to your gang member friends that you murdered someone, then the person I have to bring in here to tell you what happened is the gang member friends. And the gang member friends.
All right, calm down, bro.
You, in front of them, what they told the police. They have to come in here and confront the people that they snitched on in front of them. So, and they know that. They know that none of these witnesses want to come in here and say what they told the police. And they're begging on you to say, I don't know, I mean, he did swore oath in court and said he told the guys on the truth. He's going to tell the guys on the truth in this courtroom. Maybe some of the stuff he told was truthful. Here again, like he said, he's doing a little bit of truth sometimes, that's what he said, right? But he did that a little bit, and we'll talk about that. I need to come in so they can so they can know what I told them is true. They have to verify what I said. So when he came in and said, I would finesse the police, I would lie to them. No, because you wanted them to verify what you told them. And we're going to talk about how the police and Mike Sprinkle was able to verify what he told them.
Why are they playing Woody phone calls right now, bro? Like anything, we can't trust anything Woody said. What are they doing? What is Miss Hilton doing?
And I'm telling you what Copeland and Zachary did while they testified here, what they put on for why I said they came in here acting all types of foolishness. And that's because they wanted to show their gang member friends, look, I'm still part of the conspiracy. I know I snitched on y'all back in 2015, but I'm gonna try to help y'all out the best I can. And that's what they did.
Miss Love shaking her head. Bro, Miss Love looks like she wants to kill herself. Someone clearly higher up was like, Miss Love, you can't do any more talking. Everyone hates you. She wants to talk so bad. Miss Love was like the leader of all this shit at first. Now she's like nothing the past like month or two.
And why would they lie on their friends? If they knew to make up stuff and make up lies, why would you lie and say your friends committed a murder? That doesn't make sense. Why lie? You could just say anybody committed the murder. If you just lying, you don't want anybody to verify what you were saying, you could have said anybody committed the murder. But that's not what they did. Coleman's phone was in the area of his girlfriend's house.
They're taking everything he says in this interview as fact because he actually woke up at his girlfriend's house on phone records. That's not enough to convict someone for murder. I'm sorry. Corroboration. Like what?
At 7:26, he is still at his girlfriend's house after the murder. So this notion, when they say, well, Kenneth Copeland did it, I know somebody who could have done it, well, what Kenneth Copeland? The person who did it is Stillwell, Gat, Nard, and Dubai. What does the phone record tell you? He went to Green School. He's at the Green School at 7:28. Between 7:28.
This isn't enough.
And how was that corroborated? Mr. Sprinkle found a Hertz rental car record in order to corroborate. Is what Mr. Copeland said accurate? Was there a rented gray vehicle? Almost a year later, he finds the rental car. That is corroboration of what Kenneth Copeland said. He literally took everything that Kenneth Copeland said and said, can I corroborate this? And that's what he did. He said, was Yak, Nard, and Dumas. This is two different interviews. Copeland is telling them what the Nikai told him, and Zachary is telling the police what Stillwell and Yak told him. But how we have the same people? Yak.
This person saw that person, that person. Where's the hard evidence? Where's the DNA, the ballistics, the phone tracking? Keep it simple.
Nard, Dumas, Stillwell. That does not change. That's corroboration of each other. Two different interviews, two different times, saying the same people. Ladies and gentlemen, that's evidence. That ain't a coincidence. And remember what Copeland said, which I found interesting. When they asked, do you remember what gas station? He's like, I don't know what gas station. How would he know that Yak was at the gas station and that they circled the block and pulled up and saw Donovan outside? If they didn't tell him that, he didn't even know what gas station they were at. But what did Mike Sprinkle do? He said, well, let me go pull the gas station footage and see if I can corroborate what he's seen. And that's exactly what he did. He pulled up the January 10th Texaco gas station and see when the car pulls into the gas station. The Bonneville, and in that same interview, they asked him, well, what kind of car was Yak in initially? He tells them it was a Bonneville. How would he know? He doesn't know that we're going to find a surveillance video. But they want you to believe Kenneth is lying? For what? You had Yak go on the side of the gas station. That's him in the gas station. What you waiting for 30 minutes at the gas station for? Who waits at the gas station that long?
What you waiting for 30 minutes at the gas station? These motherfuckers are unemployed, bro. They're sitting there smoking.
And on the video, Yak walks over to the car. Now, I know Mr. Shar said, well, my client ain't on the video. Well, we just can't see him on the video. I submit he in the car. Then they both leave at the same time, and they both turn right on North Side Drive. Well, what's right above here? It's a barbershop. I know Mr. Weinstein trying to say a block away. It's not a block away. Literally, when you go out here, you look up the street, you see the barbershop. It's not a block away. It's yards away. So they had a vantage point to see them when he's driving down McDaniel Street. If Kendrick didn't tell them that he saw Donovan, maybe we wouldn't be here today on a murder charge.
Wait, she's saying Kendrick's the one that alerts them of Donovan's location out front of the barbershop?
He's the one who alerted them.
Why is she yelling? What's going on? I feel like this is not a good thing to do to a jury.
That's why he's just as guilty as the one who shot. This is then when we sped through the video. So now it's about 9:05. That's Doo-Wop getting out. I submit to you, that's Doo-Wop getting out the car, smoking a cigarette. I submit, probably trying to look, see if he's still, if Donovan's still outside. So you see how much time they had before Donovan goes inside to get his haircut. That's when Billy Boucher pulls up in that car. And that's Kendrick. Initially, he was in the passenger side. And then that's the drive, that's I submit to you on, that's Bradford. He gets out the car. Then you see Mr. Kendrick kind of waves to the Infinity. Then he walks over to the Infinity. I submit that's when they're going to talk about what they're going to do, how they about to kill Donovan, what they're going to roll around, do what car, what guns in the car, how they're going to do it, who's going to do what. He now gets back in the driver's seat. And we talk about where did they switch cars. I submit to you behind the gas station. They both made it right in a moment. I'm going to show you what's right behind the gas station where they could have easily switched cars.
But it's not on camera, so you have no evidence of it.
And remember, we talked about the time, so it's not 8:08. Remember, this time is off a few moments. And that's them coming down the street in the Infinity, shooting. Of course, you're going to see, I'm going to play this all this little reaction, what happens in the store. You got babies running. Bullets have no names. And they have the audacity to tell you that we're sitting here trying to charge people of color? No. You should not have to be sitting here on a Saturday trying to get your haircut and have bullets come inside of a barbershop. Bullets have no names. And there was babies in the front. But you just spraying down the street for what? For your status in YSL? So you can show Mr. Williams that you big and bad? That's what this is about. And that's Donovan's brother. Outside. I submit he saw what happened, but you know what? He ain't going to tell us. He ain't going to talk to the police. That's what the gang culture is. It takes no time to drive up the wrong way street, drive back down, and come back down and do that shit. That's where they switch the cars at.
But do you have evidence of that, or are you just inferring?
At 7:42, which is one of the calls that's right here, Yak ain't with him. You want to know why? Because Yak with the other 3 murderers. That's where Yak at. What evidence do we have? No, we don't have DNA. You want to know why? They got rid of the car. No, we don't have DNA. You want to know why? Because they got rid of the guns. All we have is what they told their co-conspirators.
So there's doubt, is what you're saying. Appreciate you for acknowledging that. Thank you, Miss Hilton.
I have to bring to you what I have are the phone records, what I have are the surveillance videos to corroborate what the co-conspirators said. Because I don't have those things. I wish I had them, but they got rid of it. That's Yak the night of. What'd he say? Maniac's back. That's what he said, right? Y'all know me in my Santana voice. You right. The maniac's back. He just drove the car that took somebody's life. That's just to show you, that's Javorce Bradford in that Pontiac. That's on that surveillance video. He said, nah, I don't think Doo-Wop had a gun. I don't think so, but I definitely know Yak was driving, because if we're going to lie, say Yak had a gun too. What are the shell casings? How do you know it was a 7.62? That's what Donovan was killed with. Those are the bullets that came out of Mr. Thomas. The shell casings that was found, there was multiple types of shell casings, 45, 9s, and 7.62s. How do they know that? This is called corroboration. This is called verification. They don't know they don't know what bullet was pulled out of Donovan Thompson's body at the autopsy. They don't know what shell casing the police picked up off the ground. But ironically, they know, it's not ironic. They know the type of gun that they use. You think that's ironic that both Copeland and Zachary talk about the guns going? Oh, and the phone records corroborate that all the phones was at Bentley House right after the murder? All of those things are corroboration.
The stream gave up on Miss Hilton because she was yapping for so long. Is she retrying the case right now or doing closing arguments? I can't tell.
Fuck D. Fuck them niggas, bruh. All that fake friend shit. Fuck nigga. He know what's going on. Pussy ass nigga. That's what he said. Fuck niggas are rats. He ain't say he lied on me. He said he a rat. I just went to court and they let everything out. That fuck nigga a rat. Him, Woody, and the other little D. Bitch, you in love with a rat hoe. That's anger. Why? Because you just heard that your friends, because you didn't really know it was them, but they said witness 1 and witness 2, you were able to infer that your friends told the police about what you did the night of Donovan Thompson's murder. These are his words. He didn't say, yo, them dudes, I went to my prelim and they lied on me. He didn't say, oh man, they I don't know where they got this information from. He said they a rat. Because what do rats do? They tell. And he was angry that his boys would tell what he did. From 2019 to 22, there was no indictment, nothing happening in the case. So in 2019, which is 4 years after the murder, he knows that Sledge has been dismissed, Copeland has been dismissed, and Garland has been dismissed. His case is the only one that ain't been dismissed. In 4 years, you haven't heard about an indictment. You think you beat a murder rap. This isn't, oh, he was on this and that. He thought he beat a murder rap because you're not indicted until almost 7 years later. Me and my slams are butter law. I know it's mumbled, but he says we don't work in court at all. And I wipe your nose, send your family's face, and just smile it off. Some of these things he repeats in multiple songs.
Seems like a stretch, dude. Like connecting these lyrics to the murder. It's a big stretch.
Because they don't think they're going to get held accountable for the murder. So they start saying stuff in their songs like, I just beat a homicide. Ha, 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 walk it off. I just left that boy on the curb. Well, where was Donovan Thomas found, y'all? On the curb. I'm a big lizard, big slime, big shots, riding down your block, hanging out the top. Oh, shoot. Didn't Reginald Hendricks say that somebody was shooting out of the top of the infinity? See, now you start bragging on it because you think you beat it. So now you, like our experts told you, they start bragging about it. What we call it dry snitching. You telling on yourself because you don't think that the police are going to find your phone. That's why you threw it. But luckily for Bill Rita, she listened to some jail calls and found that phone because you didn't think we were going to find it. This is called confession. This ain't rap. This is a confession. I don't give a fuck about a red light. I'm on go. I'm on green. I see an eye. I'm taking him down. Walk him down from a mile. The last homicide, I smiled. How many times you gonna keep talking about the fact that you killed this man and you bragging about it?
She loud as hell.
Let that bitch rain out the top of the drop. Here we go again. Lizard walk your block. Let that glizzy rock. Oh, glizzy ain't got a Glock. Dang, one Chanel killed with Glock. One there Glock on that table. Well, what investigator Rito said it looked like a Glock. And I found it interesting because we're gonna get the Chanel soon. We about to get the Chanel. 100 rounds in a Tahoe? Everyone knew that Donovan drove a Tahoe. And how ironic is it that he got rounds of bullets in his Tahoe when he says we know how to kill the biggest kitten of all kitties? What he got crawling up on him? A snake. They signed. That is a subliminal message to everyone else. Yeah, we did that. He already told you himself, you ought to get killed from me and YSL if you snitch. See, that video is not just, a nice artistic video. That has symbolism in it. Young man probably started associating with people from YFN, but on the day that he was about to get killed, he's about to go back to his girlfriend's house to eat some spaghetti. You see him go inside the gas station. He's not worried about a thing. He doesn't know that seconds later he's gonna lose his life. This is motive. Again, that's that same video with Quindarius, y'all. Christian McMillan's been around since 2009. This is Mr. Williams' long friend, old friend, good friend. And he gets murdered by YFN associates. Oh, you got to pay for that. Here we have just different pictures of them, both Mr. Ford and Mr. McMillan, all with other YSL associates. You'll have these in evidence, ladies and gentlemen. That's unfortunately the car that they were driving in when they were tragically gunned down on March 11th. It's tragic. These posts were despicable. That post crossing out that young girl's daddy and saying that, despicable. But that's the type of stuff that gangs do, right? To keep nudging each other. Well, that would make you mad. You see how heartbroken YSL was for the death of Mr. McMillan and Mr. Ford. They were devastated. These are all different YSL members posting them because they were devastated. Let's go rent this car. Now, this notion that they rented the car because Taisha got into the gunfight. Well, she got into the gunfight on March 9th. So she got into the gunfight on March 9th. Why y'all just rent the car on March 9th? They rent the car on March 14th because the ops don't know what kind of car you in. So you can disguise yourself in this Audi because they don't know you in it. So they're not suspecting you. That's not the car that they're used to. So when you go out hunting, you got to switch the car out because they're not expecting to find you in the car. What do we know about Shell Kell and Demekion Grant on social media? What does investigator Rito tell you? That because she was following both pages, she could see who followed who, and Demekion followed Kelvin Watts. So what posts do we see? This post was posted, I believe, on March 13th. And there's a picture of Mr. Drinks, Jasper Walters, and Kelvin Watts. They had the best vantage point to see when Mr. Drinks came in, when he walked into the store, when he walked back out the store, and when he pulled off. Now Shamaz finally got into the car. FaceTime real quick. You know what happens on FaceTime. You've heard testimony about what happens on FaceTime. What happens on FaceTime is when criminal activity of the gas station. Mr. Drinks pulls out. That is when vehicle number one pulls out, hunting car. And then that's when the second car immediately pulls out. They sat there, y'all. We were quiet for at least 2 minutes here when they did nothing. And they want to tell you that some other car killed him. That's them driving by the liquor store. They laid in wait until Mr. Drinks pulled out. You have to look at all the evidence together, not just the FedEx video, but we're going to talk about that FedEx video. This is them pulling up to the light. You see there's somebody walking on the street, walking this way towards the gas station. Here go the 3 cars pulling up at the light. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't see it here, but we know that there's a red light. Shannon and Nichols are stopped at the red light. They stop. Drinks is in the left turn lane. Shannon is right next to him, and Quarmade is right next to Shannon. Y'all now see the traffic going in the opposite direction that they are in. Then you see Nichols pull up. I'm just going to submit that this car stops here. This car, I think, saw what happened. Because he stops a little behind it, like, whoa. You had the person walking down the street. Mr. Shard, and we're going to talk about this car in a moment. Mr. Shard talked about what the medical examiner said. What she said was there will be no conscious movement. She didn't say anything about unconscious movement, because that is what you see with the brake lights, y'all. No, he could not consciously say, let me go. But the unconscious movement, because he doesn't shot in his head, is what is happening.
Why is she yelling, bro? If there's any jurors that are over it already, this isn't going to help.
Y'all got to think about this, because this is what they didn't want to show you. Shannon went from 18 miles per hour to 90 miles per hour. See, Mr. Shard didn't want to talk to you about that. He wouldn't tell you about a car that turned around because he heard the gunshot. But the man or woman walking down the street didn't hear the gunshot. That person walking, just chilling. You think that if the people in the car heard the gunshot and turned around, don't you think that the person walking down the street would be like, hold up, let me back up? It's a gunshot down there. Could it be that maybe the car that turned around saw the liquor store and said, shoot, I'm gonna give me a drink, it's Saturday? Could it be they left something at the gas station? He wants you to believe the only reason why they turned around is because they heard gunshots. That doesn't make sense when someone is walking down the street. Shannon's car is directly next to Mr. Drink's car. And that's gonna be important when I show you these crime scene photos. This other car that he wants to talk about, that he's like, oh, this is the one who killed, this is the person who shot. Oh, and we couldn't get LPR. What? Where was I gonna get LPR from? Can't see no license plate. I don't know what type of car it is. That car is never directly next to Mr. Drinks. It is always behind. I submit they saw what happened. Because if you see the crime scene photos will show you that the bullet went through the door where Mr. Stillwell's car was. And we'll talk about the gunshot residue. What makes sense? There's no muzzle flash anywhere on the video. So that's just nonsense. You don't see no muzzle flash. Mr. Drinks dead though. So we know a gun was fired. Let's take his theory. You don't see the muzzle flash when the other car pulls up, do you? You don't. That theory makes no sense. You have to take all the evidence, not just FedEx, but everything that occurred. Like I told you, he went from literally y'all 18 miles all the way to 90 to 90. This is the intersection. This is 1 minute later. What you fleeing for 90 miles per hour if you ain't killing nobody? You was just chilling. And then you go to the studio and do what you do. You brag. Because remember, they all went to the studio. And what did he say? Pop my shit. I really got options. Poor little ops. Look how they just drop it. Poor little ops. Look how they just drop it. Those are his words. After he just executed a man at a light. He goes to the studio to go rap about it. This is why they think they above the law. And he is telling Poker, we need to get this hotel room. We need to get out of Dodge. We need to lay low. He tells her, don't tell anyone any information. Why you gotta do all that if you ain't killed nobody? Because of what happened on the 9th? Well, why was it so urgent on the 15th? Not when she had to shoot the people on the 9th. You gotta ask yourself the question. This became real important the day after he killed Shamel. This didn't become important after she done almost got robbed. They want to say, well, that's because his grandmama told him and his girlfriend told him. Well, they told him on March 14th about the shooting. He not Googling on March 14th. He Googling on the 17th. Oh, what happened? Viverito. Remember what they said in jail calls? Shit, Ms. V know everything. So that's why they start Googling. Well, what Ms. V know? What they got? This is the same way he started Googling on the 12th, on the 12th Atlanta shooting. What them folks got about that shooting over at 12th Atlanta? You know Steven did that. What they know?
I've been sitting here for 5 hours watching.
They're both Chanel and Donovan are affiliated, associated with YFN. But they want you to believe this is just two totally unrelated cases. Oh, and Shannon is supposed to be the shooter in both of them. The one who's always on go. He says it himself, but Quindary said it too. The one who wants to do the murder because he wants status in the game. But they want to tell you, don't believe any evidence that the state brought. Don't believe any of it. Ladies and gentlemen, I ask you not to do that. You know, Mr. Drinks, Young man maybe trying to find his way, maybe getting caught up in the wrong crowd. But on that day, he should have been able to go to his girlfriend's house. He should have been able to maybe decide that these aren't the friends he want to be with. This ain't music. This is not a song right here, y'all. This is real life. Real dead bodies, real dead people, real shootings. This ain't no song over a beat. And they know when they brought him to it, with his flag tattoo, his emergency tattoo, what they were doing. They are guilty of every single count that they are both charged with. Mr. Atkins told you what this was about. Destruction of people, destruction of the community that they live in, deception. They want to deceive you by telling you that these people in here are just lying just to lie. They're trying to deceive you to tell you that this is all about rap music, rap business. It is not. This is about death. How many dead bodies at the hands of YSL? How many people shot at the hands of YSL? They are a gang by every definition of the word. And you want to talk about we are here just trying to get people of color? No, I'm trying to get gang members to stop committing violent acts in this community, in Fulton County, where each of their victims are people of color. The people that they destroyed, the people that they hurt, the people that they tarnished. Young boys. Rodalius Ryan could have had a promise in life. But what is it? He out here murdering folks at the hands of YSL. Christian Eppinger at the hands of YSL. Go catch you a body. That's how you become slime. That's what he says in his song. Go catch you a body. I'll show you how to be slime. And that's what these little boys are doing. Catching a body to be slime. But they want to tell you that we got a vendetta on people of color? It's ridiculous. It's absurd. These two defendants, Mr. Kendrick, Mr. Stillwell, are guilty. They are guilty of murder. They are guilty of gang acts. They're guilty of conspiracy to violate RICO. And I ask of you, look at the evidence. Look at the law. I know it took some time. I know you probably want to go home and get your turkey. I know I get it. But I am asking you all to go back there, finish this marathon, finish this race, hold them accountable for their actions. When you apply the law with the facts and the evidence, there's only one just conclusion, that these defendants are guilty. Ladies and gentlemen, evil prevails when good men and women do nothing. I'm asking you to do something. I'm asking you to hold them accountable. I'm asking you to return a verdict of guilty. Thank you.
Miss Hilton had some good moments there when she was calm and not trying to say shit. I still think it's going to end up with a hung jury. Honestly, that was my prediction earlier, and that's my prediction now. Hit subscribe, don't change membership. Love you guys. Peace out.